When there's trouble, you know who to call. That's right, the Teen Titans. The original Teen Titans cartoon was one of the most important shows to me growing up because it really had it all. Deep and rich character development, top-tier action in the peak of action cartoons, engrossing storytelling. Raven, she ranks up there with Shigo as far as childhood awakenings go. And fantastic voice acting that gives life to who these characters are. Today, over 2 decades since the show launched on Cartoon Network to become a smash hit, I wanted to start exploring everything Teen Titans. And I mean really explore it. From the original show itself, to the creation of it, to the video games surrounding it, to the weird and ambiguous ending that it technically ended on, to the legacy and future for the property that it left. So I hope you're ready to take a lengthy trip down memory lane and see why Teen Titans stands as one of my favorite cartoons and why it's a classic in general. Time to throw a little whip on the scramble. The Teen Titans that I, and probably many of you, grew up watching were not the original Teen Titans. Back in 1964, the first iteration of the pseudo-side hero group first came about with the Brave and the Bold comic issue number 54, which released during that summer and featured 3 key members that would go on to form the Teen Titans: Kid Flash, Aqualad, and the OG himself, Robin. Together, at the end of that comic, they go on to form what would become the Teen Titans. A year and 6 volumes of the Brave and the Bold later, Wonder Girl would join the team as well, and by 1966, this group would get their own comic book series separate from the Brave and the Bold series, simply titled Teen Titans. The creation of the Teen Titans is one part thanks to the artist Bruno Premiani, with the writer that brought these characters together through the Brave and the Bold being Bob Haney, with Bob being the one to then transition them from that series into their own, and from there, the Teen Titans had the chance to grow in popularity to varying degrees, as over time we would see other members come in and out of the group, and several incarnations and reboots of the group that would play around with the title scheme of Teen Titans. After several iterations from the 1960s to the early 2000s, the popularity was about to hit televisions and bloom into one of the most beloved shows in Cartoon Network's history. But this show wasn't going to be based on the original incarnation of the group formed in the 60s, but rather the series The New Teen Titans, which started in 1980 thanks to writer Marv Wolfman, which is just a really cool name by the way, and artist George Perez. While it wouldn't be a one-for-one retelling of this comic series, 5 members from this version of the Titans would make up our main group that we would follow: Robin, Raven, Starfire, Cyborg, and Changeling, aka Beast Boy, which is what he would be referred to as in the cartoon in general. These 5 members would come together as the show's core incarnation of the Teen Titans to build a new legacy that pulls a lot from the 80s run of their comic book series, but also embraced all things Titans in general while capitalizing on the peak rise in action cartoons of the early 2000s. That's basically your brief rundown of the start of the concept for the Teen Titans up until the show becoming a reality. So before we start digging into the meat of the show and really understand everything that it has to offer, we need to see how the show was developed and all of the care that went into it behind the scenes. Making a cartoon is not easy. Adding in recognizable characters that are part of and connected to a larger lineage of well-recognized intellectual property, probably a bit harder in some ways, but nevertheless, Teen Titans did become a reality and went on to be such a massive hit for the network. And not just this one time with the show we are talking about today, but also years past the end of the show when the property was brought back in a new way with Teen Titans Go, which is one of the shows that plays nearly 24/7 on Cartoon Network. But let's keep our focus on the creation of the original Teen Titans cartoon. See the people involved and what it all looked like behind the scenes that resulted in what myself and many others may consider a masterpiece of a show. To really get such a fun deep dive into the behind the scenes of what went into making Teen Titans, there's a movie's worth of footage that details the process that the people who made the show took to bring it all to life. These special behind the scenes videos were found on the DVDs that were released in the mid-2000s, and they are a really cool way to directly hear from these creators and artists like Sam Register, Marv Wolfman, Glenn Murakami, George Perez, David Slack, and so many more. I love how everyone went about developing the show. There was a clear vision established here that was made to focus on making the characters the most important factor here. That's not to say that the show doesn't have any other aspects it heavily focused on. That couldn't be further from the truth. The show also really led the charge of action cartoons that were super prominent right after the turn of the century. It was equal parts a kick-butt action cartoon as it was a show about a group of friends dealing with teenage or relatable issues all living together. I will say that the action itself as well has this tenacity to it to keep you enthralled. It was flashy, well executed, and downright some of the most stylish out there for the time. But because it is all action, that doesn't mean it sacrifices some sort of artistic value, always adding in some incredibly dynamic shots that play around with in-world lighting and exaggerated color palettes or palette swaps that blended into the show so well through the incredible shot compositions and cinematography. Nearly every aspect of the show was looked over and mapped out with a fine-tooth comb to ensure that what they were creating with this iteration of the Teen Titans was something truly special that would only take the popularity of these characters together as this group to new heights. Sam Register, the senior vice president of Cartoon Network at the time, was super big into the Teen Titans comics, specifically the new Teen Titans series done by Marv Wolfman and George Perez, and along with him in that was Glenn Murakami, an artist who was given a chance to really hone his own skills when it came to developing storyboards for Batman the Animated Series, now being thrust into the animated world of DC. Not too sure of where this will all lead. He was also a fan of the Teen Titans comics already, and through working on Batman the Animated Series and seeing how Robin wasn't portrayed as this young sidekick, he was curious about why this all was. At this point, Glenn was moving to different aspects of the production. Working alongside Bruce Timm for so long and being so involved when it came to Batman, he was able to land a leading role in becoming a producer for the Batman Beyond series, another show that truly deserves a big old deep dive sometime, so let me know if you'd like to see something like that happen. But from this and all that he had learned working with Bruce and what it all takes to produce a show, the opening to truly be running the show came about thanks to Sam Register, who has wanted to see something made for the Teen Titans for a while now and had some very early on pre-production starting to brew up for what it could all be. These ideas were basically aligned with Glenn's when he was asked to give it a look over, and from there it really just became a solid fit for these fans of the property to bring this property to life in animated form. A lot of this information, specifically about Glenn's history with the show and how it all ended up the way it did, was thanks to some amazing interviews that I want to point out here for you all to dive even deeper into the mindset of a creator like this, with Glenn's interview with Bill Wacko for TitansTower.com, as well as Glenn's interview with Dr. Toon for Animation World Network. These fantastic interviews from the earlier days of the show first coming out, all the way to before it all was wrapped up, really helped paint a picture of how much care truly went into creating the show on every level, how important the details of doing something new with characters that hadn't had a chance to shine in any other form outside of the comics yet, taking the risk to have an art style that blended the anime inspiration into the Western style of animation to have this nearly in-between feeling show, a cartoon that wasn't afraid to be over-exaggerated in its expressions and throw out the rules of how a show would have to constantly look when it came to the characters. There were plenty of risks taken here, but Sam Register wanted something new on all aspects, and beyond him, so did the others. If the Titans hadn't had anything to establish themselves in animation yet, then they certainly deserve to have a shot. Why not then use the collaborative efforts of everyone's talents and ideas that were coming together for this? The plan for the show was anything goes, for how they would tell these superhero stories, as they focus on telling these stories of teenagers who have their own emotions at this time explored. So emphasizing that with expressive and exaggerated faces felt so at home to visualize these moments. The last piece of the puzzle here would be David Slack, who served as the other co-creator alongside Glenn to bring the Teen Titans to life. In 2002, when David was brought on board by Sam, he was working on Jackie Chan Adventures, which, funny enough, I will have a new video about sometime soon here on the channel, since my old one, well, it was unjustly attacked. Give it back. Sam brought both David and Glenn in together for their specific talents and took a look at the early pre-production they had for this upcoming Teen Titans project, and from there, the three of them really ended up morphing the show into what it would become. Funny enough, between Glenn and David, they were trying to explore how to focus the direction of the show when it comes to the characters and the stories told with them, having a discussion about the difference between the original Star Trek and the Next Generation, explaining that the original was grounded in emotion, while Next Generation was grounded in its own mythology. So rather than focus on the world building of the cool superhero things, like what they can do with their powers or gadgets, or all the fantastical stuff that comes from that angle, they decided to put the majority focus on stories built around emotions that these characters could greatly express. A form of real attachment and understanding could be made within this world of superpowered people and the occasional over-exaggerated expressions. To really develop this, they took the concept of these main Titans characters and broke them down to people they knew in their lives, trying to figure out who they are at their core and place them in this fictional school for their placement and understanding them. Robin becomes the serious student, Starfire's the foreign exchange student, Cyborg's the jock, Raven's the goth girl, and Beast Boy is the class clown, said David in an interview with Bill Walko for TitansTower.com. From the show's press kit that introduces what the show is, who is working on it, some general Q&A, and model sheets on how the characters look, and much more, we get the list of influences that really helped the show turn into what it was. And aside from seeing the anime influence here, we can also see the correlation from the school example, resulting in thinking of this show as partially the superhero version of The Breakfast Club. While the movie The Breakfast Club isn't really anything beyond the students staying in one setting for their detention and not out fighting crime, David notes that those feelings come into relation thanks to the fun of the show being within the characters' personal dynamics with one another when they hang out, get into arguments, or are just having fun, not just within the action. But let's look into the development of these characters then, starting with Robin, who is a character which we know Glenn really wanted to try something new with, trying to get you to stop thinking of Robin as Batman and ... making him his own interesting character as a teenager still trying to figure things out to be a leader in his own right. It's interesting that in comparison to the others on the team that he doesn't have any powers, he's just a kid, but he never brings attention to that fact. Glenn wanted to make a Robin character that no one had ever seen, making him influenced by the likes of Bruce Lee, developing this new version of Robin as someone with a bit of an edge to them, with an I've got something to prove attitude, someone who has that bit of daredevil in them and has a more punk rock vibe to them. In the behind the scenes video, David mentioned that Robin was a character who had guts. He'd jump off a building to save somebody and then figure out how to not die on the way down. If that's not the hardest thing you've heard all week, then you're lying to yourself. For Robin, not bringing in the looming connection to Batman, establishing him as his own character was important, and it gave him a chance to shine as the leader of this group in a natural way. For Cyborg, he's this half man, half robot, who lost most of his body thanks to an accident, as he was then saved by being turned into what he is now. He struggles with accepting this for many reasons, as he sees himself as a bit of a freak, someone who doesn't fit in, and someone who can no longer do what they love thanks to these robotic limitations. He's very emotionally charged in his attitude in a way where it's overexpressed for that usual brief moment it happens. If he's happy and in a good mood, he's really happy, joyously enjoying whatever he is doing. If he's mad, he is over the top in his anger, shouting about the problem or at the person responsible for the problem in a great big burst, letting everything out. It's all expressed through his personality when different situations come up. His powers include how good of a fighter he is in hand-to-hand combat, having a lot of strength and being able to transform certain body parts to fire beams or missiles out of. He's super smart and has built into him all this high-end technology that is extremely useful both in the field and back at the base, and on top of this, has a level of leadership skills capable enough to essentially be second in command in the event Robin isn't around, or if instructed by Robin to lead the situation. For Starfire, she is the expressive emotional one, allowing a range of feelings to always be present as you feel them all in a very loud way. She's usually on the cheery side of things, showing off a happy-go-lucky personality, and it's always coming from a wholesome place of this just being who she is. As the outsider here, and by that I mean the planet as she comes to Earth from another planet and is now part of the Titans, her worldview is often challenged by the knowledge from her homeworld and trying to understand the ways of Earth more and more thanks to the help of her friends. She's ultra caring of her friends and has no hesitation when it comes to getting into the heat of battle against whatever enemy they face together. If her emotions ever sway into being sad or mad or anything other than her usual happy self, then you really feel them and see how it affects the others around her. Her powers are, well, one, the ability to fly, as well as being agile and having the ability to manipulate energy in the form of generating starbolt beams to attack with, amongst many other uses. For Raven, she would be basically the emotional opposite of Starfire, a character that would be an interesting pairing with someone like Starfire to see how they would work together and overall get along with as friends. Raven is a character built on this emotional hill of hiding or pushing away and repressing feelings from those around her, as they personally struggle with trying to deal with them on her own. Whether she's meditating to keep her powers balanced balance since they can fluctuate with her emotions, or battling the literal demons within her mind to not let them out. She comes off cold, not as loving as a friend, and can be quick to get annoyed, but can have these nice moments that show her in more of a zen state, something that lets her feel more comfortable around her friends, and in many ways keep this keen sense of responsibility, as well as being able to stay vigilant and discuss certain important matters with Robin. Her powers come from her soul self, having a range of telekinetic and spell-based abilities. For Beast Boy, he's really the fun-loving character that doesn't take things too seriously, but is shown to have a big heart when it comes to caring about his friends and close relationships. He's interesting in the fact that he wants to always show off what he can do in an attempt to be praised by the others to seem like he is cool, thinking that he isn't already, so he must have something to prove now to show that he is. He loves having the powers that he has, but there's also a bit of him that looks at how he is perceived that can make him still feel like a freak if it weren't for the group of friends that he has. His ability is being able to transform himself into any type of animal, with the only caveat being that they will still be green. Something that was changed to keep the character separate from his goofy ways that he is in his regular form to how intense and powerful he can be in his animal form, was to get rid of the ability for him to still speak as an animal like in the comics. As David put it best, if he was going to be a rhino, he should be as tough and as scary as a rhino in those moments rather than his goofball self. A big part of defining these characters and giving life to them were in fact the voice actors. Their unique voice, vocal inflections, and more would help mold and influence certain directions that the characters would take, making the character very much tied to the performance given to them from the voice actor. The main voice acting cast responsible for the Teen Titans are Scott Menville as Robin, Greg Sipes as Beast Boy, Tara Strong as Raven, Kari Payton as Cyborg, and Hynden Walsh as Starfire. These voices are now synonymous with these characters, and since they are such a big presence in the show itself, I do want to mention the performance that is given to Slade here, the overall main villain. Voiced by Ron Perlman, Slade ends up having such a distinctive, calm, and commanding yet scary voice thanks to the performance given. You can tell how much of a bad guy he is through how he speaks with others, manipulates them with his ideals, and how him hiding in the shadows, looming over the backdrop of the show, makes you feel his presence, always. It's something the show does so right, not just for Slade, but for the majority of the villains, both big and small. Initially, at the start of things for the show, older fans of the Teen Titans comics weren't into, or in some cases hated, as David put it, what the show was doing. Teen Titans didn't set out to be like the other DC superhero shows that came before it. It was aimed at an audience for between 6 and 11, so there was bound to be some older fans of these characters from the comics that it didn't click with at the start. Luckily, both Marv and George were on board for what the show was trying to do, offering nothing but support when it came to the show's handling of adapting their new Titans run of comics, and also having a certain level of involvement within the show itself. Overall, despite what age demographic they were initially making the show for, the goal outside of that was to make a show that any demographic could be into, and for that, based on how the fan base of the show grew, it's safe to say that it did just that, creating something that anyone can enjoy. Now, am I supposed to make a reference to the theme song at the start of this video and not get into how iconic of a theme song it was? Of course not. Let's talk about it for a moment. Look, theme songs for cartoons are important, whether it's memorable musical cues like Dexter's Laboratory, Ed, Edd n Eddy, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, and Codename Kids Next Door, or something with catchy lyrics that buries itself deep within your brain to never forget, or just something that totally fits the vibe and is always able to be jammed out to. These were also important in establishing the first connection between a viewer and the show itself. For the Teen Titans theme song, it opted for a nice mixture that fused together something so enjoyable to hear that establishes a unique vibe while also having lyrics that instantly have you repeating them, reciting them back to the TV as you get hyped. How is this secret soldier activation to know the lyrics even possible? Why was it so good? Well, that's thanks to the talents of the Japanese musical duo of Ami Onuki and Yumi Yoshimura, aka Puffy Amiyumi, or just Puffy in Japan. So how did this Japanese pop rock group end up becoming the ones to make one of the most iconic intros to a show out there? That is thanks to Sam Register and his role in working on Teen Titans and developing another show idea that I will mention here in a moment. Thanks to Animation Insider writer Aaron Bynum, who held an interview with Sam, we see the bigger picture of how this all came together. When Sam moved to Los Angeles in 2002, he happened to hear an interview with some Japanese music group getting ready to bring their music to the US market, but he only was able to catch the name Puffy and Sony, prompting him to want to figure figure out how to reach out properly. Some phone calls later, Sam is able to get a meeting set up with Sony and both Ami and Yumi and get the ball rolling on a separate project that would be about both Ami and Yumi and their music career through a fun little cartoon that would be titled Hi Hi Puffy Ami Yumi. And if you'd like to really get into that show, learn a lot about it and more, I made a video on it a while back that you can check out. But at the same time as Sam was working on this idea, he thought, hey, we have this musical talent here from Japan, the popularity of anime is on the rise, and already influencing our Teen Titans show, and really no other show in the US has that type of sound in their intros that anime is famous for having in theirs. So Sam felt that the Teen Titans had a pretty unique vibe, along with all of those anime inspirations, leading him to think that having Puffy Ami Yumi to do the theme song seemed like a perfect fit. It could be a risk. How would the audience connect with it? Well, sometimes you don't get anywhere without taking risks. If you have some sort of intuition. Sam said, why not? Let's get Puffy Ami Yumi to do this. He quickly became a fan of their music and now he's having the chance to really work with them. First on some music, but also for this, at the moment, potential other show. So he spoke with Andy Sturmer, a musician who was working as a writing producer with Puffy Ami Yumi, and after figuring out the type of vibe they needed to go for, would help create the theme song for Teen Titans with Ami and Yumi to put it all together. And I mean, come on, the song became a masterpiece, and I don't want to hear no lip about it. The connection here went beyond just the theme song. Puffy Ami Yumi was able to have another song, K2G, also worked on by Andy, be played in the show's episode Mad Mod. Both of these songs would end up being featured on Puffy Ami Yumi's album titled Nice, showcasing a very nice tie in between the group themselves and the cartoon. It's like how Eminem's song Venom is on the album Kamikaze, but was also for the movie Venom that featured the character Venom. I know there were many of examples I could have used, okay, but you try getting the Venom, adrenaline, momentum, and venom and get him a sentiment out of your head since then, okay? Okay? Anyway, Andy would also go on to work on music for other cartoons from both Cartoon Network and Disney later on in his career. For Puffy Ami Yumi, the theme song was such a massive thing for them, and the growth of their popularity outside of Japan. It went so well that according to Sam in that Animation Insider interview, the theme song was liked by the audience and other decision makers at Cartoon Network, leading to the start of Hi Hi Puffy Ami Yumi as its own show, banking on making a US cartoon that focused on a Japanese music group to do something new and hopefully test well with mixing demographics, to which the testing of the pilot was able to do so. But then again, check out that other video after this one if you're interested. The theme song, like I mentioned here, was iconic. There were a few versions of it though, with the original English version being the one used for the majority of the intros into the show. There was also a Japanese-only version of it that would play in front of random episodes instead of the English version. There's a one-off version of it sung by Toshiro Kai for the oddity of the weird episode titled Fractured that we will talk about in this video, and for something that we'll mention way later on is the Teen Titans movie, Trouble in Tokyo, where another version of the song is sung, but this time it's done by Beast Boy and at another point, all of the Titans, as this is the Japanese version of the song completely translated directly to how it is into English, with the results being used for comedic effect with lyrics like, I will obey the traffic laws. Earthquakes, lightning, fire, dad, grammar, math, science, social studies, there is nothing I'm afraid of, and Papa's schedule control, Mama's weight control, wishes are endless, Teen Titans go. Now that's what I call the 2000s. And then there was also the main theme song, but extended into the length of a full song, and it's even greater if you want more of it. All this to say that on so many levels, Teen Titans really had so much going for it that helped play into why it was so loved by audiences and still talked about today decades later. The music was a big factor in drawing you in if it's your first time watching. Getting hit with the theme song can instantly pique your interest and have you captivated to see more. I mean, just look at all the hype from when Puffy Ami Yumi would perform the song at their concerts. The crowds would instantly get even more hyped, singing back every word and just cheering at the fact that it's being played, and they have kept performing the theme song since. And I remember seeing footage of them still doing so at a Japan Day concert in Central Park, New York in 2018. They are still doing some touring and doing some shows, so who knows how often they bring out this classic, but it is cool to still see them rocking on. Now we have arrived at the show existing, and despite any sort of knowledge or being able to recognize any DC related IP, the show still still needed to capture an audience. So after season 1, let's take a look at the viewership ratings, as that can clue us into how successful or lack of success the show had after its rookie season. Time to jump on in.
I'm sorry.
The first few episodes are technically out of order here in the terms of production code versus how they actually premiered on TV. But let's go in production order for the sake of keeping things in a nice and neat order here. Our first episode then would be titled Divide and Conquer, and it starts with the Titans having to deal with the villain character Cinderblock making an escape from prison. Now, this was an original character made for the show itself that has since carried on into the comic world after this. This interaction that we get between the Titans and Cinderblock shows us that the group here is really comprised of young superheroes that sometimes will get in over their head in the future and aren't always a solid unit here yet. Not that they aren't friends or don't work well together, but in a way of seeing them at a point where they aren't a perfectly cohesive squad just yet. We do get to see that Robin and Cyborg have a combo move referred to as the Sonic Boom, but thanks to them not having a perfect rhythm yet, this results in them fumbling their tactics and Cinderblock is able to fully make an escape here. After this, both Robin and Cyborg's personalities and egos clash a bit over who's really at fault here for the messing up of their tag team tactic. Robin is that struggling leader type who wants to be the best there is when leading the Teen Titans, but his skills in doing so aren't refined enough at this point to be the leader he knows he can be. This dispute only escalates between the two, leading to Cyborg, in a fit of rage, to then take a leave from the Teen Titans, having little faith that Robin is the right leader for the group and feels wrongfully blamed for Robin's shortcomings. I really like that instantly we get to meet a team that isn't perfect, a group of teenagers that do have clashing personalities and egos to show that even heroes aren't perfect, let alone young heroes that don't even fully know themselves yet. Cinderblock's antics only start getting more aggressive in the meantime as he breaks into the prison, allowing others to make their escape, but only in the pursuit of capturing a specific stuck in stasis prisoner and leaving with them. The Titans end up having to deal with the aftermath of all the prisoners who did escape, but we continue into the issues that the group are facing the following morning as the result of Cyborg leaving the group is heavily weighing on everyone. Beast Boy, who would be shown throughout the series to be the closest person to Cyborg, as they have a very playful and buddy-buddy relationship with one another, can't even get through to Cyborg when trying to give him a ring. The group overall struggles with the emptiness that comes from their team member, and more importantly friend, no longer being at their base. As this is going on, we get to meet the overall big bad of the series, Slade, as Cinderblock meets up with him to deliver the mysterious person in stasis. Slade wakes him up, but this character lashes out a warning that he should not have been woken up and pleads to Slade that he needs to be put back to sleep. We get to see whatever he was warning about as Slade tells him that he isn't in need of whoever this is, but who he becomes, saying the name Plasmus. The man then morphs into Plasmus, a creature that looks like he could perfectly fit within the world of Ben 10. Well, that's because he could. One of the character designers of the show, Derek J. Wyatt, would go on to be one of the character designers for the Ben 10 franchise. Plasmus as a character is this large blob of elastic toxic goop that is not only strong, but can regenerate as he takes damage. I love how the show handles building up its villains, whether they are larger villains for the show or smaller or even one-off villains. With Plasmus, just the sheer introduction to the character reacting in fear to being awake, showing how scared he is of becoming this other creature he can't control, willingly wanting to be forced back asleep and locked away to fight back against becoming this hideous monster, gives us enough slight character development to now have some feelings towards him. There's enough there to feel the pain and the human element of the character before we even get to deal with the monstrous side of him. After he transforms, Slade clearly has built up some sort of plan for him, commanding him to head out to the sewage plant and feast on some toxic waste. Delicious. From this commotion now, the Titans get alerted to it and go confront a now growing in size Plasmus as they attempt anything they can to actually take him down, but to no avail. Per his powers I mentioned, he's eating these blows as much as he's eating the toxic waste, just regenerating himself and sending back attacks, making this a pretty annoying struggle for the Titans to deal with. And if that wasn't enough at the moment, Cinderblock is back and causing problems somewhere else, bringing us into the name of the episode, Divide and Conquer. This is a moment for Robin to truly start growing as a leader and figure out how to operate in a situation like this, but still trying to take on most of the burden on his own. But for Slade's plan here of dividing and conquering the two different bad guys, hoping it would cause a call to separate the team members together, making them weaker because they're alone, backfires in the sense of them separating in the area, and only kind of serves for what happens with Plasmus next that causes the Titans to separate, as Plasmus separates into smaller versions of himself, and the Titans end up getting captured and stuck where Robin, now left on his own for the fight, isn't in a good position. And when things seem pretty dire, Cyborg shows up to save him, offering a confident reassurance that he is there for him, and together they perform their Sonic Boom combo attack, this time perfectly, resulting resulting in the defeat of Plasmus. Plasmus turns back into his human form, once again sleeping, as both Robin and Cyborg reconcile with one another and tighten their bond as friends, showcasing that rather than separating to divide and conquer, they work insanely well together as a team unit, having each other's backs and combining their best strengths to get the job done. The strategy of dividing and conquering for the bad guys didn't work out, as not only was Plasmus defeated, but we find out that Cinderblock was already dealt with thanks to Cyborg making quick work of him and showing that he was already now captured. But we get to see the team come together in a tighter way as Robin learns more about what it means to be a leader. He is stronger when leading his team to work together, and that's really the core thing with Robin here that we deal with throughout the first season. So there's a lot of growth left for this character, of course. This isn't an overnight lesson to learn, but it's great to start things off this way and build a believable character who, at the end of the day, is still a teenager with a long journey still ahead of him. And that can also go for all of the other characters as well, as we will see over time throughout the series. Once the day is saved, no thanks to the Powerpuff Girls, Robin questions the reason for these villains' attacks, feeling that something or someone is behind it all. Cyborg assures him that whatever the real situation behind it all is, together the Teen Titans will overcome it and take him down. We also then cut to Slade, who is furious over his plans not working and his strategies failing thanks to the Teen Titans, planning more evil for the future to get payback on them. While this episode is technically the third one to premiere on TV when Cartoon Network decided to air it out of order, watching it properly as the first episode truly establishes what to expect from the series. We get to meet the team, where they are at as a group, and how they operate. We get to see that they aren't perfect, their teamwork can still be messy, but we get to see them start to grow. The core of the show is character development. It's one of the best aspects of the show and why it works so well, not only for having great main characters to follow along with, but also the villains. The series takes extra strides to develop great villains, which in turn helps further establish our heroes. It all works together, and the show personifies these writing principles for crafting real characters. We get an incredible introduction to the team, a mysterious introduction for the big bad, and a story of friendship, having faith and trust in one another to accomplish the task at hand. It's a great first episode. The next episode, titled Sisters, was always planned to be the second episode of the series, so hey, that's correct. Here we get to focus on Starfire a bit as we catch up with the team now at the pier with fireworks going off as they are enjoying some free time with no crime or bad guys to deal with currently. We get to see the connection between Starfire and Robin that is building up, as Robin definitely has feelings for Starfire, with him being unsure of how Starfire feels, but their time together here is romantic to say the least. They're on top of a Ferris wheel enjoying some cotton candy together as Starfire talks about her amazement of Earth when thinking back to where she is from. Before this though, out in space, some things shooting through space separate from one another as one of them makes their way to Earth, catching up to where the Titans are during the fireworks show and starts barreling towards Starfire, capturing her for a brief moment before she manages to break free. This gets identified as a probe that the group are able to eventually take down, as the questions about it only grow stronger. Before long, those answers, well, get answered. Back at their base, they are greeted by Blackfire, Starfire's older sister, who makes a surprise trip to Earth to visit her. Blackfire is a pretty interesting character, and the series here wastes no time in building up more background and development for its main characters. Nothing seems out of place or all too crazy at first. Starfire is ecstatic to see her sister. Blackfire even brings her a gift, a necklace that holds a Centauri moon diamond. Remember this. But as Blackfire begins to get acquainted with the other members of the team, telling them stories of her own adventures out in the cosmos, like how she escaped from a black hole, the others become extremely fascinated with her. So much so that Starfire feels a little bit like yesterday's news, as the others seem way more interested in her sister more than they are for her. It's a good old bit of sibling jealousy, especially since it's her older sister, and there is some history there in being a younger sibling. This results in Starfire trying to get that attention back on her so she can feel included and not pushed away by the group. While this doesn't seem to work, Blackfire continues to impress and win over the team further as she ends up appealing to the rest of the group's personal interests, like with Robin, showing him some out-of-this-world martial arts, literally, or besting Beast Boy and Cyborg in video games and impressing them with her skills, or appealing to Raven's darker side with some deep poetry. Blackfire really just wins over the rest of the team as much as possible with her ability to be great at so many things. Further than this, she even dons Starfire's look, getting the rest of the team to head out to some club for a fun night rather than hanging out with Starfire, leaving her feeling left out and completely lonely. Speaking of the club, it goes about as bad for Starfire as you'd think. Her sister becomes the center of attention further, as all of the others end up having a great time getting into the vibe with Blackfire, as Starfire can't catch a break to feel involved and ends up feeling embarrassed. All while this has been happening, the different probes that we saw in space at the start of the episode end up returning back to some remote spacecraft, and those who are piloting it notice that one of the probes they sent down didn't return, leading them to resending out the probes to Earth to continue their mission, and at least to us, capture Starfire. As the night out for the team goes on, Starfire really begins digging into if she feels like she belongs here on this planet or not. Luckily, Robin ends up finding her where she went off to, and gets to speak with her as she breaks down how she's been feeling regarding her sister, feeling less than. How can she ever compare to her? Blackfire's been better at so many things, and it seems that it's been this way their entire lives, until Starfire was able to be here on her own on Earth and work alongside the rest of the Titans. Here on Earth, she was one of a kind. No one else could do what she can do. So when her older sister comes to Earth and is better at her than everything and is full of this confidence that Starfire doesn't fully have, among several other attributes, it's easy for her to feel less special than she is, especially when it has affected her closest friends, who she felt accepted by for being different in the first place. Robin ends up consoling her as best as he can, reassuring Starfire that she is special, but this moment is broken up thanks to Blackfire, who looks more and more like Starfire now, finding them and taking Robin away to the dance floor. Now, with the potential feelings between Robin and Starfire, this is definitely hard to see, as it can only lead to worse feelings for Starfire seeing Robin's attention taken away to her sister, who looks more identical to her than ever. In this moment of sadness and being alone once more, Starfire ends up getting attacked by those probes, easily getting the better of her until the others realize through the skylights what's going on the roof, as they all then spring into action. Blackfire even helps out in the end by taking out all of them single-handedly, chalking up knowing how to do so easily as a lucky guess. But while this should only bring up more questions, the others are more enamored with Blackfire's skills, as Cyborg then offers her an opening to join the Teen Titans. This, of course, is a surprise to Starfire, as she internalizes this as a sign that she should move on, reaffirming her questioning of living on Earth. Without making a big announcement or let alone saying goodbye, Starfire ends up deciding to leave the team and leave Earth altogether. Robin is able to catch her before she does so, but once again, the moment is ruined thanks to the ones behind the probes making their appearance known, capturing Starfire and taking her away. We get to learn about what the mission is for these aliens, as apparently they are wanting to bring Starfire back to Centauri to face judgment by standing trial for something. As the ship is preparing to leave, Robin won't let that happen, being able to hurt the ship's system so that it can't leave, and is able to get Starfire out of harm's way before the ship ultimately crashes. Something is off though in general, and the plot thickens once all of the Titans come together to face the aliens, as they appear to all of them, with the aliens showing off their badges, showing the team that they are police officers from Centauri, and that their mission was to locate and capture the Tamaranian, who they label a mass criminal for several major crimes through the Centauri star system. The Tamaranian are the race of beings to which both Starfire and Blackfire are, both being from the planet Tamaran. And who do we know that is Tamaranian that had recently come to Earth, specifically coming from Centauri before they did so? Well, based on the Centauri moon diamond that is still around Starfire's neck, the police officers assume that that is Starfire. Of course though, you and I can put two and two together and know that the criminal they are after is Blackfire, putting the shady pieces of her actions here on Earth together to see what she's really been doing, giving Starfire the diamond, changing her look to seem like Starfire, trying to win over Starfire's friends, and genuinely trying to just replace her in hopes that Starfire would end up the one being taken by the officers and not her, as she can hide out in seemingly plain sight. Aside from you and I, Robin figures out that they are in fact looking for Blackfire, not Starfire. Starfire then realizes all of this, seeing what her sister was doing the whole time. In a less confrontational circumstance now, they give the officers the diamond, as it was in fact stolen, and explain that Starfire isn't who they are after. But Blackfire is already ahead of everyone and is flying away trying to escape, leading Starfire to give chase to her and confront her on all of her wrongdoings. While the good nature in Starfire wants her sister to do the right thing and turn herself in, Blackfire refuses and begins a fight between the two. Despite all the talent Blackfire has shown throughout the episode, Starfire is able to channel her true inner strength to handle her own in a fight. But before a victor can be decided, the police officers are able to subdue Blackfire and take her away. And this leaves Starfire feeling a large mix of emotions here. She feels so much pain and sadness thanks to Blackfire committing those crimes and for trying to frame her for them and replace her amongst her friends, but still feels a sibling bond that in the end just meant she was happy to see her sister after feeling excited to be on a foreign planet while she's still feeling a bit homesick in the beginning. But I have a feeling that this won't be the last time we will deal with Blackfire, not just in the fact that she claims to one day get her revenge on Starfire, but for the fact that I've seen the show many times over. Before the episode closes, we come back to another moment between Robin and Starfire, as she is able to explain her feelings to him regarding how she was made to feel during her sister's tactics of taking the team's attention away from her being a part of the group. Robin, once he sees the obvious reasons for her feelings being the way they are, comforts Starfire by saying that Blackfire could never compare to her, and that he, and the rest of the Titans, both love and care for her, as well as her being irreplaceable. So in the end, Starfire is able to get some clarity for herself, for who she is with her group of friends here on Earth, and knowing that she is enough, being just exactly as she is. Truly a great way for us to get to know the most alien, both literally and figuratively, character on the team. Only 2 episodes in and we're already dealing with stuff like alien police officers before we even get to all the crazy stuff that happens on Earth. It's exciting for sure, but I just love how deep of a dive we get into the character of Starfire here. Learn about her background a bit, where she's from, meeting another member of her species and her family. It's all so great, and it shows off why the character development in this show is so well done. The show wastes no time getting into the details of everything, and for that, it gets you hooked. The next episode, titled Final Exam, was probably the first episode of the Teen Titans you ever saw if you watched it on TV as the episodes came out. As yes, this was the first episode that ever premiered on TV, despite it still being the 3rd technical production order episode, but you know, semantics. Here we get introduced to some other cool and key characters that go up against the Titans that stem from Hive, an academy specifically for training supervillains to become, well, supervillains. For those curious, Hive stands for Hierarchy of International Vengeance and Extermination. Extended beyond that, the Academy is known as HYPE, with the acronym HIVE taking the H and the rest standing for Academy of Extraordinary Young People. So it's an acronym inside of an acronym, so that's fun. While the Academy is run by the headmistress, she does business with another shady figure who oversees the potential of the students. You see what I did there? Shady figure. He's usually shown off being surrounded by darkness. No, not clever. Alright then, moving on. We end up meeting 3 students specifically: Gizmo, Mammoth, and Jinx. Gizmo is the small but insanely smart one specializing in technology. Mammoth is the large one who is comprised of great strength thanks to being genetically modified at some point, and Jinx is the fan favorite for many fans of the show, being a sorceress that lives up to her name by casting spells of bad luck while being extremely agile and able to hold her own in a fight. These 3 are being presented to Slade thanks to their abilities and overall excelling status at the Academy, as they would now be presented with their first task by him. Their final exam to officially become graduates would be to take down the Teen Titans. Now, based on Slade wanting the Titans destroyed, this would make sense for the episode to happen after the actual first episode of the show, where we would get introduced to him and see why he wants to get revenge on the team. While it still can work out of order, it comes off a lot better and makes a slight bit more of sense here for this episode to come after Divide and Conquer. At the same time, life at the Titans Tower is a bit of a mess, mainly with Beast Boy and Cyborg, who are going at one another as they search high and low for the TV remote. The others are only bystanders to this until Starfire tries to calm things down with one thing the 2 guys love: food. But aside from the tower itself feeling like an unkempt mess, the food in the fridge is all moldy. I mean, these are just teenagers at the end of the day, it's bound to get like this, but the mold is so bad that it somehow ends up becoming sentient and could become a huge random threat that they all have to deal with, but instead Starfire blasts it so hard that she destroys it, and to that matter, adding way more of a mess to the living room that they're in. Robin makes a decisive call at this point as a true leader by suggesting that they all go out and get some pizza. And that's the sign of a great leader right there. This brings forward other problems though, mainly what type of toppings to get. I know, this is actually really important. I do like that we get to understand that Beast Boy is a vegetarian thanks to his animal shape-shifting ways, so even in the fun downtime bits that we get, there's still some character details that we get to learn, and it lets their individual personalities shine. This was also just a build-up moment to lower the audience's guard alongside the Titans, as the 3 Academy students have a chance to go after the Titans when they least expect it. Jinx ends up using using her powers to send a bus flying towards a baby carriage, alerting the Teen Titans to get out of there and help the situation. And even though they are able to stop the bus, there wasn't a baby in the carriage, but instead a cute little teddy bear. A cute little teddy bear that then explodes! At the same time, Mammoth uses the bus to hopefully take down the remaining Titans not affected by the teddy bear explosion, as the results for the group seem grim. Jinx, Mammoth, and Gizmo then celebrate what they think is a victory, but they quickly find out that the Titans can't be taken out that easily, as a battle between the two groups breaks out. Surprisingly though, the three from Hive end up offering quite the fight, making them way more fierce than your average bad guy of the week. This leads to the defeat of most of the Titans, thanks to the more well-defined and highly trained skills the three from Hive have. It also is a chance to showcase the three of theirs potential in working well with one another, ending up in a final standoff between them and only Robin left standing. Together, the three of them use their abilities to strike, causing Robin to fall into the sewers beneath the city after the ground underneath him splits open from the attack. From here, the Titans are able to make their way back to safety, regrouping back at the tower, well, all but one Titan, as Robin is nowhere to be found. Everyone is extremely worried and filled with concern, but Starfire feels a bit more of all of that than the others thanks to the buildup of feelings between her and Robin. There is little assurance that Robin is okay, as when they end up searching for him, all they eventually come up with is his belt. This doesn't break the team's spirits fully, as they believe he is still out there somewhere, and they feel comforted knowing that in tough situations, he always comes through when he is needed in the end. At the tower, they end up getting surprise attacked at their door, after thinking it was Robin finally showing back up, but instead, it was the three from earlier once more. While the battle went in their favor outside of the pizza restaurant, their task to destroy the Titans wasn't finished. This now becomes a battle for the tower itself, as the remaining members of the Titans have to take on these three once again, as Raven and Starfire work together to deal with Mammoth, while Cyborg is taking on Gizmo, and Beast Boy going up against Jinx. Once again, the Titans lose the battle here as well, with the three villains completely taking over the tower to be under their control and kicking out the rest of the Titans. Jinx also causes a giant wave in the waters below to finish them off, but luckily, they end up barely surviving. We can see the toll that this is taking on them. They are out a leader, they feel they are underpowered, and Cyborg is currently left with a bad injury of Gizmo taking away his right arm. What the show does so great is that it treats our heroes as if they aren't invincible. Forget the whole teenager aspect for a moment, just having characters that aren't perfect, that have to overcome all these hardships, that make mistakes and have to grow, all make the connection from the viewer to the show so much greater. There is a tangible believability to something so fantastical. We already get a lot of this through the regular character development side of things, through getting these more personal stories that we've already seen and will get to see going forward, but with how ingrained it is throughout the action and plot seems so thoroughly thought out. It's hard not to sit here and gush about it. Currently, the group is in crisis after this defeat. All they can do is bicker with one another over everything that had just happened. Now, in an over-dramatic way, I say that because we're only on the third episode and technically first episode if you saw it in broadcast order, the remaining Titans question if the Titans are finished as a crime-fighting group. So right on cue, Robin shows back up and brings his leadership skills along with him, claiming that the Teen Titans are in fact not finished, and gets ready to come up with a plan to attack and defeat the villains to reclaim the tower together. The villains though think life is pretty great right now. They're able to bask in their mission being a success. They're going to transform the T Tower into an H Tower, which is an easy but probably expensive remodel, and get to play with all of the Titans' personal belongings and gadgets to their heart's content. Now, there is a benefit to Cyborg no longer having his arm with him, and it being safe and sound in the tower, as he is able to access it and use it remotely to sneak its way to the building's controls, accessing them through the computer, making the security systems freak out to get the villains' attention to gather them together and bring them to the roof. In a cool guy moment, Robin slaps his belt back on and makes it known that the battle isn't over until it's truly over. The Titans have taken in how much they were able to be defeated both times before and use the knowledge as leverage in the fight to know what to expect and how to counter it. The Titans are able to now start taking them all down as they work in unison like the villains did before to defeat them all, and Robin mainly in the first encounter. After the defeat, Gizmo reaches out to Slade, giving Slade a direct view into what's happening as Robin grabs Gizmo to get some answers out of him, wanting to know more about who this Slade person is. As Slade watches in silence, he isn't mad like he was when it came to the first encounter with the Titans. The headmaster then enters in and says she plans to give the three of them who failed some heavy discipline, and apologizes for them failing their exam. Surprisingly, Slade is impressed by them, never fully thinking that they would succeed in their mission, but rather deliver a specific message to the Titans, setting up a potential deeper connection between Slade and Robin. It's a great setup for what's to come. Slade continues to be a really really cool and mysterious villain for the time being, and we got to meet some fun supervillains that are not here for this week and gone the next. We get to end the episode on the Titans back inside their tower and seeing all the little things that had happened to their personal stuff when the villains took over, ending the episode in a light and fun way as Beast Boy is mad over his CDs being organized alphabetically, and Raven just being upset that anyone other than her had stepped foot in her room. I feel like a similar plot point is going to happen with other characters here soon enough, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Cyborg, however, was still looking for the TV remote, even going as far as to clean the whole entire place from the mess like it was before, but then still not finding it until Robin points out that it's, oh, right there. But we still get a level of mature growth for the group when they acknowledge that they should be looking into who Slade is and preparing for whatever fight is truly coming their way. But just for the moment, there is still time to be a teenager and come down from all that has happened by chilling out and just watching a little TV. The introductions of other villains in this episode was great at really helping not only define the Titans even further through their hardships and ultimately triumphs, but in the way it builds up these other villains as great and well-defined characters of their own. This isn't the last we'll see of Gizmo, Mammoth, and Jinx, and we will get to see how they grow in different ways throughout the series. We just may not see them for a while. The same goes for Slade, but in even bigger ways that truly go back to define Robin in the end. Lots of great setups here with yet so much to unpack as the episodes and seasons go on.
Beast Boy Instalute 9000.
Our next episode is titled Forces of Nature, as on a dark and stormy night at the Titans Tower, Beast Boy is apparently in the middle of a prank war with Cyborg, setting up his payback on him for another prank by now rigging a balloon filled with motor oil to trigger when Cyborg enters the room, with Raven being a witness to Beast Boy's antics and forced to hide with him when he thinks Cyborg is entering the room. It turns out that it wasn't Cyborg, he appears behind them, and the unfortunate victim here ends up being Starfire, causing the others to be upset with Beast Boy. Starfire even calls him a so you know how serious this is. For now, and for the sake of Beast Boy, the storm is raging outside harder than ever, as Robin enters in about a problem that the Titans need to go deal with. The storm isn't just a storm, as we get to meet two brother sorcerers named Thunder and Lightning, who have the corresponding powers to control those elements, as they are essentially taking their powers out on a joyride for some energetic fun, causing mayhem for the heck of it. These two are pretty cool characters, and I like their designs for the show, really being on the nose for what their powers are and making them extremely easy to tell apart. Together they are, as the title of the episode references, the forces of nature. Any Pokemon fans out there would, years later, think of these three, well I guess now these four, when thinking of a group being known as the forces of nature. Sorry, random side reference, always got Pokemon on the brain, go check out my Pokemon channel, whatever. The personalities between these two characters though would come to play out as time goes on, with Lightning being a bit more hot-headed and standoffish, while Thunder has a bit more of a compassionate and more relaxed personality. As they are shown to be the cause of problems in the city, the Titans show up to stop them, and as expected, they all get into a fight where we see how tough the brothers can be to face off against, but also those personalities shining right off the bat. Mainly how Lightning doesn't hold back with his abilities and how Thunder refuses to attack when his opponent isn't ready, not going in for a cheap shot. In the moment that we see this, Beast Boy has a nice moment with Thunder to ask what they are doing all this destruction for, as it turns out to just be their form of fun, using their powers to bring them joy. As Beast Boy tries to explain that this form of fun is causing actual harm, the realization of this sparks something inside of Thunder's mind, starting to warp his perception on the matter. But before the moment can fully break through to him, Lightning attacks again, with the forces of nature escaping from the battle with the Titans, not wanting to deal with them in the moment anymore, and to go and find a new source of more entertainment with their powers. The Titans put up a strong enough fight to overpower the brothers a bit, even enough to, make them flee, but now they need to figure out where they ended up going off to. Robin sets up a plan of splitting up the team to search different parts of the city to locate them before more destruction can happen, sending everyone in different directions, but decides to pit Beast Boy to search alongside Starfire from above the city to keep an eye out. Now, from earlier in this episode, Starfire isn't too happy with Beast Boy, and of course Beast Boy knows this and would rather go with Cyborg, but Robin needs Beast Boy's shape-shifting abilities to aid in looking for the brothers from the air, flying with Starfire. This is definitely not the ideal pairing at the moment when it comes to how both Beast Boy and Starfire feel currently, but whether knowingly or unknowingly, Robin putting these two together will help them work things out and grow their bond further in the end. We then get some more time with the forces of nature as Lightning is still having a blast destroying things with his powers, while Thunder definitely isn't being his usual self, causing his brother to question, "Hey, what's going on?" Thunder expresses how he feels about what they are doing, sharing the same sentiments now after having the realization from what Beast Boy had said to them, claiming this destruction is wrong. And Lightning doesn't take what Thunder is saying seriously, laughing about how silly it could be for their source of fun to be wrong. Beast Boy and Starfire end up finding where the brothers were, as Beast Boy's attempts to apologize to Starfire don't end up going so well. But this isn't dwelled on for too long as the brothers show up for another round of fighting, and as the battle goes on, we get a bit of a reverse scenario, with Beast Boy getting the best of Thunder and showing him the same mercy as Thunder had shown him before, taking time to question him rather than defeat him. Both of them clearly don't want to be further hurting one another with senseless violence. Thunder expresses to Beast Boy that destroying things, yes, does amuse them, but hurting others or causing any pain doesn't. Beast Boy sees that Thunder truly does have good inside of him and never intended to cause harm, telling him that the actions he and his brother are doing will end up eventually harming more and more people, possibly leading to truly injuring innocent people. As Thunder is taking in all this information and learning to understand it, the moment is interrupted by someone in a red cloak who shoots out a laser that takes down several statues, catching Starfire in the falling bits of stone, causing Beast Boy to instinctively react to try and save her. This was clearly out of nowhere, as the brothers aren't sure how that came about, but are quickly met by the voice of the man responsible, enticing them to follow their destructive side. To persuade them further, he makes himself known, a one-eyed old man who also has nature-related powers of his own, offering them a way to go to a place where they could cause all the destruction they want. Lightning, of course, has his interest piqued, as Thunder is more reserved of accidentally hurting people, putting the brothers at a bit of odds as the strange man tries to pump up their egos, claiming their powers make them better than the average human anyway, and their fun with their powers shouldn't be stopped over innocent, non-superpowered people. Despite still feeling the way he does, Thunder ends up joining his brother and following this man anyway from the scene of the battle, as we cut to Beast Boy frantically trying to rescue Starfire, digging through all the bits of stone, breaking down in sorrow over it, and left feeling racked with pain over his emotions and hurting Starfire and never properly apologizing to her. And as he is going through all of this, Starfire appears behind him completely fine. Overhearing what Beast Boy had been saying, as he finally realizes that she is alive and okay, pleading with her for forgiveness over his actions as she then does so. It's a really nice moment between the two that shows that Beast Boy does have a deep, compassionate side that isn't always a knucklehead causing more headaches for others through his more immature tendencies. This whole episode plays out in this side of him showing. He internalizes the actions of his own entertainment, harming an innocent person, with how he tries to get through to Thunder, knowing how what he did can affect another person, even through ignorance and negligence. It ends up being a lesson that can be learned and taught on two different scales, a personal, less serious way, and a larger, more destructive and violent way. Starfire and Beast Boy are all good with each other once more, and even beyond this, Beast Boy sees that he has a chance to truly help the brothers, rather than only see them as the bad guys thanks to his talks with Thunder, retorting to Starfire when she calls the actions the brothers have done as evil, saying that he sees them the same as him, and they just need the same picture painted for them in the hopes to save them from their own ways, and beyond that, from what's out there trying to make them worse. And now joining back with the brothers who followed the stranger, they end up in the outskirts of the city where the stranger had set up a bunch of small branches and leaves to represent a pattern of kanji. When told to try using their powers on these targets, they are kind of bummed with how lame this all feels, but end up getting persuaded to still try it out regardless, resulting in the surprise dopamine rushes from the visual and audible reactions the targets will make when struck with the powers. Together, the brothers find joy in using their powers to hit every target, but once they finish and want to do this more, the stranger reveals some ulterior motives, complimenting them on a job well done as he tosses a device into the sky that draws power out from the targets that bring them together and magically raise from it this giant fire beast known as the ultimate fire demon. Luckily, the Teen Titans show up together just in time to fight this thing. The beast ends up charting its own path towards the city itself, as the stranger, being the villain he is, details out his plans that worked out well of manipulating the forces of nature duo to help bring forth this demonic creature for his own evil antics, giving the lesson of the results of their fun now, regardless of not directly meaning to, heading off to go cause real harm to innocent people. As the Titans recover from the attack, they quickly have to make way towards the beast while putting a stop to the spread of the fire in the forest around them. Raven ends up making a path forward for the beast to help stopping the spread of the fire, and when they try to put the flame of the beast out, nothing is seemingly working. During this, Robin spots the mysterious stranger watching over the destruction begin, deciding now to make his way towards him. The stranger tells the brothers that no one should get in the way of their fun, telling them that the beast is their creation and they must protect it from the others trying to stop it. Lightning snaps back into his ways of believing the sentiment, while Thunder pushes back against this once more, but Lightning won't hear it, demanding that Thunder join him in attacking the others. Reluctantly, he ends up joining his brother and enters into another fight with the Titans, as they all have to deal with figuring out how to stop the beast and now deal with the attacks from the brothers. During this, Beast Boy and Thunder have another moment together, seemingly ready to go up against each other, but knowing that both do not want to be fighting each other. As they begin going back and forth, it kind of turns into a moment of calm, where they are able to speak to each other peacefully once more. Thunder explains what the stranger had told them, what he has tried to instill in their brains about how they should feel about themselves for having powers, being special and better than the average person. Beast Boy then explains that it's not the powers that end up making someone special, but it's what they do with the powers, how they are used. Thunder is able to fully understand what Beast Boy is telling him, finally being able to get past this tug of war in his consciousness about if what they are doing is right or wrong, to see the error of his and his brother's ways. Thunder then springs into action to try and stop his brother, saving Starfire from an attack from Lightning, leading to a fight between the two of them as Lightning feels that his brother has betrayed him. Robin ended up making his way up to the stranger and getting into a fight of his own with him. He comes off extremely powerful and highly skilled, forcing Robin to continue giving it his all in this one-on-one fight. The Beast, however, has nearly made his way to a local neighborhood, as the Titans are concerned about the whole neighborhood, let alone the whole city, going up in flames if the Beast makes it to those houses. As they use all of their powers to try and stop the Beast, the brothers continue their fight as Lightning is able to knock Thunder down and ready to end their dispute with a final blow, but Thunder asks him one question: are you still having fun? Causing Lightning to think about his mindset and his actions, as Thunder relays what Beast Boy has told him, having Lightning see the Titans use their powers to help others by trying to stop the Beast. Finally, the message has broken through to Lightning, having the mindset now of if they are truly special and have these abilities, they should act on it. There is a bit of the, well, what do we do now feeling, as their powers are more destructive than helpful, but there may just be some special ace up their sleeve that they can do together. With time running out for the Beast to reach the unsuspecting neighborhood, the brothers shoot up into the sky, combining their powers to create a massive downpour of rain that would end up covering the area and strong enough to fully put out the flames of the Beast, defeating it. While that situation is under control, Robin's fight with the stranger isn't going too well, as he is left in a vulnerable position with the stranger about to finish him off. This is until a bolt of lightning strikes the staff that the stranger is wielding, hurting him severely and letting Robin get freed from his grasp. When the stranger looks back at Robin, his face is revealed to actually be a mask of sorts, revealing underneath of it all was another mask, because it was Slade all along, as he then escapes into a cloud of smoke, and Robin is left there realizing who he just went up against, only being left with the source of magic Slade was using in front of him. With more questions than answers, at least the Beast, and in general Slade's plans, were bested thanks to the help from the forces of nature, as they and the Titans make peace with one another. Thunder and Lightning thank Beast Boy and to an extent Starfire for helping them see the error of their ways and to shift into a better mindset. From the Beast's attacks, Cyborg brings up that Slade's plans must have been to destroy the city in general, and while they don't know the reason behind it, Robin vows that they will get to the bottom of it and stop him whenever and wherever he shows up. In the end, as a rainbow now brightens the sky after the rain, Beast Boy shares another moment with Starfire, making sure that he is truly forgiven. She now ends up calling him a
Milnip Wusserloo,
as he is at first overjoyed, but also then confused as to what that might actually mean, being left there by Starfire as she giggles at him before flying out of the area. This episode has a great way of explaining and examining one lesson for multiple characters in two different circumstances, both small and large. It's really a testament to the storytelling and writing that this show has, and how it can lead to great character development for one main character and two other conflicted side characters that are saved from becoming full-on villains themselves. All of this while still not sacrificing a great plot and building up the ongoing mystery of Slade, and where that conflict may soon lead. Speaking of not sacrificing anything, when I need a good boost of drinkable energy to keep working on these videos that doesn't sacrifice its taste by not having all of the bad stuff in it, you know I'm scooping in some Gamer Supps. No sugar, less than a calorie a scoop, and there are caffeine-free options if you are looking for that. Before I ever started working with Gamer Supps, I was a fan of the product. All of the flavors have been fun and have tasted great. I think all of the shaker cups are cool and fun to collect, and if you want to give it a try yourself, click the link in the description, get whatever you want, however you're feeling. They're releasing new stuff every Friday, so make sure to use code FRINGE at checkout for 10% off your purchase anytime you buy. It helps support the channel, it saves you money, and it tastes great. Okay, let me take a sip of this and get back to the video. The next episode, the sum of his parts, focuses on Cyborg some more, when the power cell inside of him ends up draining completely and overall is dying during a game of football as the group was enjoying their day. To get this fixed so he doesn't just shut down randomly again, he heads back to the tower to get his power charged back up, but first runs into a kid with a prosthetic hand who is excited to see Cyborg, feeling a similarity to him as a hero that he likes the most because of not feeling held back from what felt like him being different in his own world. This is cut short thanks to Cyborg getting alerted to help out the other Titans in something urgent, and that urgency is thanks to Mumbo, a thief with magical powers who is a small-time magician, thanks to a top hat and wand combo that made him actually magical, is now robbing a jewelry store. The Titans clearly go and intervene to stop his evil ways as Cyborg has put together a temporary battery setup for his power cell so he can take care of the situation without having to return home first. This doesn't end up in his favor though, when during their altercation with Mumbo, it becomes damaged and short circuits from some of Mumbo's attacks with water. And while it may look that he was taken in a getaway attempt with a garbage truck by Mumbo, Cyborg actually finds himself falling underground, similar to what happened with Robin in that other episode, and the rest of the Titans are none the wiser as they go after Mumbo thinking that he has Cyborg, but in going to stop him, they soon realize that this wasn't the case, heading back to find wherever he went. And Cyborg, however, wakes up only to find himself in the care of a person named Fix-It, an interesting little side character that can connect and control electronics who can also repair highly advanced technology, the example being Cyborg here. After helping Cyborg out and getting his power fully restored and charged up, we get into a bit of a misunderstanding between the two of them as Cyborg instantly wants to get back to the rest of the team, but Fix-It stops him from doing so. This comes from a place of Fix-It feeling a connection to Cyborg, seeing the electronics and circuitry making up most of his body and wanting to spend more time on working on repairs, or should I say upgrades, at least in his mind, wanting to fully make him 100% robotic and get rid of the few human fleshy bits left. Fix-It views these parts as imperfections that can be replaced and improved to make him, well, perfect in Fix-It's point of view. Fix-It viewed himself in the same ways, constantly seeing himself as imperfect and over time becoming completely machine instead of man to no longer feel the limits his human body would have. So of course when he comes across Cyborg, a person who is mostly machine but still very much human, he feels a connection that stems from being alone and seeing someone he feels relatable to in some ways. Cyborg of course doesn't want this, but is overpowered and forced to stay by Fix-It's powers. Through this, Fix-It begins trying to complete Cyborg's forced robotic transformation, now working on moving his brain into a newly built one, but in doing so, Fix-It is struck with some memories that Cyborg has. He stumbles upon a memory of Cyborg playing at the park with all of his friends and seeing the care that they all have for one another. Despite how different Cyborg is, he is accepted and loved by his friends, striking some sort of emotional core with Fix-It, seeing that in escaping his human form, that humanity he once had may now be completely gone, making him overlook and not see the beauty in holding on to that. He begins to see that as powerful and special the robotic parts of Cyborg's body are, the human side of him is important for him to always keep. That's not also just through the parts of his skin he has left, but through what makes him human still. And for himself as a fully robotic person, that there is still a part of his brain that wants to and still does feel emotions, needing that spark of humanity to truly feel happy, rather than seeing the human condition as weak and something to get rid of. Cyborg is able to speak to him about this, giving him a chance to find that humanity again through Cyborg's help if he wants it, to which he does, and it's a good episode to explore the human side of Cyborg and why still having that matters to him. From being accepted for the way you are, to the joys of what being able to have deep emotions mean. There's a lot to unpack here as we explore those complexities through Cyborg and Fix-It. Fix-It was never a bad person, or bad robot. Insert J.J. Abrams production company joke here. He just had pushed himself away through feeling different, having thoughts that life would be better not feeling human if he couldn't ever connect with others. Even in this misguided mindset, the humanity in him was still there all along, and Cyborg was able to help bring that out of him to give Fix-It a new lease on life. This human side is echoed again through Cyborg now being free once more and seeing that same kid at the park again. Instead of relating to both having non-human parts, Cyborg points out that what makes them similar and special is not the artificial replacements they have, but the human that those parts are connected to. I like how this episode approaches humanity, and that it is what always makes you special, no matter what. You aren't different and you aren't more or less than if you have circumstances that change your physical appearance and makeup. It's still the humanity in your soul that makes you you. There's definitely deeper ways to break this all down, but I think this smaller episode really gives us a good look into that, while we spend time with Cyborg exploring that. The next episode, titled Nevermore, gets to explore Raven a bit further as we get right into the action of the Titans going after Dr. Light, a villain with the abilities to control energy and manipulate light, as well as mess with others' minds to confuse them. He's the equivalent of the type of person who talks a big game about themselves, always claiming to be greater than they are, but when it comes time to prove it, they will more than likely fail to do so. So annoying can fit the bill for the word used to describe him here. At least in general, for his first appearance here, he does back up his abilities as he takes on the Titans, hurting each one of them with ease, leaving Raven the one to face off against him in the end. His gloating and cocky demeanor towards her ultimately caused Raven to unleash some of her more scary and demonic powers, getting him in her clutches as he realizes that maybe he doesn't have the upper hand here, begging to be let go. Raven, however, is not truly in control of calming herself back down to snap out of this state, only seeing red with Robin jumping in to help bring her back and to not go any further, fearing what she might do. This moment does leave Dr. Light completely shaken up and no longer feeling as powerful and as tough as he did just moments ago, and Beast Boy, who does have this great care for Raven, immediately asks what happened in a burst of concern for her, but she disregards him and the rest of the team for that matter, flaring up briefly again before disappearing into her shadows in embarrassment for the event that just took place. While the bad guy is stopped, the team is certainly shaken up, getting to see something not only more powerful from Raven, but something that could lead to more aggressively scary results. The night passes as Beast Boy is preparing some breakfast in the morning for everyone, but his joyous and bright personality is too much for Raven when she joins in, flipping out on him when all he was doing was trying to help make her feel better from the events that took place last night. Beast Boy is pretty hurt from this, feeling that Raven never gives him respect or reciprocates any kindness towards him, not willing to apologize for making her flip out when the others suggest he go and do so. He feels that all he is to her is a great friend who cares about her, how she feels, and only wanting to be there for her, but she won't let him, or for that matter anyone, into what's going on in her mind, offering nothing but being closed off and nastiness in return. But all that stems from a lot more deep-rooted trauma and both metaphorical and also physical demons that we'll get to explore throughout the series. While Beast Boy wishes Raven would open up and allow everyone in so they can be there for her in the right ways, the others explain to him that she doesn't have to open up if she doesn't want to, as they know that no matter what, she is still their friend and there's a level of care there that can be felt without being said, finally convincing Beast Boy to go to Raven to apologize for coming off disrespectful towards her feelings. He's still kinda hesitant and reluctantly knocks, but quickly turns away when nobody answers. But Cyborg meets him in the hallway, encouraging him to not back out of this, by full-on knocking her door down. On accident. However, her room is empty, which causes concern for Beast Boy as he then enters in to see what's going on despite Cyborg pushing back against breaking that boundary. As we know, Raven vehemently hates anyone aside from her being in her room. It doesn't matter if it's a villain like last time it happened, or one of her close friends. If you weren't told to be in there, then you're crossing a line that shouldn't be crossed. Beast Boy, though, really wants to take this opportunity to get to know more about who Raven truly is, and while his concern is in the right place as a caring friend, it can come across as forceful and unwelcomed by someone who didn't allow that, a major personal boundary that a character like Raven has set up to which Beast Boy ignorantly disrespects. But again, he only sees it as him being a good friend right now. And looking through her stuff, he ends up finding this old mirror that reflects back these 4 glowing eyes, which forces Beast Boy to drop it, as then a massive claw-like hand reaches out of it to grab him and pull him inside of it, and along with him, Cyborg when he tries to help him. This brings them both to a void residing in another dimension, confusing the both of them more than anything now. With them both trying to seek a way out of here, a path is formed together for them to follow, at the same time being watched by a raven, or a crow, or whatever, that has those 4 glowing eyes. As the two search this otherworldly realm, contemplating what it actually may be, thinking this could be Raven's actual home of sorts, they reach a point that stops them for a moment as a flock of birds yell at them to turn back and not proceed further than they already have. Cyborg feels uneasy and concerned from this, taking it as a threat, but Beast Boy brushes past them, claiming that his animal instincts, or the beast part of him, can suss out a threat when there is one, not giving second thought to this being one. This doesn't turn out well as he wants to continue on and asking for directions as they get into a fight right then and there, leading to the path that they are on to get destroyed from Cyborg's arm cannon, as he now barely hangs on to the part of the path while also holding on to Beast Boy as they dangle over the vast void. When things seem now impossibly dire, the two of them get greeted by what seems like Raven, but something's a bit different. First, Raven is now donning a pink outfit, and second, is completely different in personality, showing a more silly and happy version of herself. After receiving help from her, she explains that the gateway there is known as the Forbidden Door, as it also happens to be the only and direct path back to their world. They continue to follow this pink Raven into a more colorful and happy void as they continue speaking. Beast Boy acts like himself, being goofy and making jokes in general, causing Pink Raven to laugh, only confusing both Beast Boy and Cyborg, as this isn't the usual coming from the Raven that they know. Pink Raven explains that she has always thought Beast Boy was genuinely funny and finds him amusing, but on the outside of this other plane that we are in, the rest of the Titans back home end up locating where Raven actually went off to, seeing her meditating on the roof of the tower as she is told about her door being broken down for some reason, as she erupts with a loud spat of laughter, confusing Robin and Starfire, if not freaking them out a little bit, as she then feels that something is off, rushing off to her room with urgency. Upon arriving to her room and fixing her door, she takes note of the mirror being used, concerning her of what has happened. As Beast Boy and Cyborg try to keep up with where this Pink Raven had gone, they find themselves entering back into the previous void, meeting another Raven, this time with a gray outfit and having the emotions and personality of someone feeling shy and not having confidence in themselves. Beast Boy, who is a bit pissed off that they were ditched by the Pink Raven when traveling through these unfamiliar voids, snaps on her, causing this gray Raven to react in shame and fear, with Beast Boy quickly taking note of that and pulls back his demeanor towards her. Before the awkward moment lasts for too long, Cyborg points out the Forbidden Door, seeing a chance for them to get out of here, and makes a dash to get to it, only to then be stopped by a maze that serves the purpose of making your way to the door impossible. Gray Raven, in a very timid and held back manner, says that she can help them get out of here, but then mentions she fears that by going with her, they will experience and see things that will cause them to no longer like Raven anymore. They end up following along to get through this maze, but just end up confused and taken aback as this Gray Raven ends up just being sorry for everything, constantly apologizing for all the horrible things she feels she has said to them and has never fully meant or wanted to say to them. After a bit, they do reach the end, only to be greeted by two statues with glowing eyes coming together, drawing out two swords and holding them at bay, as the Gray Raven leaves them there in sorrow for what they have to deal with. As the two of them get into a fight here, they don't end up faring too well. This is when another Raven, this time having a green outfit and showing off a more powerful and brave personality, steps in to help, defeating the statue Beast. Beast Boy lashes out again towards Raven, wanting some real answers for what's going on here, and at this point all three of the different Ravens come together as they all just claim to be Raven. Cyborg then puts together the whole situation, seeing that each Raven they have seen is just a representation of one part of what makes up Raven in general, splitting each off into their own version of her containing traits of just one part. This is something that gets explored more throughout the series, as these emotoclones, as they are known as, all represent a part of what makes up who Raven is, shown and represented through singular traits with individual color palettes. This understanding also leads them to realize that where they are is somehow the visual exploration of Raven's mind in general. Now, the real Raven,
I said the real Raven,
shows up to offer some explanation for where they are, saying the mirror that Beast Boy tampered with is a device that helps Raven meditate, a way for her to explore her own mind in a more in-your-face and personal way. She tells them to leave her mind, and on top of that, being in there is dangerous, as from what happened during the events of last night, something has been set free that even she is frightened over. Beast Boy has hit a limit though, being tired of how Raven pushes them aside to deal with whatever is happening alone, and not relying on her friends to be there for her no matter what the issue is. He yells at her to know what she is talking about, but this triggers a response from her embodiment of rage and anger, which is not shown as another form of herself, but something we will have to deal with later on in the series. The anger is shown as her father, the all-powerful and intensely frightening Trigon. The three of them try to make it out of her mind, but Trigon attacks them to keep them there for now. Raven does her best to hold his power at bay, trying to get Beast Boy and Cyborg to just leave, but they both refuse to do so, not willing to leave her alone to struggle against this mountain of rage pouring down on her. Amongst all this pressure, this heavy weight to bear while also having this unsaid true care and love for her friends, she claims that her own issues shouldn't be put on her friends as a burden. Obviously, her friends don't see it in that way, but she can't help how she feels, trying to get them to still leave, as she is worried that if she cannot defeat Trigon, then her friends would be trapped in here as well. Just then, she ends up getting hit by a direct blast from Trigon, knocking her down, but before Trigon could hurt her any further and potentially eventually end her, Beast Boy and Cyborg jump in and end up knocking Trigon off the edge as they save Raven from falling into the void. Before they can make an escape now though, Trigon gets back up to stop them, as together they all hide, with Raven seeing that her friends truly are here for her in such a personal and major situation. However, she does realize that even together that this formation of rage in the form of Trigon is too powerful even for all three of them to take on. So Beast Boy and Cyborg point to getting help from all of the different representations of Raven to take him on. She's not too fond of this idea, as she feels that they would not be powerful enough to truly help out, but Beast Boy reassures her by saying that alone they couldn't, but all together, since they are all different parts of her, they would be strong enough. And together, Beast Boy and Cyborg work to deal with Trigon, while Raven gets together all the different versions of herself to unite and balance them as one within herself, transforming into the most powerful version of herself we've seen yet. She is now drenched in a sleek white version of her cloak, and is able to contain the rage and defeat Trigon with ease now. From this, the formation of Trigon transforms back into a version of Raven wearing a red cloak, as Raven then absorbs her in as well, having a form of control over her rage and finding full balance to be at peace for now. When they all return back to the tower, they instantly run into Starfire and Robin, as they explain their absence for the past while as them all just getting to know each other even better. It's nice to see that when Beast Boy turns down a big late date breakfast from Starfire's suggestion to celebrate and would rather have some tea to calm down, that Raven ends up getting excited to share in some breakfast, making him feel accepted and appreciated by her. These personal moments definitely brought the three of them a lot closer, and even more so, Beast Boy and Raven. While there were definite ways that barriers were pushed past, the ultimate growth and understanding that the characters had was able to be put on full display. I love that this episode really sets up and offers our first dive into the massive threat that Trigon actually is many seasons before we end up having to deal with him. It's a nice look into Raven as a character who is so complex and layered, a character that deals with several emotions that make her who she is that also don't always align in conjunction, making it hard to find that balance to be at her most self-realized. On top of that, holding on to this pain and trauma surrounding her father and all that's to come from this. Raven is a perfect example of such a richly defined character that has so many layers to peel to begin to understand. And that's not only for the audience, but for the other members of the team to understand as well. And it just works so well for the character development in general on the show, as we see it through other ways with basically every character, but this episode is a shining example of how we learn along with the show rather than just being taught something it already knows to us. You are a part of the story. You get to experience it as it happens, making it more impactful on your connection to the suspense and surprises as they are revealed. It's also in many ways relatable in its representation of multiple emotions and not particularly being able to control them or frankly fully understand them. Whether it is relating to the mixed emotions of going through the teenage experience or having to live with emotions that can't be controlled, I just think the show does a great job at representing it. There's a lot to take away from this that can come from multiple points of views, and it's only the beginning of exploring this through Raven's character.
You want a piece of me, little man?
Our next episode, titled Switched, focuses some more on Raven as well, but this time her relationship with Starfire. It's an episode that has the girls team up together, with a bit of a twist when the rest of the guys on the team are in danger here. We get our teaser of what's to come thanks to seeing these puppeteered versions of the Titans playing out a little performance of losing in a battle to the villain of the episode, the Puppet King, a puppet himself that has a magical marionette controller device that can capture the souls of people and turn them into puppets. This little show teases the setup for the first appearance of this villain and what he plans to do. Continuing on from there, we get to what the Titans are actually up to, specifically Starfire and Raven, as Starfire interrupts Raven's meditation with obvious intent to spend time with her, trying to have a chance to connect them closer and not only be spending time with the guys. Raven, who of course takes her alone time and meditation super serious, brushes Starfire aside, but the meditation is still interrupted thanks to the rest of the team showing up with some mail call like it's Blue's Clues, receiving an odd package that is filled with puppet versions of themselves. I wonder who could have done that. All the dudes were pretty much in love with them and naturally started using them as their own form of entertainment starring themselves, while Raven couldn't care less, pawning hers off to Starfire, not wanting any part of whatever's going on here. However, in the middle of the night, the Puppet King was actually hidden within the package as well, escaping from it when everyone should be asleep so that he can use his own device that would start taking the souls of the Teen Titans and putting them in the bodies of the puppets. His plans aren't as solid as he had hoped though, with Starfire being woken up from from the commotion, following the sounds through the halls of the tower and creeped out over the sounds of laughter, and startled by the surprise of Raven also being woken up, meeting her in the hallway as well. Raven is a bit pissed off for the reasons that she was woken up by Starfire making noises going past her door, but in trying to go on about what she is really doing out there in the hallway in the first place, both of them are attacked by all the other boys on the team, but something is completely off with them. Perhaps it's the, the lack of souls, and that this all can be explained through exposition from the bad guy here. The Puppet King reveals what he had done, and that the real bodies of the titans he had took the souls from became these empty husks of powers and abilities that he can now command for his evil puppet bidding. His plan almost fully worked, but he only succeeded in trapping 3 out of the 5 members of the team. But when he tries to now get both Starfire and Raven, Raven uses a bit of her powers to stop the transferring of their souls, knocking away his controller and allowing the girls to still be in their bodies, rather than trapped as puppets. But there is a twist here. They didn't return to their own bodies, they returned to each other's, meaning Raven's soul is inside of Starfire, and Starfire's soul is inside of Raven. A fun concept played around in many different forms of media that can make for some really fun antics and situational humor, but also in bonding the individuals going through the body swap. After escaping from the area and realizing what had happened, they now reluctantly have to deal with this swapped body problem and somehow work together as one another to save the rest of the Titans. As they have to now literally walk a mile in each other's shoes, they have to adjust to the control over the powers they each have. When Starfire's more emotionally expressive nature breaks out with Raven's powers, things start to get a bit out of control, causing potential danger and chaos from it as Raven steps up to help ease her concerns, explaining how that lack of emotional control when it comes to her powers could lead to devastating results, and continues on to reassure her that they will get to the bottom of this, reverse what's been done to them, reverse what has happened to Cyborg, Beast Boy, and Robin, and take out the Puppet King. But this is easier said than done when they begin to be attacked and chased down by the controlled bodies of the other Titans, with them having trouble fighting back since they are both unfamiliar and not adjusted to each other's powers. It's not just Starfire as Raven having issues though, but Raven as Starfire as well, where she needs to tap into her mindfulness from her meditation to find some sort of balance to help get them out of this cornered situation. After a while of trying to get the hang of each other's abilities and fleeing from the Puppet King's new toys, the search for the girls is pulled back for now, as he has bigger plans to go and finish to ensure his victory by working on a ritual that will result in the puppet versions of the boys being destroyed and trapping the souls of them from ever returning to their bodies. Before the girls go after the Puppet King to stop them, Raven notes that they don't stand a chance unless they learn to adjust to each other's powers, learning to control them the best way they can so they can actually save the day here. For once in the friendship of these two, Starfire speaks back to Raven, calling out her attitude and how it affects her not being able to tap into the flying ability Starfire has. Raven pushes back here, going into a bit of what we just learned about her and her powers in the previous episode, as her powers aren't tied to emotions, but rather pushed by them, trying to explain that by letting herself just be filled with an emotion such as the bubbly cheerfulness Starfire radiates, it could bring about overpowered danger rather than having a solid balance of all. The two have that moment where they both feel that the other knows nothing about them, who they truly are or how they truly feel, but the two of them decide to have a deeper talk, allowing for a moment of true connection between them as friends to actually come to more of an understanding of each other, instead of dragging this moment out in some melodramatic way. They spend time talking about their lives, their own experiences, hoping that this would not only give them what they need to be able to properly use each other's abilities, but also bring them closer as friends. After a little while and feeling a lot more connected, the two end up tracking down where the Puppet King went off to, with the puppet versions of their friends, getting a hidden overview of him beginning to start the ritual, getting ready to drop the puppet versions of the team into a pot filled with this magical soup that will completely sever the tether between their souls and their physical bodies. With no time to waste, the girls show off their control of each other's abilities by getting into a back and forth tug-of-war battle for who is holding on to the puppets, as the Puppet King has the controlled version of the guys join in the battle as well. Even with the understanding of each other and how to work with their abilities, they are no masters at it, making the fight swing in the favor of the Puppet King. But when the end seems near for their friends, Raven is able to tap in further to Starfire's abilities, being able to send a blast in that destroys the special controlling device that the Puppet King has, taking off the power he had over Beast Boy, Cyborg, and Robin's bodies, as their souls are then returned to them properly as well. This also causes the swap of Starfire and Raven's souls to reverse as they return to their own bodies. Now that the team is fully saved and everything is back to normal, the magical reasonings for the Puppet King to exist end up draining out of him, leaving in return what seems like a regular puppet with no soul, ending the conflict for now. Life returns to normal, and we get to see just how close both girls are now to one another, as Starfire respects Raven's meditation time and even wants to join in with her, to which Raven gladly wants her to. It's a very nice ending here, seeing both of the girls on the team bonding on a deeper level than ever before, and it gives us another look into how Raven operates with her emotions, while also getting to explore a bit of how Starfire operates with hers, and her wanting to connect better with her friends. As they continue to meditate, Starfire brings up them spending time, just the two of them once more, going to the mall after they finish up some peaceful meditation. A nice way to sunset the episode.
Way to go!
The next episode, titled Deep Six, brings in a pretty interesting character that harkens back to the original iteration and origins of the Teen Titans, while being a solid enough factor to cause certain impacts on other characters ongoing throughout the series, here and there. For this episode, the Titans are sent off on a new mission taking their T-ship, this overall ultimate ship that can be used in many different modes of traversal, as they take to the open waters after hearing that there are ships being attacked and sunk that are filled with toxic waste at the hands of a character named Trident, who displays his unique abilities from the first encounter he has with the Titans as they arrive on the scene of the shipwreck, being able to duplicate and multiply the amount of him that exists, creating perfect replicas that all act in accordance, as he is able to strike them at every angle in constant succession. As he causes major damage to their ship, we get the appearance of the superhero character Aqualad, a strong teen marine life telepath who, if you remember, was a character originally making up the start of the original Teen Titans back during the Brave and the Bold comic book run. In general, he's a character that is portrayed as the sidekick to Aquaman. Here though, he's just Aqualad, and this begins his connection to the Teen Titans within the universe of this show. As he shows up, he ends up getting in the mix to help the Titans, coming off a bit show-offy with his powers, causing two things to start happening. First, Beast Boy to become jealous and act unimpressed, and second, both Starfire and Raven to become fangirls of him, which also hurts Beast Boy for Raven-related reasons, of course. Beast Boy was ready to be the one who was able to help out here, and with Aqualad stealing his thunder, it really gets on his nerves. It shouldn't matter who saves the day as long as the day is saved in general, but these are still teenagers with a level of self-imposed pride to deal with. So what are you gonna do? After Trident is dealt with for now, Aqualad brings the group to a safe area to help repair their ship thanks to his friend Tram, the smart gadget building and repair specialist. He's basically this humanoid-looking fish. Whoa. While the repairs are being made, Beast Boy and Aqualad build up their rivalry as they go off together to look for where Trident went off to, as things go south very quickly when Beast Boy's attitude starts becoming more important in the moment rather than the mission at hand. At one point splitting up, they each end up facing a different Trident. Luckily, they both were able to defeat him, but when they come back together, Aqualad is resistant to the thought of them both having defeated the same person. How could that even be possible? Well, they soon discover the truth, but in this time together, we see how hot-headed and assumptive Beast Boy can get, while Aqualad comes off as both trying not to be better, but also not taking Beast Boy's suggestion of there being multiple Tridents seriously in a his thoughts are less than mine type of way. And after this, he gets proven wrong when they find a cave ceiling that they're in covered in many egg-like pods that release a bunch of Tridents. Trident's whole deal is having this level of higher thought of himself thanks to his replication tactics, so Beast Boy ends up coming through with an idea to combat this. If they all share in this hive mind-like brain, all just being clones of the original Trident, sharing the same thoughts and actions, Beast Boy tests Trident's own arrogance, calling the copies of Trident out to see which one of them truly is the best here in every way. They can't all be the best, there has to be one that stands out above the rest. This causes a conflicting thought within Trident's mind, which in turn does the same for all of his replicants, as they all begin going after each other as Beast Boy and Aqualad take a moment of distraction to get out of their dire situation. More Tridents end up hatching and try and go after them, but once out of the cave and into the open waters, the rest of the Titans arrive just in time with their ship back up and running, getting a chance to then blast the cave with some missiles to trap all of the Tridents in there and end the conflict. And in the end, Robin makes Aqualad and Tram both honorary members of the Teen Titans for their heroic efforts in helping save the day and repairing the ship, while Beast Boy and Aqualad develop a level of respect for each other now, having gone through dealing with Trident together and seeing how ego can affect you. That doesn't mean there isn't room for a bit of the rivalry to still be there, as we end on on the two of them getting into a race with one another, trying to best each other. This episode really tries lightly exploring egos and how that can get in the way of anything you are trying to accomplish. Whether you are a good guy like Beast Boy or Aqualad, trying to save the day, or if you're a bad guy like Trident, trying to be this all-powerful, everywhere-at-once terror of the seas. It's also cool to see the inclusion of Aqualad within the series, and while he's not a main core member of the Titans themselves, bringing him in as a side character or someone to call upon in further situations is pretty cool, and will lead to some fun and cool interactions and instances later down the road in the series. Episode 9 of the series, titled Masks, introduced one of the more talked about things when it comes to the lore and theories that fans of the show would go on to continue to discuss since, and that is thanks to a certain character introduction here. Well, at least setting up something that will come back and make the character more interesting. But we will get to that when we get to that. We catch up with the Titans stopping a bad guy who is after this microchip, and as they do so, they find out that this person, or as we find out, a robot, is in fact sent by Slade for this mission, as Slade then assumes control over it and teases Robin of a real meeting between the two soon enough, only fueling the Titans and especially Robin to keep going after Slade. So later on, when the Titans are trying to discuss the current status of the mission, Robin declines taking part in it thanks to his burning passion of going after Slade, wanting to seek out more information on his own and pushing himself away from the rest of the Titans, falling back into his ways of doing things on his own, rather than relying on his team. While this may seem like we are diving back into something we already covered within the show, or at least have seen parts of, Robin as a character, and for the most part this goes for all of the characters, isn't 100% changed in their ways after learning something crucial for their character traits. It's all a process that flows throughout the series and connects well with actual human nature and growth. Regardless of Starfire trying to get him to stay, Robin is laser focused on his own ventures, as what he is privately about to do is the most dangerous thing he has done yet. Whatever Robin has been doing isn't shown just yet as the days pass, but it seems to be getting in the way of other issues the Titans have to face, like when another situation comes up as the microchip situation is back, and Robin tells the team to handle it on their own as he is hot on the case of some other Slade-related lead that he must attend to rather than be there. This brings in the introduction of a character we will come to know as Red X. You can tell that's his name thanks to the big red X on his mask. When he shows up for the microchip, the Titan team of 4 are somehow no match for him, as he is able to counter any plan of attack that they have and then make his escape with seemingly little effort. After the shocking defeat, the Titans now find themselves back at home where Robin is back and starts discussing that whatever he thought was a real lead turned out to be a false flag, continuing to push himself away from the group and heads up to his room. But for now, we get to learn more about this Red X character, and that's exciting. Seeing him making a call to Slade and trying to prove to him that he is worthy of being a close ally, offering the microchip for a chance to become this close partner to him. While Red X surely proved himself, Slade offers in return that Red X needs to gather a couple more microchips before getting the chance to talk about some sort of partnership. Later that night, Robin ends up alerting the rest of the team that he is out and has spotted this so-called Red X going after another microchip in the city, where they then all spring into action only to catch up to the situation where Robin is in pursuit of him and getting just as defeated as the rest of the team did earlier. But as the others continue after him, he ends up disappearing into the subway, where at one point Beast Boy lands on the tracks while a train is barreling towards him, and as to his surprise, Red X comes in and saves his life before once again disappearing. To the team, there is so much confusion. There is such a powerful new villain who can easily defeat any of them, but isn't overly hurting them, and on top of that, saving their lives if things go too far? What truly is going on here? The mystery will start unfolding here momentarily, but in the meantime, the rest of the Titans try to figure out where Red X may strike again based on the pattern of what he is after, only to be faced with multiple options that don't directly help them know where to confront the mysterious villain next. Starfire once again wants to get through to Robin, figure out what's going on with him, but also to make sure her friend is doing okay. As she goes to his room, he isn't there, but what is a hologram that Starfire accidentally activates that shows Robin being taken out by Red X, the same way he was during the start of their battle that they just had with Red X. This all is starting to make some sense to Starfire now, seeing that Robin has probably gone off to get into something way too deep and dangerous on his own, and the last encounter was more so a plan to make it look that Robin Robin and Red X are two different people, which will be funny a bit later on into the series. As this is happening, we catch back up with Red X, who when speaking with Slade again finally gets what he wants, getting an opportunity to meet with Slade and discuss working together, ending the call and revealing to the audience that Red X is in fact Robin as he takes off his mask. Now we can really see what's going on here. Robin isn't becoming a bad leader, but rather becoming a truly lone detective, much akin to Batman, and taking the investigation into his own hands, but going much deeper by infiltrating Slade's organization to get close to him for all of the unanswered questions, and beyond that, to take down Slade. But Slade isn't as dumb as Robin underestimates him to be, as when Red X attempts getting the final microchip, Slade makes a surprise appearance, coming face to face with him and explaining that he's known the whole time that Red X was Robin. Some random villain with the same build as Robin suddenly shows up as the Titans no longer have Robin to help them in the fighting, proceeding to then get the exact microchips that Slade wants, knowing how to contact him and wanting to suddenly get close to him for some reason, as if Slade isn't constantly overlooking and keeping tabs on the Titans, especially Robin. During this shock to Robin, Slade grabs the microchip away from him as the rest of the Titans show up and are ready to get into the conflict as well, firstly aiming their attacks at Red X before he then removes his mask, revealing the truth to them all and proving Starfire's personal findings correct. After this moment, Robin takes off after Slade, who is making an escape with the final microchip, while the rest of the team ends up having to deal with a small army of Slade's robots. Robin ends up catching up to Slade and gets into a one-on-one fight with him, but this starts to get psychological with Slade trying to use his gift of gab, making Robin look like he played into Slade's plans of ruining the trust and bond that he has with his team somehow because of his personal heated devotion to stop Slade and becoming this pretend villain on his own, putting his friends to the side. While Slade ends up clearly having an upper hand in the fight in general, he holds back on truly hurting Robin. In doing so, Robin is able to come back from this, getting to directly attack Slade, but then only finding out that he never came face to face with Slade at all, but alas, just another robot. This leaves Robin in a way worse spot than before this whole Red X business started. Not only did he end up back where he started with little to no information regarding Slade and what his true intentions are, but now his own relationship with his team members, his friends, is now shaky and filled with not a lot of trust. As this loss affects him heavily, Starfire attempts for a fourth time to reach out to him, wanting to know what's going on and why he did this in the first place. He pleads with her that his intentions were purely good, and to accomplish a convincing act of deception on Slade, he needed to deceive the rest of the team too, so that their part in everything was authentic and would seem real to Slade. Clearly, we know that Slade was 10 steps ahead, but regardless, Robin's plans were not meant to cause distrust between him and the team, but to try and truly get to Slade when there were no true leads at the time. The episode doesn't end in a peaceful, happy, or hopeful way. A true lesson for character growth needs to be learned. Starfire ends by telling Robin that he and Slade have something they share in common, and that's having no trust in anyone, allowing Starfire to share her disappointment and pain that not only her, but the rest of the team feels with how Robin went about things. It's a really strong episode that breaks further into who Robin is as a character and leader at this point. He still doesn't have a grip on what it means to be a true leader, but it also shows us a look into his obsessive mindset towards Slade and what all of Slade's psychological tactics are doing to him. He's never had to face someone like this, and it's driving him to do it himself and push himself away from the rest of his team. In both parts wanting to protect them, and in many ways not showing that he has trust for them, even if he truly does.
Bunch of troublemakers.
For our next episode titled Mad Mod, we end up on a trippy adventure in a setting that no one wants to be in, school. We get right into the episode with the Titans waking up to see that they are captured in special chairs that end up suppressing their individual powers. It's not long after this realization that we meet Mad Mod, the villain of the episode, who isn't a big fan of the Teen Titans and their superhero antics and taking down the not appreciated villains. He's also British, if you couldn't tell. Mad Mod was a villainous character who was in the original Teen Titans comic book run and came to be known as one of the early on reoccurring villain characters that the team had to deal with. Now, he's had a pretty interesting history of how his character changes throughout the different iterations of the comics, but here in the show, his character is his own design as well. While his past setups all involved his fashion, this cartoon version showcases this overcorrecting prim and proper behavior that he believes in and uses those values to go up against the Titans in various technological ways that we'll explore in this episode. But yes, he still looks fashionable, so he still retains that part of his originally designed nature. His whole setup here is that he has brought them to the School of Madness, placing them each within these classrooms, so to speak, where he's trying to hypnotize them at first. Robin is able to get out of his torture setup and starts helping the rest of his team, but this place place is a full-on nightmare for the senses. Now I would like to place a flashing light warning here for the episode, since the visuals can get a bit flashy with the hypnosis-like antics of Mad Mod against the Titans. Robin's whole escape from all the traps as he heads after Mad Mod and the others is overstuffed with audio-visual madness that is equally as cool to watch as it can be too much to view for some. After Robin saves Starfire and the both of them gather Beast Boy becomes the odd one out, as so far he's the only one who's been truly affected by Mad Mod's abilities. Right after this, Cyborg and Raven meet up with them as they escape from their own confinements, and they realize that gross out humor is the key to snapping Beast Boy back out into his original self. At the same time, the Titans start figuring out how to combat Mad Mod in the whole world of illusions they seem to be in, and it's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. This ends up leading into a whole Scooby-Doo-esque chase montage throughout the school, accompanied by some really fitting music. The song K2G by Puffy Amiyumi, like I mentioned towards the start of the video. It has this perfect ska sound to it that feels so perfect, and after all of this leads them to nowhere, the Titans start fighting all of these robotic death statues as the visuals here are downright ridiculous, and for me personally, an absolute joy. I love how over the top and trippy the animators truly made it feel. At one point, Robin notices that Mad Mod is not real himself, proving to him that what they are experiencing isn't all real either. Finding a way into the back end of this whole Wizard of Oz-like production, seeing the man behind it all was not this hip, young, fashionable British villain, but an old, but I guess still somewhat fashionable, man controlling everything throughout his programs, to which Robin then destroys. Oh yeah, and he's still British. The episode just kind of ends after they all get out, making it feel like a bottle episode only taking place inside of one location until they figured out how to defeat and take down Mad Mod. It's a silly little episode that almost feels like filler based on where we left off in the previous episode, but in saying that, I think the episode is great fun that boasts some really unique visuals and animation. Mad Mod as a villain is pretty goofy with how he comes off, more so in the form of his hologram self, but even in the brief moment we get to see the real version of him, I feel this concept could have taken things a step further, digging deeper into the psyche of everyone's individual mind, or at least giving us some more context to how Cyborg or Raven were able to escape from their own scenarios, but nevertheless, I still think it's a solid, fun little episode here that, while not pushing the plot anywhere, it still was a good time.
Cool!
The next episode, Car Trouble, technically premiered on TV as the last episode of the season, but due to the production code, it was meant to premiere before the big upcoming finale episodes. And this coming last is a bit less exciting to round out the first season of the show. The episode, however, ends up particularly falling into the same filler-esque category as we follow Cyborg's latest invention, the T-Car, a souped-up car that he is very proud of building that has a bunch of high-tech features and resembles his own cybernetic look pretty well. He's also able to have a connection to the car to be more in tune with it, getting to show it off when the team is alerted to a crime and he offers to drive them all to the location of it. Arriving at the scene of the crime, the Titans jump into the situation while Cyborg takes his time putting on his car's safety systems and trying to flex his car to two bystanders who think it's a pretty sweet ride. But there is definitely something shady about them, and not like Slade shady, not even Slim shady, but something shady nonetheless. Before Cyborg could boast some more, Raven ends up dragging him into the crime scene to focus his mind on the mission instead of his new car. Their confrontation here is with the villain Overload, a computer chip that has made his own body of electricity around him, one that is so bright that it changes the brightness levels on everything around him. I point this out because I think this whole fight is so gorgeous. Just seeing the way that the brightness from the electricity changes the look and the coloration on the Titans for the battle, oh, it's so good. I just love the attention to detail here, and it makes the fight so much cooler. That could be said for the whole series in general. I think there's so many shots in this series that just look, oh, so good, really thanks to those lighting differences. But the fight itself here isn't long, as they are able to defeat Overload through the power of spraying water on him. But the problem only gets worse as when they get out of the building this took place in, Cyborg's car is no longer there, as we then cut to the same two shady people admiring it earlier, now on a joyride with it. While Robin says that they have to turn Overload in as the priority right now, Cyborg is more concerned about his car and wants to go and find it immediately, leading Raven to think it's just some dumb car, it's not that important, but to Cyborg it is, as he then storms off to go and find it, all on his own, following a lead that tells him that the two responsible for it are Sammy and Cash. Now, as characters, they are a one-off and not super important outside of them being responsible for stealing Cyborg's car, and also painting flames on it before heading down to a place called Crash Alley to race it. We then see a race take place between Sammy and Cash in Cyborg's car, facing off against a small micro car as they both have a speed racer-like battle through their car's abilities. Even though the two win the race, the micro car turns out to be Gizmo, who ends up trapping the two of them while he steals Cyborg's car from them, learning that the other two had stolen it already from the Titans and making making this even better for Gizmo because of that. Cyborg enters in moments later and interrogates Sammy and Cash to find out what really happened, to learn that Gizmo did in fact steal their car after they stole it. And Cyborg then finds Gizmo in his car, jumping on the hood of it while Gizmo goes for a joyride, adding a bunch of damage to the car and eventually knocking Cyborg into a garbage barge as Gizmo gets away for now. This next scene I really like, as we see Raven ending up meeting with a down-in-the-dumps Cyborg, and not just because he fell in the trash, telling him that everyone in the team ended up splitting up throughout the city to help look for his car after turning Overload in, with Raven opening up about relating to how he feels about his car, knowing that she's put a bit of herself into everything that she ends up using her powers on to move, building a connection to said object, mentioning that it's the same for Cyborg and his new car, understanding that there is more to it than it just being some car that he put together. It's a nice side of Raven that we get to see in a private setting between the two characters that really makes her come across as a caring friend, regardless of what she had said earlier, using that moment to learn how much this car truly means to him and wanting to be a true friend in this moment, something that Cyborg really needed. When Gizmo goes by them still causing trouble, Cyborg and Raven end up seeing Sammy and Cash showing off their new nice car to a girl when they intervene and ask to borrow it for now. And by ask, I mean mostly forcefully take it from them so that they can head after Gizmo. After another chase happens with the powers of Cyborg's driving and Raven's telekinesis, Gizmo ends up crashing the car into a police prisoner transport containing Overload, giving a chance for him to escape and then take over the car. But Cyborg has to now make the ultimate decision, that this is now no longer his car anymore. It is now infused with Overload, as he then ends up blowing it up to stop him, sacrificing having his car anymore. Raven takes the opportunity again once Cyborg is saddened by destroying his car to remind him that what made the car special in the first place was him, seeing that the computer chip inside had survived, as every bad guy from this episode is then properly arrested altogether. To end the episode, Cyborg finishes putting together a new version of the car, this time with the help of Raven, who happily assists in doing so. This was a nice bond building episode for the two of them. I love how Raven looked past her initial thoughts of the material aspect of things to see the connection and meaning it had to her friend, for her to then come around and truly be there for him in the end. It's still pretty much a non-lore building episode that doesn't really add too much to the growing plot in the background, but it was a nice feel-good episode that pits two characters closer together, and I love that.
Got issues.
The next episode is the first in a two-parter for the end of the first season, titled Apprentice Part 1, continuing on the storyline of Robin's obsession with Slade. We see Robin chasing him down where Slade hurls insults at him as usual, with Robin missing all of his attacks. Robin starts getting angrier once Slade mentions that the two of them are very similar, kind of like the cliche of, "We're not so different, you and I." As Robin instinctually disagrees with that sentiment, Slade digs further into him about it, saying that if he, as this bad guy, cares about destruction, take a look around. Everything he cares about gets destroyed around him by his own narrow-minded ways, seeing these stone-like versions of the rest of the Titans crumbling to bits thanks to all of the reckless attacks he aimed at Slade but missed. With the realization that he is alienating himself and actively jeopardizing the safety of everyone he does care about, he has the opportunity to know who's behind the mask, who actually is Slade. To his surprise, it was him underneath all along. While this ends up becoming just a dream that he wakes up from, Robin's subconscious is eating at him. What is this obsession and chasing after Slade really for? Is it for justice? Is it a self-righteous crusade? Is it just the way he's going about it recklessly and not relying on his friends? There's a lot to unpack there when it comes to how this is all affecting him. Robin's nightmare isn't over though, as back up from that dream, he is informed that Slade is up to his usual no-good antics. On their TV screen, Slade appears and details his plans for the construction of a chronoton detonator, a device that is capable of freezing time. Obviously, that's pretty bad. Robin does the whole, "Hey bad guy, like stop doing this and tell us how to stop your plans," which never works, but I'm glad at least he gave it a try. You never know, it could work someday. Slade taunts them about being able to find it before leaving the screen, as Robin immediately sends the team out to search different areas to locate where the device may be. The rest of the team though are cautious of this, as Robin's last attempt to deal with Slade ended very poorly in not only his own favor, but the whole team's when it comes to trusting him and seeing him as a leader. He brushes this off and says he's fine to handle it, but we all know where this may lead Robin once again. Thanks to Raven's keen eye when looking over the video transmission again, she seems to identify the area around Slade as this certain warehouse down at one of the piers, as they now go and head there. To their surprise though, this was a trap set for them to fall into, as they all become surrounded by some of Slade's minions, causing Robin to already lose it again. Shocking, I know. His rage goes beyond just taking out the several he was facing, but then jumping in and taking out the other ones that his teammates were already handling. This in a way nearly frightens the others as they watch in horror Robin violently take out the minions, still destroying them even after they've been properly defeated, showing that he is not in control of his emotions in high-stakes situations like this, specifically here dealing with Slade. Once again, Robin has been blinded by his anger, not listening to Starfire as she tries to get through to him to help bring him back to reality, as after they leave the warehouse, he immediately runs after what he thought was someone connected to everything. But as he corners this guy aggressively, trying to get answers from him, it turns out to just be a random person who works at the pier, and was frightened from being in the wrong location at the wrong time. Robin still isn't budging from his rage, as Raven uses her powers just in time to hold Robin back from doing so. This, in the following moments, could lead to a massive breaking point in the group here between Robin and the rest of the team, as Beast Boy says Robin's acting somewhat like Slade, in turn causing Robin to lash out at him saying to not compare them. And as these tensions rise, a clue to finding the device arises as well, as Starfire sneezes in a spectacularly explosive fashion thanks to being allergic to metallic chromium, which is important as that can be used in the device, so Starfire's ability to sense it being around is extremely helpful here. And I guess this pauses the awkward tension within the team right now, so that's good. Her allergies lead the team to the sewers below as they spot the device being prepped for transportation on a boat, but before they could give proper chase to it, Cinderblock makes a grand return to the series by coming out of nowhere and grabbing onto Robin, holding him back from following the device, as he then tells Starfire to go after the boat rather than stay back and help him fight off Cinderblock, as now the four others give chase to the boat, while Robin on the other hand is able to take down Cinderblock with ease thanks to his enraged state that he is in. He does end up noticing a tracker on Cinderblock that pointed to the direction of where Slade currently is, causing a devious path forward for Robin to follow. But this also all could have been planned in the first place, to separate Robin once more from his friends. The rest of the Titans deal with the boat and high-speed shenanigans ensue as they start getting out of hand to a point where Cyborg gets on the boat and has to smash the control system to stop its autopilot that made it go out of control. But as that is being dealt with, we cut to Slade looking over what is going on through his monitors, showing that he has always had eyes on the Titans and whatever they are currently doing. In this moment though, Robin appears, barging in on Slade as Slade sarcastically taunts Robin about thinking Cinderblock could be too much of a tough opponent for him to face on his own. A proper battle between the two is set thanks to Slade placing the controller that would set off the device on the ground, telling Robin to come and get it as he then charges for it. But Slade jumps in as well, as the two are now entangled in a fight, both with a different set of motives aside from just getting control of the controller. Robin's anger makes his focus on Slade more important, and Slade's ulterior motives will soon make themselves present. As the fight between the two of them goes on, Slade gets the upper hand, giving Robin a moment to shout in anger as Slade revels in the joy that the two of them share many things in common, giving the example of them both not enjoying ever losing. This unlocks a further level of power through Robin's anger to where he is able to gain control of the fight, viciously attacking Slade, subduing him for a moment and giving Robin an opening to get the controller. But instead of this being a moment where we find out that this Slade is yet again another decoy, it turns out that the controller was the decoy as it then falls apart. Slade reveals to Robin that there was in fact no controller at all, truly giving a moment of shock to Robin about the serious level of danger that's out there now with the main device itself. Speaking of the main device itself, the rest of the Titans are frantically trying to figure out how to stop it themselves, giving us a cut the wire situation. But even when there is an amount of freakout after Cyborg accidentally slices two of the wires, the machine instead fries itself, seemingly stopping the problem. But the real problem is that the device was fake, and the boat's surprising laser system targets all the Titans on board, hitting them before throwing them into the water. But at least for now, they are all under the impression that the day is saved because there was no real device to begin with, and the laser did nothing to them. Cutting back to Slade and Robin, Slade makes note that the device itself was always a fake, and was all just a way to get the other Titans hit with the laser so that these nano probes could make their way into them that could in a sense lead to deadly results while being undetected. But even then, that's not his ultimate goal, but rather using this threat of killing the rest of the Titans as leverage against Robin, offering him something that he may not be able to refuse. Slade admits to wanting an apprentice, a way for his his evil legacy to live on beyond him, and Robin has been his #1 choice, watching him, testing him, seeing what he truly is capable of. So he offers him a chance to save his friends if he joins him, becoming his apprentice, and those nanobots inside of the others would then not be activated. I mean, that's a pretty big gamble here. Robin's relationship is already so strained from previous antics he pulled when getting obsessed with taking down Slade, but now faced with this choice, what is Robin to do? Save them by betraying them again? Risk them dying over him not joining Slade? The decisions here are extremely hard, and Robin needs to act in an unnatural way to truly be a leader for the sake of his friends. Before we see the results here of Robin's decision, we see that the rest of the Titans are none the wiser to anything. No knowledge of the nanobots inside of them, nor where Robin is at, or what is all at stake here. They try to reach out to Robin to see where he is, but there is no response coming from his end, as we then cut back to Slade and Robin, as Robin now wears an outfit like Slade's, as a pleased Slade welcomes in his new apprentice of Robin continuing the legacy that he wants. Since this is a two-parter here, this moment ends like a cliffhanger would, confirming that Robin, for the sake of his friends, and definitely for the sake of still figuring out how to stop all of this, has accepted Slade's forceful deal, joining him to become his apprentice and joining the dark side for now. I love how conflicted of a character Robin is, how we see him wanting to be this leader but struggling to still not be able to rely on the rest of his team for the tougher missions. He's also not just like this for no reason, as the stakes for his decision are raised to new heights here. The show's great character work makes Robin such a believable character in how he operates, and how his growth isn't just a straight line going up, but rather a journey that has many peaks and valleys.
Starfire, no!
So, Apprentice Part 2. There's no need to wait for the cliffhanger to continue, we're just gonna jump straight on into it. It's no secret what happened to Robin, as the Titans find out from the start, as they were already trying to find him, but get pulled away when a robbery is in progress, only to find the person responsible for it being Robin. Yeah, it's a massive, shocking moment for them when they see this, and so much so that they struggle to really do anything here as Robin makes his getaway with this weapon that he was tasked to steal. Even though Robin is doing this, it doesn't mean that he isn't still combative towards Slade and willing to work under him if he weren't stuck in an impossible jam to do so. Although Robin is verbally combating Slade, warning him that when there is a perfect opportunity to stop him, he won't hesitate to take him down, Slade is genuinely happy to hear Robin speak like this, seeing more of himself in Robin, which of course pisses Robin off to even think that they actually are alike in any sort of way. He does try to attack him thanks to his reactionary nature towards him, but it makes him short-sighted as Slade stops him pretty quick and even taunts him further to get into his own head about him slightly enjoying the thrill of stealing as Slade was looking over his spikes and adrenaline. To make things worse, let's bring in some daddy issues as Slade sees Robin only enjoying this the more he does it and feels like he would even be sort of like a father figure to Robin. This is why Slade is such a great villain and why he is so impactful to Robin's character. He doesn't just do bad guy things and then gets defeated, he toys with his enemies in psychological ways that puts them in situations that fundamentally change them or starts breaking them from the inside out. But what are the rest of the Titans up to after coming face to face with Robin committing crime? As they all sit around and discuss things, they come up with whatever possible excuse to not vilify Robin. Raven and Cyborg individually note that it was in fact the real Robin, and there was no trace of any mind control making him do this. Starfire is the most upset here about what happened and refuses to believe that Robin, on his own, would do something like this. Raven is not taking anything other than this is who Robin is now, in the current perspective, a criminal. Now, the Titans would have to be responsible for stopping him under their duty as crime fighters, and it looks like right away they will have to deal with it again as Robin is on another robbery assignment, this time at Wayne Enterprises, which is cool to see, and with Robin being the one to commit the robbery here. I mean, that's just kind of fun. When the rest of the Titans show up to stop Robin, he would rather run away than confront them. He really doesn't want to be doing any of this, and he's already extremely ashamed of what he is having to do without the truth of why he is doing it out there for his friends to understand. Slade forces him to not run away and face them, pitting him in a battle with them all. As he ends up defeating the majority of the team, Starfire is left standing from the fight, but she's hesitant to hurt Robin, but threatens to hit him with a blast of her powers as Slade forces Robin to use his thermal blaster that he stole earlier to hurt Starfire. But she can't commit to ever hurting Robin, so she starts standing down and tries to speak with him, saying that if he is now this bad guy, that he could just attack her and finish things off. Robin can't do that either though, but by not following through with Slade's orders to blast blaster, he starts activating the nanobots, which begin to harm all of the Titans, as Robin now pleads with Slade to call it off and stop killing them. Slade, being the totally fair man that he is, offers Robin a chance for him to stop this if he hits them all with the thermal blaster instead, forcing Robin to make a judgment call of pointing the blaster at them and looking at Starfire, uttering the words, "I'm sorry," as he shoots them. Now that the awful deed is done, Slade, being a man of his word, stops the nanobots for now, but since the others aren't sure of what happened, the fighting between them and Robin continues on. Once Robin has his back against the wall from them all, he retreats out of there, only now feeling a million times worse thanks to what he was forced to do in order to keep them alive for longer. With the Titans now recovering from the run-in with Robin, and not knowing how they were all hurt with whatever was happening to them, Starfire claims that it was probably Slade behind it all, setting in motion more of a reasoning for why Robin would even be doing what he's doing in the first place. The Titans, however, are able to finally figure out about the nanobots inside of them thanks to taking a deep look into Beast Boy's vitals and bloodstream, and all that medical stuff that these teenagers are able to dissect through their supercomputer. Through this, they are also able to understand why Robin is doing what he is doing. It's ultimately to protect them from Slade's kill switch on them if he doesn't do Slade's bidding. But as they are figuring all this out, as for Slade, he's excited to see Robin's performance, seeing that he's continuing to go through these incredibly hard acts regardless if it took some forceful encouragement. Robin, once again in his anger for what he had to do and hatred for Slade, tries attacking him once more, but Slade uses this opportunity to train Robin's skills even more, leading to an equal spar between the two. Robin is being pushed to his limits here from what he has to do at the hands of Slade, but seeing that Robin is becoming more powerful from everything Slade is training him to do is a cool way to see a hero learning so much more through this impossible situation. It's like getting an intense training montage or going off somewhere for a while to train that we would see as a trope for something like this, but done in such a unique and more impactful way that breeds incredible character development across the board. The fight between Slade and Robin is getting more intense than just some training, leading to Slade not taking this just as a training session anymore, as Robin is fighting as if his life, and to that extent, his friends' lives are on the line, because technically they are. At one point, Robin is able to really get some powerful blows in on Slade, breaking a bit of his mask and causing Slade to become extremely irate, telling Robin that he'll regret that. But Robin comes back at him saying that it's something he should have done sooner, discarding his forced alliance with Slade by stripping himself of Slade's S logo, as the two go back at it with all of their might. Luckily, all of this pent-up aggression towards Slade and using all of that he had learned, Robin is able to get the upper hand as Slade feels that Robin is not grateful for all the potential that he helped unlock for him. Slade, shown now in this weaker moment, pulls the ultimate trump card, claiming to now show him what his actions have led to, which is him activating the nanobots once more to kill the rest of the Titans. This immediately causes Robin to stop and submit to Slade once again, holding back how he really feels or what he really wants to do to Slade, and unwillingly willing to do what Slade wants him to do. That was a mouthful of a sentence. Slade is pleased enough not to pull the trigger on harming the other Titans, but wanting to overuse his power trying to get Robin to call him master for his own egotistical ways, and to degrade Robin further. But before Robin is forced to say that, the rest of the Titans end up showing up, attacking Slade, wanting him to back off Robin. Robin tries to get them to leave for their own safety, but they reveal that they are aware of what's at stake here, and they would rather try and rescue Robin from Slade over protecting themselves from Slade's nanobots. Of course, Slade activates the nanobots again, starting the process of killing them all, and telling Robin to attack them if he wants to save them. And when you really start to think about it, it's like hurt them to stop from killing. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but either way, Robin is forced into this impossible spot once again, not knowing what to do, but seeing Starfire crying, he starts to think clearly in a fight or flight moment, noticing Slade's device for the nanobots, and decides to go after that instead of attacking his friends. Now, in a desperate move to get to what Slade really wants, rather than just a fight to defeat him, Robin uses the device on himself, sending the same nanobots into his body as a bargaining chip. As the pain starts to get to him, he tells Slade that now if he's going to kill the Titans, he's going to kill all of them, including his own apprentice, using Slade's own words of not liking when he loses against him. This moment was pretty big. Robin is willing to stand by his team and die with them, being the only risk that could possibly stop Slade from doing this, and also helping show his actual loyalty and love for the rest of the team. It's an honorable thing and a real gamble of life or death stakes that ends up working in his favor, as Slade realizes what would now be at stake. He ends up breaking the controller, thus setting the Titans free once more, but Slade still isn't happy and tries to attack Robin to engage in another fight. But Robin anticipated this, being able to counter him because of the sloppiness that comes from attacking in the heat of rage and being blinded by it. This is a great way to see that Robin could see himself in Slade and that they are, or were, alike, using what got Robin in so much trouble before against him, as Robin, back in the leadership role of the Titans, has them all attack Slade now. This leads to Slade's mask being broken some more, revealing a bit more of his actual face as he then retreats to the shadows for now, but swearing that they have not seen the last of him. He also then sets off a self-destruction feature in his hideout that leaves the Titans in danger for a moment, but before making their escape out of there, Cyborg takes the nanobot machine to bring back out to the tower, as there, they are able to take out the nanobots from their systems and not be under the threat of spontaneously being killed from the inside out. To end the first season of the show and to reward themselves for taking down their biggest threat yet, at least for now, Raven surprisingly wants them all to celebrate and enjoy this moment as they begin to have breakfast for dinner as the said celebration. You know, Beast Boy really turned her on to that. I think she's just actually into it. Which, breakfast, despite being the quote-unquote most important meal of the day, is kind of a lame reward thing for a dinner, but that's really only because of my bias. I'm just not that big on breakfast foods in general. So like maybe dinner for breakfast would be a lot better. Don't at me. Starfire gets a moment to speak with Robin privately where she expresses her sorrow for thinking that Robin could actually be a bad guy or anything close to what Slade is, but Robin admits to being doubtful about himself, his abilities, his leadership skills, his relationship to his friends, all of it. But through being forced to be Slade's apprentice, he feels a lot more focused and knows himself better than ever. He also does claim that he understands that he and Slade do have similarities, but there is still a big difference that separates them to truly define them and their character. That thing is who is surrounding them. And for Robin, that's his friends. The strength that it gives him, the comfort that they offer, and the bond that they all have and share. The two of them share in the nice moment of that sentiment as they partake in celebrating defeating Slade for the time being and having Robin back with them all in a much stronger way than ever before. While there is a lot of learning and growing left for Robin, his character is built up greatly through what Slade put him through, and while he still needs to prove himself through his actions moving forward to show the actual growth, the Titans are better than ever and fully back together again as we now close out the first season. What a great season that really gets you introduced to some incredible characters, both heroes and villains alike. You get a good sense of who each character within the Titans truly is, their personalities, their individual strengths and weaknesses, and how they operate while navigating their own issues. It's not hard to become a massive fan of the show just from the first season. You can see all of the potential paths forward having now had the time to really connect with these characters. But how did the audience actually react to this season? Was there a connection that was able to be made that drew more people in? Well, according to Animation World Network, who was reporting on Cartoon Network's upfront presentation for advertisers in 2004, they listed Teen Titans as Cartoon Network's most successful new series of 2003. Also, according to Time Warner themselves, the parent company of Cartoon Network, there was substantial growth across the board for their demographics. The viewership was high, all the age range demos were growing in numbers, and it was a great time for the network overall. The shows that were working all seemed to really get the rockstar treatment, so Teen Titans was no different, receiving a 52 episode order to keep the hits coming. I think it's safe to say that the show was a pretty big hit for the network. It really connected with the audience of varying ages watching, and resulted in the following seasons of the show that we get to continue on talking about. So then, let's move forward into the second season of the show, and see how it continues to evolve in many new and cool ways. Oh, surprise, we're not jumping into the second season just yet. How about a little bit of a breather in between? Yes, let's talk about the video game side of things when it comes to the Teen Titans. For the Teen Titans property, there were only 3 original video games made and released, with 2 of them being on the Game Boy Advance and 1 being on home consoles. The first one that was released was simply titled Teen Titans and dropped on October 16th, 2005 for the GBA. It's what you'd expect to come from a tie-in video game on the Game Boy Advance. It's a side-scrolling platforming beat-em-up, but what does make it a bit different is that you get to control the Teen Titans with their individual abilities and powers, which is pretty cool, making them all feel unique and needed for play in the game. The sprite work on them as well is really nice and detailed with great animation, and I appreciate the little sound bites from the show. Yeah, Raven, use that Azarath Metreon Synthos. Good times. Good times. With these games all coming out at a point where the show is further into the series than we are currently discussing, I won't get into all that much detail about the plot plot or spoilers if you're worried about that, but it does deal with the conflict where the Titans are having to go up against the evildoers from the Hive Academy, which include the familiar faces of Gizmo, Jinx, and Mammoth, as you have to head to deal with Brother Blood. Outside of the cool factor of playing as the Titans and seeing these characters in their sprite-based video game form, the game doesn't have that much to offer and can be beat within a couple hours. The main Teen Titans game I played and remembered the most is also titled Teen Titans, but it's just on the consoles now instead of the GBA. This one dropped on May 24th, 2006, and all it needed to do was one thing to really make it work, make it feel like it understood what a fan of the show would want, and that's to feel like a Teen Titan and kick some bad guy butt. In the game, you are able to play as each of the Titans, swapping between them as you make your way through the levels of the game, as they all feel a bit unique from one another. Robin is the quickest and used for a full range of melee attacks thanks to both his bow staff and his range of martial arts, as well as he can perform the gravity and physics-defying video game classic, the double jump. Cyborg is the up-close and personal type with some strong punches, but also has a slight ranged attack with his arm cannon. He's also large and topples through enemies. Starfire is your long-range main. Her starbolts are a lot more powerful than her melee attacks and can shoot at a more rapid rate overall. For Raven, she's a pretty balanced character. She can be intimidating at close range, but of course her telekinesis can be used at long range. Plus it's Raven and she can do nothing wrong. And of course, there is Beast Boy. He can transform into different animals that allow him to have better close range or long range attacks, but can still fight in his basic form. Oh, he can also do the double jump. The gameplay is very reminiscent of other superhero-based games from around that time, like Marvel's Ultimate Alliance series, but the levels you traverse throughout this game aren't too memorable, and for sure fall into that bland category of, gray colors and a dark overall palette, how nice. But that's not to say every level is like that, because there are definitely some levels that do pop visually more so than others. And at least within the environments, you have the Titans themselves to brighten things up a bit for you. Now, while it's fun to play as them all, the game is very repetitive, and you'll be doing the same things every level. But at least the enemies do change, and there is a couple of diversions that are kind of a fun step away from punching and kicking, but the action itself really doesn't vary too much. I mean, sure, it's a beat 'em up, and you do constantly beat things up, but it feels like it's missing some pizzazz or flair from the world you're in. If the Titans are trapped in a video game per the plot of the story we are following here, why not base the areas you travel on something more, I don't know, interesting than the power plant? But let's first talk about the aesthetic of the game, as well as if it truly captures what makes the show so special and beloved. The first thing you'll notice is that the full team's voice actors are the actual voice actors from the show, adding that nice level of authenticity to the dialogue within the cutscenes and throughout the battles. And speaking of that dialogue, the script feels ripped right out of an episode of the show. The characters all feel like they would have acted or spoke with one another, filling their conversations with jokes when it's appropriate to have some, being serious when they need to be serious, and never stepping too far in either direction. I appreciate this level of care when adapting a show into a video game, as even if everything else wasn't up to par to make it a great game, a game like this can be held up a bit more because of the characters being that good in comparison to who they are in the source material. The game, however, does have one other fun mode though, the Tournament of Heroes mode, that lets you and 3 other friends, if you even have any, choose from a pretty cool roster of heroes and villains to play as, against one another. It's just a fun little add-on that gives the game a bit more value, and it's just cool to see and play as all these different types of characters from the show. It's not the greatest game in the world, but I am always filled with nostalgia when looking back on it and playing it. Finally, the last main video game to come out based on this iteration of the show was Teen Titans 2 on the Game Boy Advance. Of course, it's a follow-up to the first game and would operate in a very similar way. It came out on October 23rd, 2006, and follows some way later story elements from the show that deal with the Brotherhood of Evil. It's another short little mission with the Titans. The same thoughts really apply here as well. It looks really nice, I like playing as the Titans, but it's just an average game with not much going on for it other than it being in relation to the property. It's the perfect example of a time waster. Nothing much is gonna happen, but it can sure pass the time and it's bearable. Now, technically, while these 3 games are the only ones I'm really talking about for this section of the video, I think I'd just hate myself a little too much if I didn't at least bring up all of like the Flash games we used to play on the computer on Cartoon Network's website back in the day. But no, we're not gonna go off on a long tangent and go through them all. There's so many of them. There was a bunch that I even played that came out after I played the original ones, but the one I played the most was this one right here. It's Battle Blitz. It's kind of basic in comparison to everything that's come beyond it, but it's, hey, you know, I played it a lot. It wasn't great, That's the one I played a lot. Okay, now you gotta tell me some of your favorite Flash games for the Teen Titans from back in the day, though. Anyway, that was a fun little diversion down to the video game side of things for the Teen Titans. I am sure you all have your own memories regarding at least one or some of the games I talked about here, so please tell me in the comments what Teen Titans game or games you used to play and how you feel about them. For now, though, we need to continue forward into the second season of the show, as things get a little bit more exciting here, especially for one specific storyline that I'm pretty excited to talk about.
No way.
To start off the second season of the Teen Titans, we have the episode, How Long Is Forever? It puts the immediate focus onto Starfire as we get to go on this pretty interesting and incredible adventure. For Starfire, it's a special day called Blorthog, a holiday celebrated by her people that focuses on celebrating friendship in general. So naturally, she is excited to partake in this and spread this cheer onto her friends. Unfortunately, the day starts off not so great as all of the other Titans are having their own issues with one another. It's all small things, the annoyances where everyone is getting on each other's nerves for being too noisy, or arguing over a video game controller, or being gross and someone else is disgusted. Nothing serious, but as this was all happening, Starfire is the outlier who just wanted to spread cheer while everyone is not really giving the time of day because of this bickering mess between each other. Part of Starfire trying to get the celebration going is by giving out these pearl necklaces, but Cyborg accidentally ends up making her drop them as she hits her limit of trying to put up with them all being in this combative state that they're all in with each other, having her anger now finally get all of their attention as she brings up the other term of her people that is the opposite of Blorthog called Rekma, which focuses on the drifting apart of friends. Beyond that just being something that means what it means, it would apparently end in the result of friendships ending, so it's a bit more serious to her than her friends may realize. The rest of the team chalk it up to this is just how friends who live together can act sometimes towards one another, and it isn't that serious as they all try to reassure Starfire that they will always be friends and that the friendship they all share in is very strong and everyone values one another. Right on cue though, they all get called away on a mission to the museum where we meet the villain Warp, a person who has the ability to time travel that comes from the future who wants to steal a special clock called the Clock of Eternity. This clock holds a high value in the future, so he comes from the future for a quick time heist here to get his hands on it. The character of Warp and him being from the future makes it a bit easier for him to deal with the Titans when they try and show up and stop him, as he is able to get away after protecting himself through a portal that leads back to his time in the future. Starfire, however, still has the energy in the fight to head through the portal after him, as the portal then closes, sending her into this void-like wormhole where she is able to attack Warp further, pulling off a piece of his armor that contained a crucial part of his abilities. But due to this, rather than going a full 100 years into the future, they end up slipping from the wormhole, ending up in a different number of years into the future. She immediately realizes that something is off as she first sees the Titan's tower, but it now stands a decaying mess, and the only person living there ends up being an older and not doing so well Cyborg that is shocked to see her and reveals that the world she knows is now 20 years into the future from when she left through the portal. On top of this, there's a lot that she doesn't know, as in those 20 years that she was gone, the Titans themselves had a falling out at some point after she went missing, all choosing to go their separate ways. Knowing her friends from who they were back 20 years ago, or for her just a handful of minutes ago, she doesn't take this as the real results of what's going to happen in the future, but rather a result of what could happen but currently is happening thanks to Warp messing with time in general, as she was ripped out of her time and dropped into the future. And if this episode came out in 2004, then that means she is now in the year 2024. Weird how that works sometimes, am I right? Now, it's up to Starfire to figure things out, finding where Warp went off to and fixing everything. Cyborg himself can't do much thanks to his only source of power being this generator that he is attached to, and can't be on his own away from it since he has no more power cells to help keep him powered up and give him life outside of this. He does give her some directions to take in order to hopefully find the other members, that being Beast Boy, Raven, and Robin, but then again, he isn't 100% sure that his directions would truly help, help because of the falling out between everyone, especially when it comes to Robin based on having zero communication with him for the longest time between all of the others. This definitely feels a lot more like Rekma than Blorthog if you ask me. Nevertheless, Starfire ends up eventually finding Beast Boy, who now lives his life as a circus attraction and having a lot more of an out-of-shape appearance compared to what he used to look like. While seeing Starfire again, sure, is a big shock, we get to learn that after they all disbanded, he went off to be a superhero on his own, but quickly learned how hard it would be lacking that team aspect of the Titans, failing a mission and deciding to live his life the way it is now as a form of protection, becoming a circus attraction for his freaky abilities. I say that in air quotes, and not being appreciated for what he can do to help people and stop crime with them. To me, this says a lot about how Beast Boy sees himself, as back when he was younger, he was running away from and fighting back against wanting to be seen as a freak because he was so different. We see how much he loves his powers and loves being able to help out in a meaningful way in any mission, and to see him now as just a circus attraction, being both admired or pointed and laughed at for the things that he can do. It's pretty heartbreaking to see him just accept this life, becoming something he never wanted to just be seen as. As Beast Boy just lives his life this way now, Starfire is forced to continue on to the next member of the Titans that she can find, with that being Raven. And where she is at now in the future, her future may be the saddest one of them all, as she is found alone, confining herself within an old sanatorium, having lost her mind a bit from all of the horrors of what's going on inside of her brain. On top of that, from just being alone and not trusting what she sees, having issues perceiving what is reality and what is something her mind is making up, and just giving her visions of seeing. So when Starfire appears to her, especially being the same teenager from 20 years ago when she disappeared, it's hard for her to even contemplate that it would really be her. So with nothing that Starfire could even do to help, that's as far as we get with dealing with Raven. Another sad version of the character to see, as last season we got a really good look into the horrors that she deals with, and despite trying to push herself away and be lonely, the power of her friends really help her and show her that she doesn't need to just be alone with all of this. And this look into the future shows what can happen in that scenario where she would be left alone for so long with only those horrors. As Starfire now seems helpless in the matter of fixing things, she ends up running into Warp once more, who now has clearly aged thanks to Starfire ripping off the piece of his armor, as he, well, wants it back. It's the main piece that can allow him to travel through time and also not have these aging problems. The two are at a standstill. Warp wants the piece back so he can return to his future time, and Starfire wants to go back to the past with everything the way it was before she left. While she believes that this future she is in is the result of Warp tampering with time and literally ripping her away from her friends, he claims that the future is the future and that history is something that can't be changed, saying he has no fault in causing her current reality. Through his explanation of how time works, and on top of that, his in-show logical explanations for time travel, everything that happens is as it is supposed to happen along one straight line. There aren't different branching options of time, new scenarios aren't born through changing outcomes. His example uses the clock that he wanted to steal, saying that in his time, history had shown the clock going missing, and it says that because he would go back in time to steal it in a sort of predestination sort of way. Speaking of predestination, the 2014 sci-fi film with Ethan Hawke is an underrated banger of a movie, and you should check it out if you haven't already. Anyway, when it comes to time travel in almost every form of media, there are so many ways it can be described, from how it could theoretically work to how time operates, and it can all get convoluted. I feel like everyone has a theory for how it could work, and the problem is you can't really prove how it would work, as we don't have definitive proof that it is really a thing that can be done. The way I look at it when it comes to media is just by going with how the show or movie itself wants to operate it, turning off any, well, that's not how it works sentiments, and just going with the flow. But Teen Titans here isn't just operating in that front, at least not for the moment. It's combating two different possible outcomes with how time travel really works here. Warp has his view of it, seeing and believing it is the way he does because, well, one, he is a time traveler, and two, he's only looking at it from the future going to the past, seeing his regular life in the future as his modern day. And for his reality to somehow be true with certain events, he must go back and alter the past, or in a way, he already has done that technically and is in his predestined loop of acting on how that plays out. And if that sounds confusing the way I broke it down, it's because it can be confusing when trying to break down a hypothetical thing such as time travel. The other point of view from Starfire is coming from the past to the future, knowing how things were then and seeing the difference to where things are at now. But for her unique experience, the key thing that results in these changes that she is seeing is her going missing for 20 years, causing this ripple effect into where the Titans are are now in life. If she never disappeared, the future would be different, right? Or would it still come out to the same outcome at the end of the day eventually? Even then, the logic Warp has is broken, because if she never left, and then they still all disband, it's still a different reality than her not being there for 20 years. If you want to break this down any further, be my guest. I'm not an expert in breaking down these time travel hypotheticals, but hopefully you understand the base points I was bringing up. As their altercation continues in general, Warp ends up getting the piece he needed back, but before things look too helpless for Starfire, someone else comes out of nowhere to help out, scaring Warp off now as the person ends up being Robin, or should I say his new identity, Nightwing. Now, Nightwing in the comics in general has a pretty interesting history that details the origins of the name being in relation to the Superman side of things, but what the name of Nightwing is most famous for being in relation to is Batman. The character of Nightwing follows along the journey of an older Robin who is on his own after being the sidekick to Batman, mainly portrayed under the Dick Grayson version of Robin. Regardless, the Robin from the Teen Titans show we are talking about ends up becoming Nightwing in this version of the future for the world built up here. We get to see what happened to Robin now and how his life as Nightwing is going, showcasing that he has his own new hideout and is a solo act, becoming the opposite in a way of what he was working on becoming better at, a leader. When the Titans separated, Robin pushed forward the most to continue on as a superhero or vigilante of his own, eventually growing up and giving up the name of Robin to become the main protector of the city, as we've seen the other members of the Titans aren't really around to help out in their own ways. Nightwing here is able to provide some light to Starfire's new misery after she expresses that Warp said there is no hope to fix this by saying that what the situation is impossible. But back when the group was together, they were able to overcome the impossible many times over, and this situation shouldn't be any different. It may be difficult and hard to understand fully, but not impossible. We get to see that even though Robin is a lone act as Nightwing, he still holds a level of love for his days with the Titans, having that connection to them that's never fully left behind, revealing a communicator that he held on to from back in the day that he hopes all of the others did for theirs as well. Despite their long time apart, he then makes a call out to them from the communicator to all report in to come together for a mission, whether it's a one last time sort of thing or a full-on rekindling of their friendship and team. For now though, Starfire and Nightwing head to the same museum to deal with Warp once more, catching him off guard as he was trying to fix up that piece onto his armor, as a fight between the three of them shows just how powerful Robin got as Nightwing, and how well he works together with at least one member of his old team again. Even though they put up a great fight against Warp, these two alone are still not enough to fully deal with Warp, and in this moment, we get the big entrance reveals of all the rest of the Titans showing up for the fight, proving that despite everything they are currently going through, whatever limitation they may currently have, they still held on to their communicators, and would drop everything to rise to the occasion to fight as a team once more. As they all attack together, Warp tries to make a break through a portal back to his time, but Nightwing throws a Birdarang that hits the same piece in the armor that he had just reattached, breaking it and causing his suit to malfunction, resulting in Warp's time traveling aging that helped him stay the same age to backfire and turn him into a baby. With the crisis averted for now and Warp technically defeated, you just know there was a thought of finishing off Warp in this infant form that he was in the Don Cheadle way. Okay, maybe not. But without a moment to think about it, Cyborg uses the remains of Warp's technology to keep the portal open as they tell Starfire to take that opportunity to go back home. As she takes a moment to try and question how time works again, asking the Titans who are all back together again if destiny can't be changed. But there is no time for an answer as she needs to go now before she doesn't have a chance to get back to her time. As she gets handed the clock that was originally stolen, smiling at all of her friends being back together again in the future despite everything happening before heading back through the portal. When she returns, she finds herself in the museum again, just 20 years prior and back in her time, now with the clock in hand and no Warp to deal with, giving her a peaceful thought of Warp's explanation of what she saw being her future was wrong. Later on, she ends up telling the Titans about the adventure she had just embarked on, as the others are just enthralled by it. Beast Boy mainly worries about where his hair went, and one of my favorite jokes is him in the future after Raven makes her entrance at the end, and he sees how she looks as he just pats his bald spot and claims it not to be fair, referring to what happened to them from aging. Hearing this story, the Titans see just how amazing and important the friendship they have with one another is, as even at the end of the day they all had love for each other and came back to fight alongside one another, they still ended up splitting up, scaring them that this would be or may be their future if it is to be written that way. Starfire ends up calming those concerns down, saying that thanks to their friendship and how strong it is, they were able to alter not only Warp's reality, but theirs as well. well. The future that we saw may only just be a possibility based on the scenario they found themselves in with Starfire missing. For now though, the rest of the Titans want to celebrate Blorthog with Starfire, respecting and appreciating her tradition she was trying to include them in at the start. It's a really nice ending that wraps things up in a legitimately nice way, bringing the team closer than ever and changing their potential future that Starfire experienced. I love how this episode deals with so much in such a short amount of time. Not only did this episode really get into time travel, but the different ways it can be perceived, just like in real life with no clear-cut answers to how something so unimaginably not easily understandable can be thought of. It leaves off with the feeling that your future is always in your hands. You shape your reality around you, from your wants and needs to your friendships and more. On top of that, you get a glimpse into these possible versions of these characters, where they all become a version of themselves that plays into their insecurities and worries, becoming the people they feared being or were trying to prove they weren't. Cyborg became essentially helpless, stuck alone as more machine than human, with no drive to figure out how to become a person on the outside again while being stuck to his generator. But we see him having figured that out. When his friends needed him, his drive and strength helped him push past the impossible. Beast Boy became a freak show attraction that he feared only being seen as, and stepped up to the occasion to become a crime fighter again, despite him fearing doing so after he failed at some point. Raven was able to break free of her loneliness and mental prison in the pursuit of helping her friends, fearing that if they were to get hurt and she wasn't there, what kind of friend would she be? And Robin, despite now being Nightwing and on his own as a vigilante, steps back into his leadership role to bring the team back together again with both hope and love. Like I said, there is so much to take away from this episode, and honestly, it's one of my favorites for it. You can also see this as Starfire really being a key missing component to them all being together. I mean, I am sure that if you replace the same story with any character, the results would be similar, but thanks to her personality and being the most expressive in her love for all of them, her wholesomeness and want for them to be close friends forever is that glue that makes the episode work so well. Oh, and going back to speak on needs and wants and all that, Robin, after hearing the story from Starfire about his potential future, thinks he's pretty cool as Nightwing, giving him this sort of excitement for the future. And if you want to dissect that any further with the thought of predestination for Robin to eventually become a Nightwing in the future, this could be the moment that needed to happen for him to hear that name and get the idea planted in his head. There are so many ways to look at this episode, and what a great way to start off the second season of the series with probably what I consider one of the best episodes, at least one of my favorite from the entire series.
Oops.
Moving on to the next episode titled Every Dog Has His Day, we shift over to focus on Beast Boy. It actually starts off with some sort of alien ship crash landing to Earth, revealing a green dog escaping from it that makes you instantly think of what Beast Boy would look like if he were to transform into a dog, you know, with himself being green and turning into any animal. You get it. I don't need to explain that. After the mysterious intro, we get to see that Beast Boy himself isn't having any luck back at the tower finding someone to hang out with and do, well, just about anything. He's just bored and wants to be involved in something. When each member of the team essentially rejects spending time with him so they can go do their own thing, he feels pretty bummed and lonely, deciding to go out and head downtown as it seems no one cares about what he's up to or where he's going anyway. I will bring up that when we see what everyone is up to, it is cool to see that Starfire and Raven are continuing to grow their bond hanging out with one another. While it's nothing major, I just like seeing that this world and these characters within it feel like they are moving forward off screen and between episodes as well. But back to Beast Boy and his feelings walk about through the city. He ends up coming across a couple of girls and failing to impress them in a spectacular fashion before seeing what it is that they really would like. And the answer is dogs. They like dogs. So of course he gets the bright idea that for him to get some attention, he should just shapeshift himself into a dog as well. He then becomes a green dog, but definitely different from the green dog we saw at the start of the episode, but to his surprise, the girls reject him again as, well, he's a green dog. And he smells and he's not like this other random dog that they're petting. It's a tough break there, big dog. We end up cutting back to the other green dog who is just scavenging for scraps throughout the alleyways of the city until another spacecraft ends up trying to get them, causing the dog to frantically run while the craft takes chase until eventually the green dog runs into Beast Boy as a green dog, making for an interesting and coincidental meeting of probably the only two green dogs on Earth. After a moment, the other green dog continues to run as the craft comes back after them, abducting Beast Boy, mistaking him for the green dog that they were after, leaving on the grass of the park his Titan communicator. And now, back at the tower, the rest of the Titans get alerted to a problem going around the city, referring to the mysterious spacecraft causing a scene while currently not being aware of Beast Boy's whereabouts. Beast Boy realizes that on board he now has this metal clamp of a collar around his neck and meets the owner of the other dog, who we will get to in a moment here, but Beast Boy immediately shapeshifts back into his normal self to show that he isn't the green dog this alien is looking for. Eventually, back at the park, the Titans end up finding where Beast Boy was taken, noticing the communicator and being worried about what has happened to their friend. But here's the twist. The other green dog greets the Titans, and of course, because the dog is green, they think that it's Beast Boy and everything is alright. This confusion could also be added on by the fact that the dog keeps jumping on Raven and licking her, and Beast Boy, well, you know, he do be having some sort of a thing for her sometimes. Another character may start getting in the way of those feelings, but her introduction isn't until the next episode. Stop rushing me already. Anyway, the Titans get into a fun montage of trying to deal with this green dog's shenanigans as they run back and forth throughout the city trying to just get a hold of the dog before finally cornering it until they witness some odd alien-like behavior, like its freaky tongue or the fact that it can do the blob thing right there. This gives them the thought that this definitely can't be Beast Boy, wondering further what's going on and where is or what happened to Beast Boy. So let's check back with him, as we then see the alien here looking like this pre-Ben 10 design is named Soto, and that dog running around on Earth was his dog. But he isn't mad that Beast Boy here isn't the dog that he was trying to get back, as he is more impressed that he can turn into any animal, claiming Beast Boy to be his new dog and forces him to constantly transform against his will. Beast Boy tries to fight back against this, but Soto's control through his leash and his near childlike nature of intense emotions leaves Beast Boy stuck there, as Soto plans to now head back to his planet on the far side of the galaxy, putting Beast Boy in a pretty bad situation here. Soto is an interesting one-off character, as he really isn't a bad guy here, or at least how it's being portrayed. He comes across as a young kid from his species that just wants a pet so he can feel joy. While he's currently threatening to kidnap Beast Boy and force him to be his pet, he doesn't know any better about what he's doing. He's just a kid who doesn't know his own strength when dealing with pets. So it's really an episode that doesn't have a typical villain per se, but something more situational to overcome, as the circumstance is the main casualty for the conflict. Back with the Titans, they quickly put together the information they know to determine that this dog is an alien, and the spacecraft was looking for the dog and took Beast Boy instead. You know, they aren't that bad at the whole detective thing. They first want to capture this alien dog and see what they can do to lead them to the ship itself, using Raven as bait for the dog to try and jump on again, being able to then contain the alien dog. Things only get weirder as the dog reveals to them that he can speak, only freaking them out a little, but the dog basically reassures their assumptions about what happened to Beast Boy, and only kept messing with them over the past however long because he was having fun. This dog was certainly having his day. For Beast Boy, he ends up sadly just accepting his new fate as Soto begins taking off and heading back to his planet, only to be surprised as Starfire comes down from the sky, pushing the ship back down to Earth, with the others using their powers and abilities to stop Soto from leaving. This only causes Soto to go on a tantrum, getting into a fight with the Titans outside of the ship, leading to Beast Boy showing up outside as well, showing that he has somehow escaped from the leash and aids in the fight against him with the other Titans. Even though he isn't truly hurt after all of this, Soto ends up sad and crying from losing his new dog, only to be surprised by his original dog coming back. But clearly, this dog ran away for a reason, not liking the rough and demanding treatment from Soto, as after he throws the dog leash onto Soto, he tells him that he isn't back, he just wants his toys. Soto, however, is extremely excited to see his dog again, and is even willing to switch roles with the dog, saying that he'll be the dog and the dog can be the owner. And to wrap this whole weird episode up, the dog just accepts that option and has Soto, now acting like a dog, get back into the ship as they both take off and leave Earth, ending this whole mix-up and conflict. That really wasn't too much of a conflict, I guess. It was just a kid who didn't know how to properly treat a pet and wanted that companionship that comes from spending time with a pet. The rest of the Titans offer some nice sentiments to Beast Boy and finally start giving him that attention he wanted in the beginning of the episode, as they each offer to include him in the same activities from earlier. And while he appreciates that, he declines for now when they all want to go get pizza, as he feels that he had got enough attention in general for one day and is just glad things are back to normal for now. There definitely is some wholesome vibes towards the end of the episode, and of course a whole classic switcheroo of two characters characters, making it a fun time overall, but it's nothing too crazy in the grand scheme of the show. Just a fun little side episode filled with some funny moments. A bit of action and some character study when it comes to Beast Boy, and how he can easily feel left out or unwanted by the others. It's not a super deep look into that, more of a quick glance, but I still appreciate how the characters are written and how they interact with one another.
Who is she?
The next episode, titled Terra, is pretty important and plays a larger role when it comes to the individual members of the Titans, mainly Beast Boy. It has a deep connection to the villain Slade, and also ties into how this whole show will end in the 5th season when we get to that. This episode introduces a new character named Terra, and we shall get more acquainted with her soon. The episode starts off showing us this unknown character running from a giant scorpion, and when she looks cornered, the Titans show up to lend a hand and protect her. But to their surprise, she doesn't need their help, as she uses her own superhero abilities to defeat the scorpion, as the others look shocked at what they saw her do. But before the group meets her, we see that Slade is back and watching from the shadows, speaking to himself, saying that he had his eyes on her first. Weird. Terra's abilities are that of having this geokinesis, or control of Earth's natural materials like rocks or stones and much more, and with her name being Terra, which is Latin for Earth, it all makes sense, and clearly we see that her abilities here are very strong, but her control over it will all come into play soon enough. As Terra meets the Titans, she shows off that she has a knowledge of them almost as if she is a big fan of them, knowing their names and being excited to run into them. Beast Boy here, though, instantly falls in love with her, thinking she's both pretty and amazed by the fact that she finds him funny, to which most people don't, so he'll more than accept that compliment. As she gets questioned about herself since she knows so much about them, she explains that she's basically a nomad, wandering around with no home and claiming to be a hero, saving the day where she can, using the land as her home, getting around and spending the nights in places like caves. Starfire, after hearing this, immediately insists on her staying at the tower with them, with Cyborg and especially Beast Boy pushing for the same offer, convincing her to accept it. Raven and Robin, though, aren't sure about things, as they hold back for a moment to speak to each other, as Robin thinks something feels off in general, as the two keep their guard up for now. Instantly back at the tower, Terra makes herself at home, easily fitting in with the flow, as she quickly knocks out by the end of the night, while the other Titans discuss what the next steps should be, thinking that she may need a real place to live rather than just a temporary place to stay. Raven is reluctant to agree and pushes back briefly, while Robin then suggests they give Terra a chance to show off her own skills while training with them, as some of the team members think she would be a good addition to the team in general. Little did they know that Terra was not actually asleep, listening in from the couch to their discussion of her and not feeling great about it. Later that night, Beast Boy goes to check on her, but to his surprise, she's gone, only to find her outside with all of her stuff, using her powers to skip rocks across the water, offering a place of peace for her to think about everything going on. Beast Boy ends up joining her to metaphorically break down her rock walls to get to really know her and build a genuine connection. This moment between them is so wholesome and nice as they enjoy skipping stones together, as she ends up saying that she can't stay, but Beast Boy ends up convincing her of all the reasons to, some serious, some silly, but in general, you can tell how giddy he is about her, and that clearly she feels pretty giddy too, accepting to stay a bit longer, and Beast Boy is ecstatic about this. As he mentions being excited to see her powers in action for training, her anxiousness causes her powers to go off, taking the rock that Beast Boy is sitting on and flipping him off of it as he splashes into the water. She immediately apologizes and begs Beast Boy not to tell the others, as if she's embarrassed about what she did, but also potentially hiding something more about herself and her powers. Beast Boy picks up on this and tells her that it's all good, and not being able to fully control or even understand your powers is okay. But she's adamant on him not saying a word, making him promise to not tell the others, to which he agrees, but doesn't fully understand still, as he claims they would still like her regardless. We end the night with her saying that Beast Boy just doesn't understand, as we now transition into the morning, where we see the Titans in full swing, training and showing off what they can do. For her training exercise, Beast Boy privately tells her that no matter what, everything is gonna be okay, but in his own nervous and bad with words Beast Boy way, as she then gets ready by privately repeating to herself not to lose control of her powers, cluing us in that it's more than just not having a full mastery of her abilities, but the fact that she may not be able to control them in a way where bad things can happen. Through this course though, Terra basically fumbles stumbles her way through the setup, practically destroying it all, but somehow clearing it to even her own surprise, setting a new record for making it through the course. Continuing the connection between Tara and Beast Boy, she instantly hugs him, admitting that he believed in her and she was able to do it, appreciating him greatly as he then passes out with hearts popping out of his eyes. Before Robin can elaborate on further training and thinking that Tara did a great job in general, they all get interrupted by an alert from Slade being back and an emergency for them all to deploy out to, as Tara utters Slade's name in confusion, hearing it for the first time. As they all run out, Beast Boy stops to notice that she isn't following them, telling her to tag along and help out as if she were a member of the team, happily now going along with them. Talk about a real ride-along for your first day, getting actual experience alongside the team and dealing with the ultimate bad guy for them. That's pretty incredible. The Titans then all arrive at a mine shaft. They all together fight off a massive wave of Slade's minions and are easily taking them out as usual. But thanks to Tara not having that mastery or full control of what she's doing with her powers, her attacks end up causing a massive stone to come crashing down on top of Beast Boy, looking to her like it squashes him as she screams out in concern for him, with the others getting alerted to this. In that moment, her anger for her powers causing harm to someone she cared about helps her tap into a greater strength, slaughtering the remaining few minions before running off. The others try and go and find Beast Boy when they get over to where the incident happened, but he moves the stone off of him himself by turning into a gorilla and showing that despite the annoying headache he probably has now, that he is fine and instantly concerned for Tara, who is now nowhere to be seen. When we cut back to her, she is further down one of the mineshaft tunnels on her own, and on the verge of having a breakdown over what had just happened. But during this moment, she witnesses Slade running around further in the maze of tunnels and darkness, and brushes aside her self-pity for a moment to focus on the bad guy, chasing after him, but little does she know that this is exactly what he was planning for. Slade tricks her into using her powers to trap them in, as she tries to hold her own in a battle with him, as he makes slight work of evading her abilities and getting the edge on her before dropping a big reveal. When she mentions that she's with the Titans, he claims that she doesn't belong with them, and not only that, but he's also been watching her for a long time, holding up a hair clip that she once dropped, placing it back in her hair, claiming that he knows why she's a nomad, always wanting to do good and help out wherever she goes, but thanks to her not being able to control her powers and how they are also tied to her emotions, it only ever results in some sort of disaster or mass destruction that causes her to move on in fear of how she will be looked at from what she had accidentally done. He goes on further to explain how she fails at doing the superhero work she sets out to do, and how it leads to those who depended on her to turn on her. To Slade, her powers, when uncontrolled, are dangerously powerful. In fact, the most powerful he's ever seen. But if she were to have the proper guidance, the proper training, something only he could offer her from his perspective, calling her rough around the edges like what Robin referred to her obstacle course performance from before as, but with Slade, he can help make her shine, using a handful of rocks in his hand that he crushes down to bits to reveal a diamond underneath as a visual example, which I may add is another reason why I love the writing in this show. Moments like this that tie into the character dialogue to an unspoken visual example that makes actual sense on several levels is just so good. The two exchange back and forth mindsets regarding her new friends, as she tries to back the kindness of the Titans for taking her into their home and into their group, and further with Beast Boy, who Slade combats her by saying that he's a blabbermouth, putting the thought out there that her secret he promised to not tell the others would be something he can't keep. This leads to Tara snapping as her powers become out of control, as her eyes glow bright yellow while a powerful vortex swirls around her, yelling at Slade to leave her alone as she struggles with everything going on in her head. As the power of the vortex is affecting the whole mine itself and starting to bring it down, the rest of the Titans take notice as Robin doesn't believe the cause of this to be Slade. As Slade then makes his exit from the scene, he claims that there is no one else that can truly understand her or help her the way that he can, mentioning that he will be waiting for her as she levitates in the middle of the vortex, eyes still glowing, but rivers of tears pouring from them. That is until Beast Boy then rushes in, burrowing his way under the vortex to reach out to Tara, grabbing onto her so he doesn't get sucked away, but this snaps Tara out of the state that she's in, seeing Beast Boy, someone she trusts and cares about, showing up to be there for her, telling her that it is okay and reassuring her he is here for her no matter what, as she grabs back onto him, crying into his arms from the pain that she is in and the embarrassment she feels from what she has caused because of her lack of control. As things calm back down and the vortex evaporates, Tara, in a very emotional state, asks Beast Boy not to mention this to the others, and once again he makes the promise to not say a word. The ending of this episode though sets everything in motion as things go from a calm 0 to a crazy 100 in just 60 seconds, as we see that Tara has her things packed and is ready to continue her travels, assuming that she isn't a good fit for the team, and still personally shaky from her own use of her powers. But the rest of the Titans stop her. All of the Titans share their kind sentiments about her, minus Raven, as they believe she would be a great member to have on the team, with Robin handing her a Titan communicator as she is smiling from all the excitement, feeling accepted and wanted after all of that. But then things quickly turn bad when Robin, in a hopeful and supportive way, mentions that while still being a member, she would still need training in order to master her powers, mentioning that he knows that she has trouble controlling them. Instantly, Tara drops the communicator and her smile fades from her face, as she then becomes irate towards Beast Boy, yelling at him, thinking that he broke the promise he made to her and told Robin about her problems controlling her powers, to which he quickly denies doing so. She doesn't believe him, claiming that he lied as she runs out of the tower as Beast Boy chases after her. This already hurts her, as it feels like a broken promise from someone she trusted in and cared about, but also reaffirms what Slade told her. He planted in her head that Beast Boy would do the exact thing even when she fought back against him doing so. Not only that, but now all of the thoughts in her brain from what Slade told her seem more enticing. They seem more believable and tangible. Maybe his guidance and training could be exactly what she needs to no longer feel the way she does. There's a lot of potential avenues and paths that are laid out for her now because of how she believes that Beast Boy broke his promise, and that leads into her trust in the Titans in general being no longer there. In the end, Beast Boy couldn't catch up with her, only finding her hair clip left on the rocks near the water where they were skipping stones the previous night. Robin approaches a depressed and confused Beast Boy, revealing that he just figured it out on his own, telling us, the audience, through context clues throughout the entire episode of Robin's suspicion, and now outright saying it that Beast Boy never broke his promise. He never told Robin or any of the others. He was trustworthy always when it came to his bond with Tara, and now through no fault of his own, it's now broken. We end the episode with Tara now running off into the night as Slade watches over her, claiming that no matter where she ends up going, that every step that she takes is only another step closer to him, foreshadowing Tara's future in the show whenever we get there and where her story may lead. While I will get deeper into Tara as a character as the video goes on, and her interesting dynamic in general to the Titans with her role and everything, for now, this was her first appearance in the show. It deals in so much character development, showcasing each member of the team's separate personalities in how they view Tara, while also bringing back in Slade, who builds up his next level of importance into the series while hiding in the shadows for now, as well as bringing in a brand new character and giving us a chance to really get to know her, seeing things from her perspective and not just the Titans, as we also get some teases or references to who she was before we see her enter in the series, as well as what happens after this moment. The weight of what happened in this episode to all of the characters can be felt, especially when it comes to the relationship between Beast Boy and Tara. When we see Beast Boy in the end back where they skipped rocks, nothing needs to be said in that moment for you to feel the heavy amount of pain that he feels. You can relate in many ways to those feelings and understand the impact that they have. Again, the characters in the show are not perfect. They have struggles with their emotions and can feel broken or lost, regardless of feeling that as a teenager like the characters are, or even as an adult. The show has such a powerful and real authentic way of drawing you in as a viewer, thanks to how much time was spent crafting such real characters within a cartoon world about superheroes and villains. It's a fantastic episode that sets up so much more to come in the future.
I didn't know.
As per the usual, our next episode takes another focus onto a specific character from the group. This time we now look to Cyborg for the episode titled Only Human. We see all of the Titans getting some training in, each of them focusing on their own separate abilities, as we see that Cyborg is lifting weights, pushing himself to higher limits, as the others are supporting him and encouraging him that he can do it, and frankly, telling him to keep going and not to quit. But Cyborg pushes it too far, going further than his full capabilities, claiming that he can't do it, while the others, like Robin, are telling him that he can. And that's when his limitations break, as the weights collapse on top of him, as he then refuses help up and storms out of the room in anger and disappointment. Robin chases after him to make sure that he's okay, as Cyborg explains that when he says he can't do something like that, he means it. He has limits that are built in thanks to his mechanical body, so whatever those top limits are, he can't push past them or work harder to do so like he could when he was a human, with no mechanical parts, back when he was an athlete and had the love and drive to push himself to find new limits to constantly break. It's just something that he can't do now, as Robin understands what he is saying, as Cyborg continues to then walk away to be by himself. Later on, Cyborg is just trying to play video games on the couch, as the others hilariously try and fail to cheer him up, thinking that this is what he needs, but Robin eventually suggests that some time alone is what he needs right now. And in the meantime, he ends up beating his online opponent named Atlas in this fighting game, who then is furious about losing in the game to Cyborg, demanding a rematch, to which he accepts, as a large robot then comes out of nowhere to blast through the window and TV to pull Cyborg out for a real fighting match. Atlas here is a large robot voiced by the legendary Keith David, who is accompanied by Spike, a human mechanic that aids Atlas with constant repairs and upgrades so that he can handle any situation, and as their battle looks like it's going in Atlas's favor, the rest of the Titans take notice and jump in to help, but quickly prove no match for him as Atlas claims that humans aren't strong enough or something for him to even worry about, trapping them in these prison orbs as Cyborg rushes back to continue the fight. Atlas, however, offers a challenge to him for another fight later on, where he could save his friends, as Robin tells him to take the time to get his strength back up and recover from this fight before facing Atlas again, promising that for now they will be okay. After we see Cyborg getting ready back at the tower, he appears at a rundown stadium as Atlas strips some upgrades off of his body to immediately get into a squabble with Cyborg. As the battle wages on and the two trade blows back and forth, Cyborg hits 100% of his power, while Atlas still has strength left to give, defeating Cyborg for now but not keeping his word of releasing his friends, claiming them as trophies for defeating him, and there really isn't anything that he could do about it to stop him. Robin tries to push Cyborg again, telling him to get back up and go at him with even more power, but Cyborg doubts himself, saying he can't do it, living by the understanding of limits he sees himself as having. As Atlas leaves for now with the trapped Titans, he claims that he is all robot while Cyborg is only human, which could be the spark Cyborg needs to understand his limitations thanks to still having a human side of himself. But in the meantime, Atlas is playing the same fighting game in his home, or hideout, or whatever you want to claim it as. But I just have to mention a fun shout out here, that when he wins the match, he mentions the other opponent's name as Derek Wyatt, which you already know is a character designer on the show, so that's a fun little shout out there. I love little things like this in shows where some characters are named or referenced in a way to mention someone who is part of the production. I haven't been pointing them out, but since this one was just blatantly by name called out, I figured I'd talk about it for a moment. We then get to see Cyborg having a conversation with himself in a reflection of a window, splitting the conversation between the half of his face mostly covered in mechanical parts and the fully human flesh side, as the human side of him pumps himself up, giving him a bit of tough love about giving up, but having him remember that he is also still a human. That side of him is something Atlas will never have. For the sake of how Cyborg views himself, and for the sake of his friends who are now relying on him, he must go back and prove that he has something deeper within him, and isn't held back by these built-in limitations. Cyborg shows up to Atlas's hideout underneath the stadium, getting back into a fight with him, bringing the fight back up to the stadium as Cyborg finds himself still getting a bit overpowered by Atlas. As Atlas notices that he still needs more power himself, he calls upon Spike for help with upgrades, but in talking with the Titans and seeing how he has been used by Atlas, he refuses to help, leaving Atlas at the power level he is at, not being able to have any upgrades. Spike also releases the rest of the Titans, allowing them to block the exit as Atlas was trying to make a break for it, but they themselves were not going to step into the fight, leaving it a completely fair match between Cyborg and Atlas. Cyborg ends up having to push himself past 100% to still take down Atlas at a base level, tapping into his human willpower and strength, surpassing any limitation he believed he had, defeating Atlas and appreciating who he is, as Atlas admits to Cyborg being a better robot, but with him replying that he is a better person. As we close off the episode, the rest of the Titans cheer on Cyborg for what he overcame, as Cyborg makes a sentiment about his body having limitations, but when putting his mind to it, there is no limit to what he can do. They now all walk off into the sunset as Cyborg continues on by saying, after all, he's only human. This episode further deep dives part of what we explored with Cyborg in the first season, as now we see him at the start feeling limited by his robotic side, and finding not just the love for his human side, but the strength and willpower that comes from that human side, of allowing himself to still push past his perceived robotic limitations to take down an opponent that is fully a robot who ends up relying on a mechanic to upgrade his limitations, since he can't push past them on his own. At the same time, even though Spike is a side character here, he gets an arc to discover self-respect thanks to the Titans letting him see, with his own eyes, how Atlas views humans in general, meaning he is seen as inferior in Atlas's eyes, not respected for all the stuff he actually does to help Atlas out, to give him these greater powers. But Robin gets through to Spike that Atlas is only stronger than him and can push him around thanks to what he provides to him, and without Spike's mechanic abilities, Atlas is nothing. Overall, it's a solid episode that lets us explore Cyborg and his struggles with identity, between being part human and part machine. It just leaves you feeling good and kind of motivated by the end of it. I mean, I'm not lifting weights like that, obviously. Maybe I'll start with These, yeah, that's more my speed.
The Teen Titans.
For our next episode titled Fear Itself, we get the introduction of a character named Control Freak, a villain who claims to be the arch nemesis of the Teen Titans despite them not really having a clue who this guy is. All we get to know is that this character is a nerd. Hey, I'm a nerd too, go check out my second channel for proof, it's about Pokemon. But we see him off the bat terrorizing a Blockbuster type store through trying to get forced validation regarding a Star Trek parody using a special remote control that can turn items into sentient monsters. Of course, this villain comes off as a joke to the group, but he does promise a whole bunch of that fear that the title teases. So maybe Fanboy and Chum Chum here has something up his sleeve. Control Freak does have more abilities here that he can do, as you'll get to see, so there won't be any commercial breaks here. Except for this one. Anyway, this all leads to a pretty silly and ridiculous fight in the video store as Control Freak starts bringing shelves, cardboard cutouts, candy, and more to life as the Titans semi-struggle to deal with everything. In the end, Robin sets off the sprinkler system to short-circuit Control Freak's remote, stopping the mayhem for now as he takes it away from him. At the same time, now that all of this is over, Beast Boy wants to rent a movie called Wicked Scary, a film he was excited to see, but also was terrified of the cardboard cutout for the film when it was brought to life just moments ago, but who cares? He's gonna get it anyway. And so now that the remote is placed in the tower for safekeeping, and this is the movie rented for movie night, I'm sure things are gonna go over really well. As they all get ready to watch the movie, Beast Boy warns them just how scary this movie is supposed to be, warning the others that apparently by watching this movie, weird and scary things actually happen to the viewers. Raven claims to not be scared, and the others don't seem to be worried about it either. But after the movie, it seems that everyone was extremely terrified from what they had just witnessed, including Raven, who quickly hides away that fear after all of the others laugh off the scared feelings they had to compliment the movie and express the great time that they had still. Raven, however, tries to play it cool and say it wasn't that scary of an experience at all, but it's a dark and rainy night, the prime time to watch a scary movie that could affect you differently because of your own unsettling environment, which is the actual case for Raven as she is awoken in the middle of the night due to a raging thunderstorm, only to see how dark and haunting her own room in the tower is, having the thought of redecorating because of that. But immediately a scream can be heard, sending all of the Titans back out into the living room thinking it was the movie still left on. But what no longer stays on is the power, sending the Titans into darkness as the monster from the film is now there and real? No, not a cardboard cutout turned to life or a special effect in the movie, the real monster is here. Naturally, this freaks out all of the Titans as they now have to battle the creature that terrified the heck out of them. While they all struggle to fight the monster, Raven is taken aback thanks to her powers not working for some reason. But after she gets knocked back, the monster disappears out of nowhere, causing the Titans more confusion and trying to come up with an explanation for what's happening. The two theories here are Beast Boy thinking that the curse of watching the movie did open up some sort of portal to bring the monster to their world, while Robin's more rational idea is that Control Freak has snuck into the tower somehow and reclaimed his remote to try and get some sort of revenge. But Raven questions why her powers didn't work as each explanation doesn't offer a reason for that to even happen. So they decide to do a sweep of the tower to investigate, to which Robin mentioned splitting up, but Beast Boy has the right call in the most dramatic way about how splitting up is a terrible idea in these scary situations. It never works out well for characters in horror films, so like, don't do that here either, you know? As they start looking around, the sounds of a small "help me" cry can be heard, but it turns out to just be one of those monkeys with the clanging cymbal toys, but not the scary looking ones like this, as it just turns out to be this little fella here. After this, as Beast Boy tries to break Raven about being scared, her angry reaction to it leads them to encountering the monster again in the hallway, giving chase to them until they think the coast is clear. But then, from the shadows, the monster's tentacles grab onto Beast Boy, pulling him away, leaving the other four Titans without him as they attempt to follow where the monster went. As they enter into the room where the remote is, they find it still there, trying to figure out what is possibly going on then. Robin has a moment that starts connecting all the dots, saying it all makes sense and that Control Freak isn't behind this, but gets interrupted before explaining to the others what has to be going on because the monster ends up grabbing him and pulling him through the wall as the others are left even more confused and having no clue where Robin was going with his thoughts. The three of them left continue the investigation, heading down into the bowels of the tower where what first seems like rats scuttering around the area turns out to be these demonic looking rats with glowing eyes that end up overpowering Starfire, making her disappear as well, leaving Raven and Cyborg left around. Cyborg brings up Raven being scared, which sets her off again, claiming to not be, but his flashlight then turns off, showing that he has disappeared as well, tell when Raven turns back around to look, leaving her on her own as she then deals with a flying demonic creature, an elevator filled with black goo to reference The Shining, and finally, now back in the living room, the original monster from the film along with all those shadow demonic creatures coming after and swarming her, causing her to feel overwhelmed, as she finally breaks down and nearly falls helpless to her own fears about this, but hits that realization where she admits, yes, she is scared, but that doesn't mean she can't still fight back. Now that she is able to finally unleash her powers once again, defeating all of the monsters and demons before passing out, she wakes up later on to see the rest of the Titans looking over her in confusion. But this isn't one of those, oh, it was all in your head type situations, it was just a dream, which is great. That cliche can get old, especially when it's so obvious. No, instead, it was all real and her friends were okay the entire time, but Raven's rejection of fear caused her powers to manifest into what they all just experienced. So she couldn't use her powers because she was already unknowingly using them. Her fear being hidden was able to manifest out of her, but when she finally let it out that she was afraid, those fears didn't need to escape out. Robin was going to say all of this earlier, but of course we need those clues and moments throughout the situation to allow a reasonable path for the viewer to follow that explains everything in a believable way. As the morning peaks over the horizon and the storm dissipates, Raven doesn't feel scared or embarrassed fully to have her friends know that she was scared, reacting to them all with a big goofy blush-filled face saying, hey, that's my bad. It's just nice to see that her friends embrace her no matter what, and that while she was still hiding her fear from them, in the end, once she knows what the real reason for everything was, she's grateful and comfortable around her friends for them to know this and accept her. Beast Boy even tells her how much scarier all of that was than the movie itself, and for Halloween, it would be fun to do it all again, as she simply states that she's afraid not. Who doesn't love a fun little bit of wordplay to end an episode? But the real question here is, who is going to clean up the giant mess that the tower is now in? The living room is destroyed, there's a freaking hole in the wall thanks to Cyborg, and do they actually have a real rat problem? None of that matters, because things will go back to normal anyway. Now, our next episode, titled Date with Destiny, brings us back into some more personal relationship drama, specifically with Starfire and Robin. We start the episode getting a glimpse at the villain we are dealing with here named Killer Moth, a character that has some interesting or less than interesting origins in the comic world when being a Batman villain who is just a dude copying Batman's whole flow word for word, bar for bar. Mothmobile, Moth Cave, and of course an outfit that looks like this. He also had no superpowers. Eventually, the character was used in the Underworld Unleashed comic event series for the DC world that involved characters making deals with basically the devil, so for Killer Moth here, he exchanges the rights for his soul to become a more threatening villain that embodies a more humanoid moth creature. Here in the Teen Titans show, he resembles from the jump that moth-like creature, but we see that he has human origins thanks to the plot getting set up partially by his daughter named Kitten. So here's the tea. Kitten is crying and furious over her boyfriend, or I guess ex-boyfriend now, named Fang, who had just dumped her right before her junior prom. This becomes Killer Moth's problem as Kitten demands that her father has to go out and find her a new date to the dance. But not just any chump off the old street will do. Oh, no. It has to be someone that embodies what it means to be cool. Someone who can make Fang jealous and regret ever leaving her. Someone like... oh, it's Robin. What's a father to do, right? You know, for a bad guy, he does have a heart, a softer side when it comes to his daughter and to the moths that he cares for. See, he was already planning this big moth invasion of the city so he can rule as the new master of the people there, but his daughter comes first, so maybe he can use his ultimate plan as leverage here and slot in something that can help his daughter. Killer Moth used to be a joke of a low-level villain, but here he has the look and power to pose a menacing threat. When we catch up with the Titans, they are actually in pursuit to stop a robbery from happening at the hands of, surprisingly enough, Fang, who, well, he looks like this, and I don't care what anyone thinks. I'll admit it from the start, unlike Raven did in the last episode, this spider head replacement person thing here is terrifying, and I won't be able to comfortably sleep at night knowing that this was something I had to visualize. All I'm saying is be grateful for when coming up with Spider-Man we got this instead of this. Anyway, this leads into a fast-paced and high-action chase throughout the city. Robin is zooming around on his motorcycle and Cyborg is fast and furiously racing through the streets, all leading up to Robin almost getting to him on a tall building before being hit with some venom that temporarily puts his body in a state of paralysis, causing him to plummet back down to the ground as Starfire swoops in to save him, and Fang gets away for now. Starfire also then helps him break out of the venom's effects back at the tower, while the other three are still out looking for Fang before they find out about another problem they have to deal with. A massive amount of Moths have just invaded the city, causing chaos by attacking a bridge as Beast Boy, Raven, and Cyborg spring into action to stop them. When it already seems like too many to deal with, but somehow they are kind of getting by, over the horizon of the city, an even larger swarm of Moths begin to come pouring in like a giant tidal wave. Before Robin and Starfire also get ready to head out and help, their screen gets taken over by Killer Moth, who showcases that the amount of Moths he has at the ready to destroy the city is unstoppable. And for him to hold them at bay for now, Robin must listen and obey to whatever he brings up next. Gee, I wonder what that'll be. Well, he has 3 demands. They are for him to be declared ruler of the city, the Teen Titans need to officially surrender, and that, yep, you guessed it, he needs to take his daughter, which he doesn't admit to it being his daughter, to the prom, which shocks and confuses both Robin and Starfire. When Kitten comes on screen, she clearly knows Robin and calls him Robbie Poo, which makes things awkward from there. As we all know, Robin has a thing for Starfire, Starfire has feelings for Robin, which will be showcased here more so in a moment, but when asked by suspicious Starfire, who is this girl, as if Robin knows her, and why did he call him Poo? Well, Robin doesn't know her, but of course this isn't a good look for Robin in front of Starfire. But luckily for him, her emotions switch to focus on Kitten instead. At first, she doesn't know what a prom is, thinking it's a duel, and says Robin accepts this fighting challenge, but upon finding out that it's a date, switches up immediately to saying he will not be doing that and is furious about this ridiculous demand. Before any answer from Robin is given, he pulls Starfire aside in another room as she continues to furiously go against something so ridiculous. But Robin tells her that he has to do it, which, hey, that doesn't look great, but then he explains why it's a good idea. By giving into this demand, it will buy them time to figure out a way to stop Killer Moth's actual devious Moth-related plans. He reassures a saddened Starfire that he has to do this, but he really doesn't want to. He then accepts Killer Moth's demands and is forced to properly ask Kitten to the prom. Starfire then literally blows up from the audacity of the situation. I don't blame her, like, I get it. She knows that this is what needs to be done, and Robin expressed his full disinterest in wanting to, but she still is jealous and angry about it all. Both things can exist. Thanks to this deal though, Killer Moth pulls back his Moths for now, giving the rest of the Titans out on the field a break from the action, as Robin explains to them what happened, sending them out to find more info on Killer Moth, his whereabouts, and what his connection to Kitten is so they can stop the plans that Killer Moth has, while Robin buys them as much time as possible. Now, at the junior prom, which has the title of Your Date with Destiny, that takes place on a cruise ship, Robin pulls up to the scene to be surprise greeted by Starfire, all dolled up as well for the dance when she was supposed to be out there with the others to help them. She attaches a corsage to Robin's tuxedo and uses the investigating and keeping an eye on Kitten orders Robin gave as an excuse to be present at the dance as well, claiming to also be backup if need be if anything dangerous were to come from the situation. And sure, other feeling-related reasons that she has truly have her here too. Kitten eventually shows up, forcing him to compliment her and be the ideal show-off date to make her ex jealous. It also makes Starfire more jealous, so she takes it out on this limo. Things are gonna go well at the prom, I'm sure of it. As the dance continues, Kitten keeps forcing him into uncomfortable things that he doesn't want to do, all at the threat of her reporting in to Killer Moth to go ahead and attack the city. And if Robin didn't get up and dance with her, his options were the city being destroyed, or even worse, making out with her. The scary part of that would be what Starfire would do if she saw that happening. Meanwhile, the rest of the Titans are searching throughout Kitten's home for any clues about Killer Moth, accidentally finding a secret passageway that leads down to a basement, and upon turning on the lights, they find all of the answers they needed, as not only are all the Moths kept down there, but Killer Moth himself is down there and gets the jump on them, but not before telling Robin through their communicators that they have located him. Back at the dance, Kitten now asks for him to kiss her as he gently lets her down, and by gently, I mean by telling her that he doesn't like her at all, claiming that the other Titans are already dealing with the Killer Moth and the date is over. She becomes furious and pulls out a button that she is on the edge of pressing, claiming that her dad is calling the shots here, not the Titans, which also reveals to Robin that Killer Moth is the girl's father. As she then tries to get a kiss from Robin, this time forcefully in the most grotesque and uncomfortable way possible, Robin stops her, rejecting her more by claiming to never even wanting to do that even if he were being paid to do so, getting his hands on the button but ending up in a position with her that looks like they were dancing. As right on cue, her boyfriend shows up for her, Fang, who spider walks his way over to them, telling Robin to get his hands off of his girl, which Kitten really likes because her overall plan worked. But here's the kicker, Starfire jumps in to save Robin from the attack, telling him to keep his legs off of her boy, which Robin doesn't have much of a major reaction to in the way that you'd think. I know this is in the heat of the battle, but he doesn't even pause for a second to turn to Starfire and go, "Did you say your boy?" in like a cheesy, hopeful, romantic type of way. Sure, he is a stoic character, but like, you know, like not all the time. Before the battle continues on, Fang and Kitten reunite and share in a really gross kiss that I didn't need to bear witness to, as Robin calls them a very bad couple, leading to Fang charging in for an attack again, and as this all continues, so does the fight between the other Titans and Killer Moth, as he is beating them up pretty bad, realizing just how tough he actually is. But for Robin and Fang's fight, Kitten thinks it's pretty cool that they are fighting over her, but Starfire angrily yells at her that this is not the case, leading to them getting into a fight where once her dress is ruined, Kitten loses it, showing that she has the button back and presses it, releasing all of the moths from Killer Moth's mouth cave, or just a suburban basement, I guess. The other 3 Titans, who end up getting a bit of an upper hand in the fight with Killer Moth, see all the moths releasing from their containment, quickly then now running around to seal all the exits, preventing them from escaping. And while that's happening, Robin ends up defeating Fang, and Kitten loses possession of the button, now rolling over to Robin, as he hits her with, "Consider yourself dumped," as he crushes the device with his shoe, cutting back to the basement where all of the moths, for some reason, are turned into caterpillars, falling to the floor and just confusing the other Titans. My question is, why is a singular button controller that's used for opening the containers also have this control over the moth's actions that would then revert them back to caterpillars if it was destroyed? Either way, I guess it doesn't really matter because it was still a fun little episode, so throw logic aside and just have a little fun with it. Plus, there is something that continues on from this that we get alluded to in just a moment. After everyone is stopped and arrested, Beast Boy finds himself playing with one of the caterpillars, saying that their now not larger mutated moth form could make them a really good pet. And you know what they say, every team needs a mascot, right? They don't say that? Huh. Interesting. Raven shuts Beast Boy down in this sentiment, but who knows, right? The episode ends in a pretty romantic moment between Starfire and Robin as they are crowned king and queen of the dance, as Robin, who made a major note of not liking dancing, offers a dance to Starfire, to which she happily goes with him. While it ends right there, the episode really pushed the needle forward for how close Robin and Starfire are. The first season showed us a little bit of that, will they, won't they, and proceeded to show that in harder scenarios, she really does care for him strongly, and that he can be a bit awkward and suppressing his confidence when it comes to his feelings for her. This episode pushes so much more into that in a louder and less subtle way, having Robin tell Starfire just how much he doesn't want to go through with a date with Kitten, and in the end, dancing with her. And for Starfire, really putting her range of emotions on full display in the form of sadness, anger, and jealousy throughout everything, but ultimately not having this be a factor that changes her view on Robin, but more so how protective she is of him. It's all really sweet and continues these characters' connections to one another forward in what feels like authentic ways as the show blends the more realistic scenario of a school dance surrounded by a fantastical plot to stop an invasion of moths that hinges on how the date at the dance goes in the villain's daughter's eyes. I love how it builds all of that up while having some fun action, some interesting villains, and some great character development to boot. As we move on to the next episode titled Transformation, that focuses on Starfire and gets into how she is perceived through insecurities and relating to another thing we'll face during the teenage years, puberty, we start off with this narrator telling the tale through a storybook of Starfire's near-perfect life on Earth until one day something threatens that. A big old lump that sprouts from the center of her forehead, and now we continue on through how this will all play out. She's freaking out over this, choosing to cover her head in a large hat and eventually revealing it to Raven, making the reveal to her this giant ordeal, but Raven takes a quick glance and tells her that it's just as it, and everyone gets them. This assurance of normality for her gives her the confidence to remove her hat and feel like nothing is the matter anymore. All the worries simply go away and the episode comes to a surprisingly quick close. Okay, that's not true. After Raven's help, Robin enters the room and all of those worries come rushing back in as she hides her appearance away. Whether or not it was for her own false belief that she is totally okay, or for the fact that it was Robin who walked in, she's still self-conscious about it. The narrator from the start returns to allude to us that something else is happening, something strange. And as the narrator continues, we see that the next day, while still having to hide her head, she then sprouts tusks from her neck, freaking her out further, causing her to hide her neck with a scarf now. But that's not all. The next day, her fingernails grow long and gross in an instant, which I don't think they're that bad. That's kind of like a cool look. But she now hides them in a pair of mittens. For the day after that, she then starts having the desire to eat weirder foods than she already would consume. Like this poor fly that she brutally slaughters as it begs for its life before she eats it. Great. Thanks, Teen Titans. Now I feel bad for flies. As Starfire would then hold up in her room away from everyone, the more days that passed, the more transformations would happen. Elf ears, scales on her body, big, hairy feet. It all made her terrified for anyone to see her this way. It's so bad, in fact, that she contemplates ever being seen by her friends again in fear that they wouldn't accept her and be mortified by her appearance. But in this moment, the Titans get alerted to a mission that they need to go on as she hangs back for a second while everyone else springs into action. And hey, look, it's the return of Plasmus, ruining a football game and drinking some sewage. Man, I've been wondering what that guy's been up to. It's good to see him. The 4 Titans who arrive on the scene first are struggling to deal with him, but Starfire from a distance ends up being able to defeat him for now, knocking him into the sewage below as he seemingly melts and dissolves into it. As she appears to them, she is basically fully covered in every way to conceal her appearance, as the others are questioning why she has been acting so distant and weird as of late. But before the questions continue, Plasmus isn't defeated, pulling himself back together and out of the sewage to reveal the next level of his appearance. But in this confrontation, Starfire gets her disguises removed, revealing her full new appearance to everyone as the Titans, Plasmus, and all the people at the football game all stop in silence to stare for a moment before all breaking out in a crazed laughter over it. It also becomes a gag where she's being viewed on TV, and with the people there pointing and laughing at the screen. I can only assume that this was a joke about the creators, writers, directors, or others from the production of the show itself laughing at it. Only thing that clues me into that is the non-human character here, who looks like the character of Soto we saw in some episodes back, who in fact was named after one of the show's directors, Alex Soto, who actually directed this episode. After this humiliation, Starfire feels so self-conscious and unaccepted, immediately flying away into space, leaving Earth completely feeling like and calling herself a monster. Robin tried to stop her from running away, but it was too late. She's already amongst the stars in space. She's not even blaming the reaction of the others as them being jerks, but rather thanks to the narrator elaborating herself not being worthy enough in her appearance to be with her normal looking friends. She doesn't even think that she belongs back on her home planet as she scours through space to find a planet of beings that somewhat resemble a monsterish appearance and would accept her, but ended up finding no such luck. Each planet only offered her more and more rejection, leading her to travel further into the vastness of space. But only now, from the shadows within a field of asteroids, a mysterious creature decides to follow her. As for the rest of the Titans, the T-ship is back in action here, this time being used to head out to space as they all prepare to go and find Starfire. As for her, she finds herself another planet to try out and immediately gets into a fight with a giant man-eating plant, leaving her to get chewed up, spit out, and booed off stage. As she now stares into the water on this planet contemplating everything going on, we cut to a POV shot that shows that she is being watched from afar, as we then see her head lump transforming further into a full-on horn. And just then, this moment, she is greeted by someone who can give her answers. Someone who knows her species and what she is going through, willing to lead her somewhere as Starfire finally feels some sort of hope in her situation. This stranger begins to explain to her that this transformation is natural for her species, as a part of how they grow up, letting her know that the transformation is different for everyone as Starfire claims her sister only went through a couple of days of being purple. And sometimes I wish I can just be Grimace for a couple of days. Is that why I bought this? Something is clearly off with this other character though, as in appearance she resembles Starfire's species, the Tamaranian somewhat, but things just don't add up as to why they would be here and know all this information. Well, the next thing that happens is that she tells Starfire that next she will turn into a chrysalis, to which she does. But then she reveals that she herself was that mysterious creature following her and spying on her, and is also coincidentally another alien species that are labeled as a chrysalis eater, transforming into her real form and leaving Starfire helpless and in danger. The rest of the Titans are following her path through space, visiting the same planets to find any sign of her. We even get a small Star Wars reference here, but then eventually show up to the right planet just in time to fight this beast. During the fight, Robin makes a break for getting Starfire out of the chrysalis, telling her that he is her friend, and however she looks doesn't change that, as she is still too scared to come out and be seen by them again. But when Robin finally gets it open, Starfire has returned to her normal appearance, exciting her to feel like she is quote-unquote normal again. Using her strength, she is now able to shoot off powerful blasts from her eyes that defeat the monster, sending the beast right over to the plant from earlier, as Robin makes another note that no matter what changes on the outside for Starfire, what's on the inside will always be pure and what makes her, her. It's a nice, wholesome ending with a solid message to take away from it all, regardless of the show going through this period of change for her with a complete resolution in just 22 minutes. But the metaphor of the cocoon or chrysalis and seeing that this is all a part of life, even changing a bit as you go through this, which in her case was unlocking more abilities, was still sending the right messages while semi-realistically seeing the world around you at the same time rather than sugarcoating it. These times in your life can make you feel uncomfortable with the way you look. You may be picked on, teased, or laughed at for certain things that change your appearance, leading to embarrassment, and you may end up blaming yourself or taking it out on yourself in unhealthy mindsets. I don't think there's a full-on this way or that way to handle or go about this experience, because it is different for everyone, which was also brought up in the context of how Starfire's sister's experience was completely different than hers, and was in a way less harsh degree, which can make it hard to not compare the fairness of what others go through. Then we end on Beast Boy apparently getting the chicken pox. For the next episode, titled Titan Rising, we get to revisit the whole Terra saga again, so strap in. We meet up with the Titans, who are all playing a game of volleyball on the roof of the tower, well, all except Raven, who is meditating instead, which leads to her dodging the ball as it was accidentally heading her way for the second time within a minute, allowing it to fly over the edge of the roof as Beast Boy begrudgingly offers to go and get it, but to his surprise, the ball is shot back up and rolls right over to his feet. And now, to everyone's surprise, Terra appears levitating herself up to the roof on a rock and asks what team is she on, which is a fun and cheeky way for her double meaning of not only playing volleyball, but also being on the Teen Titans. And even beyond that, what team, as in a hero side or a villain side, as the last time we saw her, she was running away, filled with distrust from the Titans and potentially drawn towards Slade, who seemed to be keeping an eye on her still. So let's see where this all goes, shall we? As if I haven't seen this show many times over. The Titans share in their excitement of seeing her again, more pertinently, Beast Boy, who is overcome with happiness and same old awkward charm as he mentions he thought he would never see her again, as if all the pain and sadness from her leaving was washed away. It's also nice to see the other Titans welcome her back with open arms and friendliness despite how she made her exit from the last time, ultimately turning down the offer to join the team. Well, not everyone is excited. Raven is still meditating and comes across as if she couldn't care less, assuming that after another quick stay she'd be leaving once more, but to everyone's shock, she mentions not wanting to leave this time and wants to officially take that offer again of becoming a member of the Teen Titans. With everyone's hesitant responses, she takes it as the offer has expired and feels perhaps a bit unwanted. The others try to reassure her that the offer wasn't rescinded, but they're just confused and have concerns based on how things left off. And the other concern being, well, her powers and how she doesn't have full control of them, which they all tried to not say outright, but Raven has no chill and did so anyway, so thanks Raven, you always keeping it real. Terra doesn't take this as shade though, instead saying that this is the reason she left in the first place, taking Robin's mention of her lack of control and needing more training to heart, and spending her time away, figuring out her powers and how to find the mastery in balancing her emotional side that's attached to them, proceeding to show this off in a jaw-dropping and flashy display that impresses the Titans as they watch. Again, aside from Raven, who notes that this doesn't prove anything and she could still be dangerous. After she finishes up, the ground ends up shaking as if there is some seismic activity going on, which causes concern for everyone, but Terra claims that this is not because of her, it could just be coincidental, right? If we look to her first appearance in the show, we find out that wherever she goes, her powers in trying to help out can lead to accidental natural disasters, like earthquakes being the example. So it's definitely something to remember as the viewer who has this previous information given to you that's not outright reiterated in this moment. As the Titans look further into what the shakes were all about, they're able to track down the quakes and gather enough data on the computer to show them that this isn't something natural, and it also appears to be something larger moving around underground. So together, they all head out to see what's truly happening here. Robin then turns to Terra before leaving and asks if she's coming along, leading to her asking if that means she is on the team or not, to which Robin responds in an answer that really isn't a yes or a no, saying that it means they need her help out there, as she now just goes and joins with them. Something odd does happen though. When she runs past Raven, she is stricken with quick flashes and visions, with them happening to feature Slade, as Raven then takes a moment to privately question Robin if having her with them is a good idea, and Robin isn't too sure, much like how these two were the ones being cautious and reserved in the previous Terra episode. But he does note that everyone deserves a second chance, and with a new situation to go handle, there's not much time to really talk about this right now. As we get to the city, the thing responsible for the tremors emerges from the ground and begins causing mass destruction. It's this giant worm-like robot that can change its normal mechanical face into a drill to burrow throughout the ground below. It's a pretty sizable and powerful threat that Terra tries to take the hero role in helping out from the jump, stepping in front of the others to attack the beast first. Moments later in the battle, Beast Boy gets hit by the beast and is left open to getting extremely hurt, with Tara then jumping in to save him as she continues throughout the fight to listen to orders from Robin and help out in their hopeful takedown of the beast. It looks good that her powers seem under control and she's being an active and well-communicative member in this fight to give reason for why she would be deserving and would have earned herself a spot on the team. This is up until she gets ready to launch a giant chunk of the ground at the worm, and Raven uses her powers to hold her attack back, angering her as to why Raven is not allowing her to do that. They proceed to get into a tug-of-war match over control of the ground chunk, as Raven warns it may be too dangerous as Tara claims to know what she is doing. This distraction that they have against each other now leaves them open for the worm to send an attack toward the ground chunk, exploding it, sending a bunch of pieces flying around, with some hitting the monster, but mostly causing the two of them to get in each other's faces about who's at fault for that not going over so well. The worm then makes its escape as Robin tries to get the attention of Raven and Tara for them to focus up on the task at hand, but it's too late. The worm has got away, leaving the Titans staring into the hole that it just created as Robin gets a call from Slade, where he immediately points the finger at him to demand answers as to what he's planning. Slade has nothing to hide and invites Robin and his friends to follow the path the worm created to find out those answers for himself. Obvious trap? Probably. Are they still gonna follow the path down? You betcha. At least during this time we get to see more of the conflict between Raven and Tara play out. In fact, Tara offers up an apology right away, but Raven's cold nature dismisses her instantly, making her feel not welcomed or appreciated, at least by Raven. Tara does this to try and figure out a way to make amends here, trying to calm the situation by wanting them to find peace and a hopeful friendship if she's going to be a part of the team, which only sets Raven off even further, as she yells back to Tara about how she is not part of the team yet and threatens her that if she puts her friends in danger one more time, she will never be a member of the Teen Titans, finishing the conversation by saying when she says something is too dangerous to actually listen to her, before she storms off from walking beside her. Beast Boy approaches Tara after this, with Tara asking him what's Raven's deal and why does she hate her, to which Beast Boy plays it up in the way that he usually does, saying that, oh, that's just Raven, she hates everybody, making a joke at the fact that Raven will eventually get used to Tara as Raven's still getting used to him. You can see on Tara's face that this definitely makes her feel a bit better and reassured, as the bond that Tara and Beast Boy shared seems to still be there, but still building back up from the way it was cut off last time. When the group reach a dead end, they are greeted by 3 of the robotic worms and start creating their own paths of destruction for the city. Robin has the group split up, sending Cyborg, Beast Boy, and Starfire out to follow the worms, while he picks up a signal that seems to be where Slade is further underground, having Raven and Tara use their powers to create a deeper path forward, which turns into a competitive, stubborn show of power between them to get the job done. It's not one of those friendly competitive feats of strength though, it's part Tara proving she's competent and can do this, and part Raven showcasing that it's not impressive to her, nor is it something to show off as she can do it too. Also a bit of who is stronger and who could do this better. Lots of head games going on between these two. The robot worms lead the other Titans on a chase all the way up to the surface, where they all connect together into a ring and reveal that they are all targeting the Titan's tower for some malicious attack, as it has these lasers shooting down into the rocks and connect with another ring underground. In that room below the surface, however, is where the other half of the Titans find themselves, as they have been trying to locate Slade. Robin sees the plans for what's happening, seeing that those rings are cutting the ground up from underneath the tower to sink it down into the ground. Naturally, the Titans try to attack the drills, with Robin trying to gain access to the computer controlling it to hopefully stop it, but when he takes a look up in front of him, Slade and his foot come flying into Robin's face, knocking him back away from the computer, where now their fight takes them to an elevator where Robin tells Raven and Tara to focus on stopping the drill while he handles Slade. Slade's pretty excited about this, being happy to get Robin all to himself, and now we get to see that Raven and Tara are forced to work together despite their differences with one another, building up throughout the episode. Right away, they get into a disagreement about how to stop the drill, with Raven opposing Tara's want to just smash the controls. When Tara pushes back about everything, Raven elaborates on her feelings from earlier, saying that she has to meditate every day to keep her powers under control, doing it for many years and continuing to do just that. So how can Raven believe that Tara, who can't or couldn't control her powers all too well not that long ago, disappear and then come back right away to have a control of them, with the backing reassurance of, just trust me, bro? Tara really wants to earn that trust, asking Raven what it would take to earn it, where she tells her to trust and listen to her, leading to Tara immediately dropping her rock and listening to Raven's thoughts about how to solve the situation. Before they could even figure out if there's a way to get into the computer properly, a rock attack from above falls from the drill's laser cutting, smashing the computer and causing the drills to work at a more powerful rate. Tara admits that her plan probably wouldn't have worked then, but outside of that, Robin and Slade continue their fight up the elevator, where Robin sees the collapse of the rock ceiling starting to give way, as Slade then jumps from the elevator back down as Robin escapes moments before being flattened. On the outside, above the tower, the other Titans seem to have figured out a plan, as they get on top of the ring while Cyborg drills a little hole into it, and Beast Boy turns into a rat to make his way inside to destroy all of the electronics, successfully taking the ring down and ending the drill from one side of the situation. But there's no time for celebration, as the drill from underneath breaks through, opening up a hole to the surface that begins pulling the tower down as water pours into the hole from the ocean around them. Raven makes a call that they need to get out of there, thinking that the situation is hopeless, but Tara thinks that she can do something to stop this and fix it, so she blasts her powers up to hold the ground from above, keeping it from falling down any further, which somehow breaks the other ring drill when doing so, as Raven, without retorting back to Tara not listening to her, uses her powers to help Tara hold up the ground as well. Together, the two of them are able to lift the tower all the way back up to where it once was, and with no explanation at the moment of where Slade went, how the tower and ground underneath are held in place outside of just making up whatever reason makes the most sense in your head, the episode is over, giving us a nice moment between Tara and Raven where the two of them seem to have put their differences aside fully, as Raven even mentions to her that she is considered a friend. She also jokes that it took her a year to not hate Beast Boy, so it's no biggie that it took a small fraction of time for Raven to fully accept her. Raven ends up leading her to a dark room though, where she flicks on the light to reveal everyone else there as they're yelling surprise, as they have given Tara her own room in the tower, and not only that, an official spot on the team, handing her a Titan communicator. As they all walk to the kitchen to celebrate Tara joining the team, she hangs back in her room for a moment, as she looks at the communicator in disbelief that the Titans fully trust her as the episode ends. But you can see her wording there differently than being something she's so overjoyed by, but rather for the purposes of gaining their trust for another plan. I mean, her hair does cover up her right eye in this final moment, which seems to foreshadow or imply some connection with Slade in ulterior motives. It's a great way to end the episode because outside of looking for those little hints or connecting the dots from before, everything seems so good here. It doesn't end in a cliffhanger, the music doesn't change to imply something nefarious, she doesn't smirk, have an evil laugh, and call Slade in private to announce that she's infiltrated the Titans successfully, none of that. For now, she's simply a member of the Teen Titans, and for what we know the most about her character from our time with her, this seems to be a good thing at the end of the day, but I guess we shall wait and see and discuss what happens next as it comes. I do like how the episode handles Raven's mindset and treatment of Tara, exploring bit by bit where her hesitation with trust comes from, and how she does open up her lighter side to Tara by the end of the episode, being the one to then lead her into her induction into the group. As for Tara's mysterious unanswered reasonings for fully mastering her powers, coming back all of a sudden, and more that are all vaguely brushed aside, it makes her character and how she will be important going forward way more interesting.
You competed well.
The next episode, titled Winner Take All, is a bit of a fun segue episode that transforms the boring everyday of no action going on in the city, so we're all just playing cards and getting heated when we lose, and turn it into a shonen-like tournament arc as our heroes here get teleported to another dimension along with other random characters in order to compete in a tournament of heroes, as we meet the character responsible for this, the host of the game, the Master of Games. We'll speak more about him throughout the episode, but for those who did get transported into this scenario, from the Titans we have Cyborg, Robin, and Beast Boy, while Starfire and Raven, and presumably Tara, who just wasn't playing cards with them, didn't get teleported there and are left back at the tower. There is also Gizmo, who has been an opposing force to the Titans in the past, Hotspot, a newcomer to the series who is a lot like a Human Torch type character in the way that his body can change from skin into burning hot fire. There's also Wildebeest. I mean, there isn't much needed to explain about him, the name just fits. And then the last newcomer is Speedy, who is a lot like Robin based on his training and leadership placement when it comes to being a hero. That will come into play later in the series, but for now, his specialty here is his use of arrows and their unique abilities. But lastly, in general, there's the return of Aqualad, who we hadn't seen since season 1 of the show. Now, when the Master of Games states some information about the tournament, he mentions that this is a friendly competition, but something tells me it won't be. Nevertheless, he starts going through all of the people involved to get everyone familiar with each other before promising spectacular prizes. But more importantly, who is the best hero on Earth? That's the title they are fighting for today. While they are offered a chance to go home if they choose not to compete, no one takes the opportunity to do so, with all of them wanting to compete. But based on the information we will soon know about the jewel on the Master of Games' neck, I don't think any of those who would have chosen to offer to leave would have made made it back. Either way, we get to see everyone speak with one another, having Beast Boy and Aqualad getting to show off that they're still cool with each other, but have that rivalry push to top the other when it comes to showing off what they can do. Cyborg is confused to see why Gizmo is here based on Gizmo being, well, not a hero, but Cyborg already has a personal dislike of the little fella because he once stole his car, and also he did remove his arm that one time. Hotspot and Wildebeest just kind of hang out, and lastly, Robin gets to meet Speedy, both having heard many things about the other, being impressed with one another's abilities. They both seem to get along well and end up nerding out over how their technology for their gadgets and weapons work. After that bit of time, the Master of Games shows back up, immediately sending them into the matchups to face off against one another. Cyborg has to face Gizmo, Beast Boy has to face Wildebeest, Speedy has to face Aqualad, and Robin has to face Hotspot. During all of their matchups, each of them get to show off their special techniques or abilities, making for a fun spectacle of constant action. By the end of the first round, Cyborg ends up defeating Gizmo in a rather sad and embarrassing way, as Gizmo's crying through the air doesn't help his case for trying to come off as a threat. Speedy is able to defeat Aqualad by freezing him with one of his specialty arrows. Robin ends up just punching the heck out of Hotspot, defeating him, and Beast Boy ends up accidentally defeating himself. All of the losers of the first round end up being zapped out of the area, which makes no one think any different from how they were brought to this tournament anyway, especially when the Master of Games tells them that anyone who lost was just sent back home. But what was worrying is that the rest of them who are left playing were referred to as survivors, when this is supposed to be a friendly competition after all. But after the rest of them are gone, the Master of Games reveals in private, and just to us, the audience, that no matter what, he's the ultimate winner and has all of the prizes, zooming into his jewel as we hear the voices of those who lost, showing that if you do lose, you would end up being trapped inside of the jewel and not returned home. And if trapping them all in there wasn't enough, just wait and see what happens next. Why does that sound like a clickbait article title? Just, I don't know, just give me a moment and crazier stuff is going to happen, okay? In the meantime, Cyborg is worried about what the truth may really be when it comes to Beast Boy, trying to get Robin to help him look around the place for some answers, but Robin thinks back to the card game from the start of the episode, thinking it's some sort of mind game to trick him into somehow not being ready for the next round of fighting and leading him to lose. Cyborg had no ill intentions, but Robin is a little bit too obsessed with winning here. Just another personality trait for his character that he can't really shake, whether it's in a real serious life-threatening matter or in something so nonchalant like a card game. As Cyborg searches the area throughout the night, he hears and partially sees what he thinks is Gizmo, thinking he should have been returned home if he lost, right? So he goes to spy on what could possibly be Gizmo, using his hand as the remote camera to capture what's going on, but then it's revealed that it was the Master of Games who is using his powers of the jewel to gain access to the powers and abilities of those trapped inside of it, swapping between the 4 new sets of abilities he has and being excited about what new abilities await him in the next round. But rather than Cyborg taking this information to Robin and the others, he instead goes to confront the Master of Games. This should go over well. We get to see that the Master of Games can use a combination of any collected abilities he wants, becoming an amalgamation of power, towering over Cyborg, being able to grab a hold of his attack and pull him into the jewel, removing Cyborg from the tournament and keeping in secret what really has been happening from the remaining 3. The following morning, he tells the rest of them that Cyborg is disqualified for trying to cheat in the competition, which Robin feels justified in his ridiculous and wrong hunch that he felt in the middle of the night. So now Robin doesn't even think twice, as they all get right into a 3-way battle against one another. I feel bad for Wildebeest because he just kind of loses real quickly here, as the real fight gets extremely heated and action-packed when it's Robin versus Speedy. The two continue to clash, claiming it's still friendly, reiterating what Robin said earlier in response to winning isn't everything, saying it's just the only thing that matters. In the end of the fight, Robin gives it everything he's got, going beyond what a friendly competitive match should be, breaking Speedy's bow to defeat him as he asks Robin if it was all worth it to just win, as he then gets sucked into the jewel and Robin is left the winner. But he learns quickly what is really going on when the Master of Games congratulates him on his win before revealing that the prizes won are not for Robin, but are for him, further explaining where all of the losers are and how he can control their abilities for himself at will, giving him at least 7 other characters' abilities to match up at his disposal, which seems pretty OP and not fair, almost like an unbeatable character that can do anything other characters have the more he collects, and with that, having certain counters that can be huge for defending himself in fights. The Master of Games, however, lives up to that name, and is down to play Robin's offer for the next round of the game. Robin taunts him by saying he isn't invincible if he doesn't have Robin, the winner of the Tournament of Heroes, convincing him to have a winner-take-all fight between them. The two get into a quick fight where it seems that the Master of Games is too powerful for Robin to handle, but he uses his brain to get an open shot, kicking his jewel, sending some of the people trapped inside flying out into the room, while they now all work together to fight a slightly less powerful Master of Games to save the rest of those trapped inside of the jewel. They all work together to do just that, letting everyone out as the Master of Games is back in his original form with access to no other special abilities. As he looks around the room at everyone, he admits defeat and says, "I lose," and then proceeds to literally blow up. Not kidding, he just explodes, leaving his jewel behind afterwards. I'm sure he'll be back though, something in a later season or two, or even a video game, maybe even 1 second from now, who knows. In the end, Robin gives everyone a Titan communicator. I guess he just carries a bunch of them on standby, making them honorary Titans, but Cyborg takes the one away that Gizmo for some reason still received because he's still affiliated with the bad guys and, well, Cyborg just hates him. And if you were worried that there wasn't some sort of lesson to be learned here, well, be ready to wipe off the sweat from your forehead and say, phew, because Robin admits that in order to figure out how to challenge the Master of Games to a fight and ultimately defeat him, is that he wasn't playing to win, but rather to save his friends, changing his perspective on what he is fighting for. So maybe after all, winning isn't everything. Who would have thought? Okay, but ignore that for now. The best moment here comes at the end because the game is never over. Look how many Saw movies there are. When all the dudes leave and head back to Earth, instantly all of the girls, including Starfire, Tara, and Raven, appear in the other dimension as they're all greeted to a tournament of heroines, and the cycle now repeats. It's a pretty fun episode that packs so much action into less than 22 minutes, it's honestly impressive. Overall, we get to meet some really cool side characters that may just lead into future expanding moments for the Titans, as well as a tiny bit of character development for Robin's obsession with winning. Look, all I'm saying is I'm not playing Monopoly with Robin ever, okay? That's it.
That was cool.
Now we are going to get into a pretty pivotal episode that gets heavy and continues the Tara storyline to deliver a moment that definitely made you feel some type of way when you were younger. This is the episode titled Betrayal. We get right into the action when the Titans roll up on a bunch of Slade's minions, doing his bidding, where we see how Tara's relationship with Raven is great, with their skills in battle being very much in sync, working with one another to take out the minions. We also see that when Tara gets attacked, Beast Boy jumps in to protect her, and that his feelings for her are stronger than ever. But without seeing the end of the fight, we see these freeze frames that analyze the different members of the Teen Titans, all except Tara, as we see Slade standing in front of a bunch of monitors, and around him is a bunch of gadgets and items taken from the Titans to be explored and dissected for information. Slade is excited and impressed with everything the person in the room with him has done, and makes note that the perfect time for them to strike the Teen Titans is going to happen tonight, and by the morning, they will be no more. Now, based on context clues, I think we can tell who this mysterious person is, but let's just jump into where things pick up. The rest of the Titans are hyping up Tara for her role on the team, treating her fully like a member that's been there since the beginning and appreciating what she brings to the group dynamic. She appreciates it, but gets a little awkward and brushes it aside as she is just doing her job and fitting into the role of a superhero and member of the Teen Titans. As the night winds down for them, the building's security gets put online, and they all head to bed, ready to figure out Slade's latest plans in the morning as Beast Boy offers a final goodnight from the group to Tara, who awkwardly responds once again when trying to confirm seeing her in the morning. When the coast is clear, she heads over to her computer, trying to send an email as she gets a knock on the door, seeing that it's Beast Boy, who surprises her with a gift of a heart-shaped box with a mirror inside of it, as it nearly flusters her as he then asks her out on a date. But Tara knows that she just can't say yes and tells Beast Boy that she just can't with no explanation. There really felt like there was a want from Tara to say yes, but for whatever possible reason, she denies Beast Boy's offer and closes the door on him, leaving him confused and a bit heartbroken over the whole thing, spending time in his room overthinking how this all was his fault and what he could have done differently. But during this time, Tara catches his attention from outside of his window, levitating on one of her rocks. She offers Beast Boy that rather than tomorrow night for going out together, they should go out now, and asks him if he trusts her, to which he says that he does, more than any other person in the world. But maybe there's another reason outside of her having an interest in Beast Boy for Tara having him come with her right then and there, as we cut to later in the night when Cyborg decides to get a little late-night snack, only to be surprised by Slade's minions surrounding him inside of the tower. Tara ends up bringing Beast Boy to locations outside of the city, nearly mirroring her old life of just traveling the road and going where the wind takes her. But for Tara, things are going to get a bit too complicated, as she is at this diner she brought Beast Boy to, seeing the reflection of Slade in a mirror that gave her a fright, but in reality, Slade wasn't really there. But this was enough for her to want to get out of there, yanking Beast Boy out of the diner, causing him to unknowingly drop his Titan communicator, as Robin is trying to reach out to him for the situation going on back at the tower. Speaking of that, the other Titans are dealing with an onslaught of minions entering into the tower, confused as to how they were able to even get in the first place, and wondering where both Tara and Beast Boy Boy are. In the meantime, Tara has taken Beast Boy to an amusement park. I guess there really are no lines in the middle of the night when it's closed, so it's really free range for the two of them to have a great time. Beast Boy notices that something is off with Tara as she then opens up about how she viewed this place as home for herself when traveling around, spending many nights alone here. He wants her to have a great time with him, caring about how she feels, but she switches her attitude to be more fun, claiming that Beast Boy is just a fun person in general, grabbing him to go and have a good time on all of the attractions there. And I guess there really is an attraction there. If it weren't for what's really going on, this is just a genuinely sweet moment. Their time here throughout this montage shows how close these two are and their feelings towards one another, especially seeing them laugh and blush because of each other and even locking arms while walking in the end. In the best scene of the episode and how it's handled, the two of them spend a moment on the Ferris wheel where Tara admits to Beast Boy that this is much better than any other plan she originally had for the night, claiming that over everything, she just wants to spend time with Beast Boy. She also asks him if they were really true great friends, that if she did something bad, would he still like her, as he promises that no matter what horrible thing she is alluding to, that he would still consider her a friend and care about her. But when they lean in for what is supposed to be a kiss between them, behind Beast Boy in the shadows is Slade. It's one of the best tension-filled shots the show has produced, as the plot and the relationship between Tara and Beast Boy start to truly merge all at once. Before their lips could lock, Slade interrupts, asking Tara if she remembers him, but not in a "I haven't seen you since the first time we met" sort of way, but as if he is mad for her not fulfilling a duty she had and is here to remind her of that. A way to ruin her happiness that she's trying to escape to, from something she is ashamed of doing. Slade and Beast Boy get into an altercation as Slade tells Tara to stay put, pointing out to Beast Boy that Tara didn't tell him something major and is surprised as such because he thought they were good friends. He says this in a snobby way to get under Beast Boy's skin in the most Slade way Slade can, and as the fight continues, Slade further prods his words of doubt to get stuck in Beast Boy's head, saying that Tara isn't someone he truly knows, continuing to say that she never really liked him, which only fires him up even more while fighting back. Tara tries to get to Beast Boy, offering her hand in a way that would try to get him out of the situation to save him, but instead he goes after Slade. Tara jumps in with her powers to help Beast Boy get out of Slade's grasp, causing her to destroy part of the place she called home and just shared a special moment with Beast Boy, collapsing the Ferris wheel with Slade on it as Beast Boy gets out of there, kind of representing the collapse of trust and relationship and how everything's going on. If you see what I'm stepping in, if I'm not. Beast Boy grabs Tara and tries to pull her to safety from any of the debris as they opt for running into the House of Mirrors, but they aren't alone in there as Slade is shown to be okay in following them in. Probably not the best place to hide, I mean aside from all the mirrors and their illusions. It's a literal maze and probably not the easiest place to make an escape from if you get cornered, but that's just me. When the two reach a dead end, Beast Boy learns that not only do both him and Tara not have their Titan communicators, but also the truth about Tara after she mentions not going back to the tower with him, as Slade then enters, surrounding them with his reflection on every mirror and telling Beast Boy that all this time since she disappeared, she had become Slade's new apprentice. In Beast Boy's confusion, Tara disappears again, leaving him alone with the reflections of Slade, as he gets emotional and angry, punching all of the mirrors, trying to believe that what Slade is saying is just a lie. During this, Slade reveals more about the plans he had with Tara, having her infiltrate the team, break them from the inside out, and leave them vulnerable for an attack on the tower to destroy them, mentioning further that this side quest Tara has taken Beast Boy on to get him away from the tower was her way of feeling some sort of pity on him. Well, it's definitely more than just pity, there's many layers to peel back for her reasonings here. Slade only sees it from a non-emotional side of things. As Slade digs into him further, Beast Boy still refuses to accept that she would do this, that she would mess with the security at the tower to put her friends in danger, and as Slade put it, see him as a pet that she could keep around. But after this, Slade and Tara appear in the flesh where Tara admits to the plan she had being true. Not necessarily the whole keeping him as a pet and only doing this whole runaway bit for him out of pity thing, but the general incident that is currently taking place, and for her infiltration of just gaining their trust to commit all this stuff, you know, all that works. This is a nearly heart-stopping moment for Beast Boy, feeling crushed over her confirming it all, asking her why, as Slade responds that he could never give her what she needs. All she ever needed was a friend to believe in her, a place where she felt at home and could grow on her own alongside everyone, and while that's completely what has been offered to her from the Titans, it was too little too late. Slade was the one to do that. Because of her past, her own experiences, and how she felt hurt from her perspective of things, it led her to believe in Slade's manipulation. He gave her the fast track to power, control of her powers, and what seemed like a genuine purpose when playing hero wasn't making sense for her. Beast Boy ends up trying to attack Slade in a moment where all of his emotions were not in line, resulting in Slade getting the upper hand, and he point blank shoots him with whatever you want to classify this weapon as. Tara still tries to break from Slade's orders a bit, telling him that she won't let him hurt her friends like this as Slade tries to push his manipulation on her having no friends. As Beast Boy hears this, he still only wants to protect Tara, no matter what the situation is, jumping at Slade to continue the fight as Tara makes a break for it, only to find herself surrounded by mirrors, seeing the reflection of herself, confused as to who she truly is, what she has done, her true feelings, how she views her life with the Titans, how she views her life with Slade, and how she feels about Beast Boy. She begins to break down, apologizing to Beast Boy for everything that she's done, as we see him walking over to her, questioning why she did any of this in the first place. Tara's apology turns into a plea about them always being friends, saying that Beast Boy said no matter what bad thing that she has done, they would still be friends and that he would be there for her, and she wouldn't be looked at any differently, trying to explain her reasonings for working with Slade and how he actually helped her, saving her from herself, but was now forcefully owing him for what he had helped her with. But Beast Boy rejects her, saying that Slade was right and that she has no friends while he turns his back to her, causing her to become speechless from the shock, feeling like the trust and bond that they had is no longer there, with Slade now ordering her to come back with her, as she now faithfully obeys the command, feeling even worse than ever before. We can see that Slade himself took quite the beating from Beast Boy, having visual scratch marks and damage done to his armor, showing just how intense Beast Boy fought against Slade for Tara. As Slade disappears into the shadows with Tara, he makes note of a change in their plans, leaving Beast Boy to stand there alone with his back still turned, visually representing the separation Beast Boy and Tara now have, as well as her role as a member of the Teen Titans. In the end of the episode, we get to see all of the damage to the tower that has been done. While the Titans were able to defeat all of the minions and save the tower, they don't consider this a victory. The four of them discuss their disappointment and sadness over Tara's actions, how they trusted her and let her in, all of it to lead to her handing Slade direct access to the different strengths and weaknesses they each have, information about how they operate, how their powers, gadgets, and other abilities work, and overall leaving them feeling vulnerable. While they won't let this stop them from whatever Slade has coming their way in the future, they note that in time, Beast Boy will be okay, as we pan over to him, alone and in the form of a dog, curled up around the heart-shaped mirror box that he had given to Tara. The episode truly ends on such a tragic and heartbreaking loss for the team, and more importantly, Beast Boy. He still holds this level of care for Tara despite all that she has done. While his words for her were harsh in their final moments together, they came from a place of pain, someone who is hurt. Tara's decisions throughout the series so far have come from that same place of pain and how she's been hurt many times before, realistically building that path forward for her to work with Slade. She does care about the Titans, she does really care about Beast Boy, but her role as Slade's apprentice doesn't allow that to surpass her allegiance to him for his help when she felt lost and at her lowest point. With Tara being such a complex character with a lot to unpack to truly understand her and her role in everything, it makes moments like these so impactful. You aren't left feeling good after the episode, it's a sad and sour note that makes you feel as if you have lost a friend, you feel hurt, you feel betrayed, and the only thing that can begin to heal that pain is time. The whole theme of betrayal works both ways as to how Tara betrayed the Titans and how Tara feels betrayed by Beast Boy for not backing up his words and still being her friend no matter what. You can pick this apart further through Tara having this back and forth about how she feels about working for Slade and tiptoeing the line of betrayal towards him, but ultimately still staying with him once she feels betrayed from who she considered her closest friend. It's a truly moving episode that will leave you at least feeling something, but that something isn't the feeling of being okay. The way these characters are written, the buildup of the relationship Beast Boy and Tara have, and the conflicts that Tara is faced with in her life are all realized in such an incredible way. While this is not the last time we will deal with Tara on the show and her connection to Beast Boy, it really is a pivotal moment for these characters involved that doesn't end in an inspiring or hopeful manner, but one filled with sour feelings and a bleak outlook for the future.
Magic finger.
Before we get to the final set of episodes for the season, we get a smaller moment to breathe with the episode Fractured. But the whole episode here isn't as wide-scoped and scary as it sounds. When the streets of the city are being covered in pouring rain, we get introduced to Johnny Rancid, a gun-slinging motorcyclist who is causing some mayhem that Robin rides in on his motorcycle to stop him. This leads to a dangerous chase throughout the city as Robin is taunted for his poor skills in handling his motorbike, which of course leads to him still on the chase, getting into more dangerous situations situations, even getting a cool Dark Knight Returns-esque lightning shot, before ultimately getting into a major crash that lets Johnny get away. But it's not going to be that much of an inconvenience to his everyday life. He's practically okay. He just has a small fracture in his arm now, and maybe in his mindset. At first you think we're going to get into this whole whirlwind of an argument between the rest of the team and Robin after he really starts bashing himself for messing up and getting hurt, while the others try to explain that accidents happen. When he tries to stand up, the others try holding him down, thinking he was going to be like how he usually would be, acting like he needs to go prove something, be stubborn, get back out there and try to handle Johnny Rancid all on his own. But to their surprise, he just wanted to grab the remote for the TV and admits to not having any drive to do that, thinking that the others could definitely handle him if he comes back around, and he wouldn't want to get in the way with the condition his arm is in now. So it seems that the character growth for Robin is on full display here, but moments later, things get weird, like really weird, as Robin contorts all around, eventually popping out a little version of himself who claims to also just be Robin, which leaves you just as confused as all of the other Titans are. This little precursor to the Teen Titans Go version of Robin is bouncing all over the place, hyper as heck and way more overly animated than the others, as we learn that both of these Robins do in fact have the same DNA, where this smaller Robin tells us about him being from another universe. So he is Robin, but he's also not Robin, because he's this Robin's #1 fan, but is in fact going by a different name from his universe, that being which is just one of the secret identity real names for Robin, Dick Grayson, spelled backwards. But saying his name is already too hard for the others to do, so they opt for just calling him Larry. And he just accepts this in the most overjoyous way possible, with the same energy of bouncing around the room still. His powers or abilities are quite odd as well, showing the others that he has this magical finger that can bend the rules of reality, thus magically explaining how he can just come out of nowhere, or in this case, from inside of Robin, and do all this weird stuff. Larry here has been able to watch this universe from his, being able to watch Robin take down the bad guys as his own personal weekly TV show, much how we viewed the show as it premiered in a way. But as he was watching Robin, his hero, get hurt from the motorcycle chase, he just knew that he had to come and do something to help out. It's his time to shine and be there for himself, or for Robin, or his hero. You know, it's all really confusing when you try to find the logistics here. So whatever, Larry is here to apparently help save the day, but let's see how that really goes as the Titans get alerted to more of Johnny's antics in the city, causing Robin to send out the team while he stays behind and has to deal with Larry, who begins acting as this little itch of overthinking everything, or having this impulsive control of any situation. He's basically the temptation within Robin's brain of how he would probably act in the past. Robin just wants to sit on the couch and heal up, rather than not have the faith in his team to handle the situation on their own, as Larry offers to check in with them or oversee the mission. And it goes beyond this as well, as he even pushes away Larry's offerings to see if Robin wants to work on his gadgets, fix his motorcycle, do general skill training, or more. Again, so many times this is who Robin is. So to see him not push himself when he needs to recover and have faith in his team to handle this mission on their own for now is pretty nice to see come from him after multiple instances of the opposite happening throughout the series. Larry, though, is too pushy, trying to offer and fix his arm up with his magical finger, to which Robin has been telling him no, leading to a small brawl between the two where Larry smashes into the ground, messing up his magical finger and creating some sort of fractured rift into this universe. As the other Titans are after Johnny Rancid, the fractured rift comes flying past them, sucking them from their universe to another, now appearing to be in some hand-drawn colorful world that looks like it exists through, like Cyborg says, some artwork hung on a grandma version of Cyborg's fridge. This brings all of the Titans together as they figure out what happened, as Larry says that together him and Robin broke reality, and with his now broken finger, he believes in Robin to somehow fix all of this. I don't know about that. This seems like a pretty big mess. Robin feels pretty bad about this, as he thinks he's just now constantly screwing things up rather than being a helpful and useful hero. But on top of that, now he still has to deal with Larry, who is now cast buddies with him, by the way, while they try and figure out what to do here. There's also this funny mouth gag here that starts with Beast Boy entering this world and not having a mouth, so it results in all of them stealing each other's mouths to speak at different points, and it's just funny to still hear the voice of whoever's mouth is speaking, but on other characters and their tonal inflections. It's a solid bit. As serious as the show can be, I appreciate the times when it isn't afraid to be a bit goofy, embracing the cartoon side of things and overall just having a lightened mood. It helps when there are so many episodes in the show that aren't this, episodes that very much jump into the heavy stuff and aren't as quote-unquote fun and happy. For what comes comes after this episode, we may just be back in that realm for what happens at the end of the second season, but for now, all of them see that the source of this slippage from another universe is coming from the Titan's tower, and as they plan to make their way there, weirder and weirder things begin to happen. It's just a fun time. It has silly music, a chalk zone-like monster chasing after them. It's a whale of a time. Do you see what I did there? Anyway, they make it to the tower after a while, and I just love how stupid and cheesy this next part is. As they get to the top of the tower, Johnny Rancid surprises them all, saying whatever is going on is coming from this reality-bending source, and with Johnny Rancid wanting to run the city and have it all belong to him, he just jumps right into it. And I don't know why, I just find that funny. He then gets infused with the power from the light vortex, changing it from white to red as he now appears like he's straight out of a fighting video game and ready to fight Robin. Thanks to this new fusion of power, their reality changes again, becoming a darker and more dreary landscape that Raven sure loves, but is not the place they call home, as Johnny claims everything now to be under his control. As they prepare for some sort of battle, Johnny summons his motorcycle, getting on it and magically riding it around in the sky as the other Titans try to get into the fight against him instead of having Robin deal with it. As everyone ends up not being able to stop him, Larry tells Robin to get in there and save the day, as Robin is only filled with self-doubt about messing things up, with Larry saying he messes stuff up all the time too, but he still always makes an effort to try, claiming that's why he looks up to Robin, why he's his favorite hero, because no matter what, Robin always tries. So there's even more to pick apart with how Robin operates as we build on this layer of self-doubt that makes him feel like a hindrance, using the other principles about being a better leader by having trust in his team to handle things as some sort of crutch to no longer feel in the way or seem like a failure in front of them. It does feel like we add this layer onto his character out of nowhere, but seeing his initial reaction to getting hurt in his accident, saying that this stuff never happens to him, breaking him to realize that he's just as vulnerable and just as human as anyone else, pushes him to be extremely hesitant while trying not to show that he is. It takes Larry, a technical version of himself, to help Robin see that the strength he has inside comes from all of the emotions that may excite or scare him. From this, Larry gets Robin's motorcycle all prepped and upgraded to fly as well, leading to another chase between Robin and Johnny Rancid, resulting in Robin and Larry defeating Johnny in the end, reverting him back to his old form while a giant magical Larry hand appears in the city, changing everything back to how it originally was in the first place. Well, almost. Beast Boy still has a mouth situation going on, as after finding his own mouth, he ends up putting it on backwards, so everything he says now is backwards, like this. But let's double check if that's actually what they were doing with the audio here by reversing it to play it normally.
Do I sound fixed to you?
Alright then. But what's nice in the end is that Robin returns the same support to Larry, offering him another chance to use his magic to heal Robin's arm, and to Robin's surprise, Larry was able to do it without messing up this time, restoring Robin back to full health. But technically, things are even more messed up, as Robin now looks around to see he is not only by himself, but within an endless white void. No Larry, no friends, just loneliness. Oh, and the credits of the show. At least you got that. Honestly, it's just a really fun and silly episode that gets to play around with both the tone of the show and the art style of it, making for a quick and interesting little side adventure that goes from something semi-small to magically out of control in minutes. And even though Larry can be a bit annoying at the start when he is introduced, he by no means ruins the episode or makes it unbearable. Definitely a nice little segue before we get into what we got next here.
She's Tara.
We have now reached another major moment in the storylines for the Teen Titans, the special two-part ending episodes of Season 2. It's been hours, so much has happened, so much has been broken down, and yet, well, we're not even at the halfway mark of the series yet. Anyway, let's dig into this all with the episode titled Aftershock Part 1. There is no time to waste here. We get to see Slade finalizing Tara's pledge to serve him, officially being trained and ready to be his new apprentice, his successor, his ultimate weapon, having her dripped out in new armor, applying the Slade emblem onto it, and seeing that she is now fully ready to go and handle destroying the Teen Titans, to which she smirks and says she thought he'd never ask. From the last time we saw her to where she is now, Slade's further brainwashing of her as she became more broken and lost as a person has seemingly resulted in the complete loss of Tara, the one that we know or thought we knew from the previous episodes. She's filled with rage, filled with pain, filled with hatred towards the world that has caused her to feel this way, and especially the Titans, and even more especially Beast Boy, which seemed to be the final nail in the coffin that would seal her away to the dark side with Slade. As for the Titans themselves, they are currently out driving in the city. Things seem pretty fun and normal. Beast Boy is making corny jokes, Raven wants to not exist because of them, and right on cue, the car is attacked, having them all a bit rattled for a moment as they step out of the car to see none other than Tara, stanced up and forcing them into a fight with her. To make things feel a tad bit more personal, she sends so many rocks and boulders flying at Cyborg's car, completely destroying it, which is just so not cool. As the fighting continues on from there, we see that Tara's powers have now become even more controlled and focused, showing off her mastery in using them as well as their strength and force when used. Beast Boy tries to get through to her, claiming that they are her friends, to which she recalls that she has no friends from what Beast Boy ended on saying to her in the previous episode that she was in, before now purposefully hurting him physically for the first time. As Tara solos all of them, showing off that she alone can take on all 5 of them individually or all at once, it pushes the Titans to stop going light on her, no longer pulling their punches and now being able to land a few hits back. But so far, nothing is strong enough to cause harm to Tara, even enough to at least stop her. But then at one point, Tara becomes confused about her own powers, or what she thought were her own powers, creating these sentient ground and concrete creatures, as Slade speaks to Tara through her earpiece, claiming that this is his doing, being able to fully tap into her nervous system thanks to the new suit she's in, revealing that he can control and manipulate her power and beyond that, her movements, telling her that they are connected as one, sharing each other's strength and power with one another, creating a combined force that may prove to be too powerful for the Teen Titans. It's also a look into how Slade operates again here, showing his manipulative ways of truly studying and analyzing his own protege, like she was his enemy, knowing more about her than anyone, and in the end, hiding information until deemed necessary by him about him having control over the suit and Tara herself. As Tara fights further with the power of Slade added to her own, the destruction levels get too high, giving the Titans an out to retreat for now, but giving Tara a chance to lock eyes with Beast Boy as he then turns his back in both sadness and fear while running into the smoke to escape from the altercation. There is still something there between the two deep down inside, what those two have been through together, what they have shared with one another, and how seeing each other again makes them feel. For now, Tara seems unshakable, being firmly planted as Slade's apprentice, but there is a brief second where the destruction Slade's abilities that channel through her caused around the area that get to her in a way of them being too much of a problem, and ultimately leading to the Titans getting out of there. So take her cautious reaction to those powers for what you will now. The Titans regroup back at the tower to discuss what happened, wondering how they couldn't easily take her down. Why did they all hold back and not go after her even harder? As Beast Boy brings up that it's all because of who it was. Tara was a member of the team at one point. She was a friend. So it makes things a bit more complicated. Raven responds with the facts about what happened last time from her perspective, claiming that she was never a friend to them, only secretly using them to get close to do Slade's bidding to try and hurt them in the end. This causes Beast Boy to snap back at Raven, yelling at her that she doesn't know what she's talking about, knowing certain things from his perspective that make it way more complicated of a bigger picture here to understand. The others express their point of view, like Cyborg pointing out that Tara deliberately destroyed his car, only making Beast Boy angrier about how no one truly gets her but him thanks to how close they became. When Robin brings up that she's working for Slade now, Beast Boy brings up that when Robin was working for Slade, though under a different context with the rest of the team still not being in the know of why he was doing it, they never gave up on him. This brings Robin to a moment of pause, understanding where Beast Boy is coming from, and without changing his tone, calls back to something he said before, and offers to give Tara another chance pending their ability to sever Slade's control and influence on her. But for now, Tara is up to no good, making trouble in another neighborhood, breaking out some familiar baddies from their containment to enter into the mix of destruction that is bound to happen. Overload, Plasmus, and Cinderblock all make their return as villains, but this time, thanks to Tara putting Slade's devices on them, they are all under control of him, making whatever evil that is building up here something incredibly fierce. They all then split up to go and cause problems in separate areas, forcing the Titans to split their efforts to deal with them all, having Beast Boy and Cyborg go and handle Plasmus, Robin and Starfire head off to go deal with Cinderblock, while Raven heads off alone to face Overload. This completely leaves Tara and whatever Slade's direct plans are open for the time being, as the Titans can't focus on her specifically right this second. All of the Titans deal with their respective side villains of the episode to face, and even defeating them in the end doesn't give them the obvious answer of what the bad guys were doing. So Tara will come in and explain things, showing up to Raven, making her seem stupid as to not seeing these other baddies as simply a distraction. The two of them have their own one-on-one fight, duking it out, hurling insults along with all the rocks and various items at each other, as Tara, thanks to Slade, tries getting Raven to break, showcasing the real potential in the plan Slade has here. This is how he finds a way to truly break them all, exploiting their weaknesses and bringing them down. Tara starts yapping about how Raven can't control her emotions, hoping to make her snap and thereby losing control in similar or worse ways than we've seen before. It gets to a point where Tara knows she has Raven on the ropes, holding her down and going in with the deepest of emotional cuts, forcing her to finally break, and as she does, Raven unleashes her raw emotional power out, screaming that she and her friends trusted her. You can feel the pain Raven is expressing. Under her harder exterior, there is a hurt person who feels betrayed by someone she eventually considered a friend and an ally. Tara stays under Slade's orders, having the chance to use a greater amount of might to literally drag Raven down into the muddied waters, showing that she snaps back to herself right before being pulled fully down. Without knowing what happens beyond this moment, we cut over to Starfire and Robin, dealing with the final moments of defeating Cinderblock, but as Robin now tries to shift focus back towards Tara, she comes flying in, sending a giant rock at him that Starfire pushes him out of the way from and ends up getting hurt by as she goes flying right over a cliff and falling down into the waters below, as Tara maniacally laughs, like a bad guy, flying away with the body of Cinderblock. All we get to see for this moment is how concerned Robin is with Starfire, as he tried to get to her before she fully fell over the cliff. As far as Beast Boy and Cyborg go, well, Tara opens up the ground underneath them, sending Cyborg to fall deep down inside of this dark void, with Tara showing up in front of Beast Boy, who is hanging on to the edge of this newly developed chasm here, trying not to suffer the same fate as Cyborg. As Tara stares down at Beast Boy, she says, "I hope you're not expecting a goodbye kiss," playing into where their relationship was once at, as Beast Boy pleads to her that she can't do this, hoping to get through to her in any way, but she just says, "Watch me," closing the chasm as it appears to squash Beast Boy inside. What a gruesome fate that the Teen Titans face here, honestly. Slade is pleased, putting insult to injury here, that if you, the audience, are saddened at the defeat and seemingly axing off of the main characters, he's in pure bliss over it, watching their supposed last moments over and over again. But the job isn't done yet. She never finished off Robin, who shows up to confront her, slamming her to the ground and trying to question her, trying to see why she even hated the whole team in general. But her refusal to offer any real answer only gets them in a full-on fight between one another. Robin gives her a warning though, saying that he made a promise to Beast Boy that he would give Tara one more chance, and this moment here, this fight to somehow save her, is that final chance to break through to her. As they trade blows, Robin asks her to look at herself right now and question if this is the person she really wants to be, as she rebuttals about her just never being good enough in his eyes, referencing how she felt viewed by him, mentioning her lack of control over her powers in her first appearance. Robin, for a moment, gets the upper hand, letting Tara know that he was once Slade's apprentice, but he was able to get out of it, and that he's not there to save her, she needs to save herself, to which she claims she doesn't need saving. Not from someone else, not helped by another person, and not helped by herself. As this anger builds back up in Tara, her power increases as well, being able to get back at Robin while she starts spitting off what she claims as facts. She did want to go with Slade, and she does want to take out the Teen Titans, ending the episode as she is ready to fully finish off the final member of the Teen Titans, lifting up a boulder and slamming it onto Robin's head, as we see it from his point of view. But instead of just cutting to black and calling it a day, we cut to Slade's hideout as Robin's R emblem is slid across the floor as a reward for Slade to have. Slade looks to Tara with excitement over the city now being theirs to control thanks to Tara being under his control. We see a final shot of the Titans Tower before heading underground to reveal that all of the Titans, yes, even Robin, who apparently just had his head squished in, are now meeting in private, all confirming that there is nothing more that they can do when it comes to trying to figure out a way to save Tara, agreeing that this is who she is now, a criminal, someone who wishes to cause them harm, and to that extent, other people harm, someone who they can't claim as a friend to them, and everyone, including Beast Boy now, is in agreement of this, planning to fully go after her and Slade to take them down, no matter what it takes. Ending the first part of this very exciting, action-packed, and almost deadly Season 2 finale. But while there is much to see and break down from the second part, the first part here does an incredible job not only setting up what should be an exciting, emotional, and gripping end to the season, but something that delivered on the character-driven moments that were built off all that has come before between Tara and the Titans, while using this as the emotion that drives the second part. What's great in this episode is that it's mainly from the perspective of Tara. It's her story we are seeing more so, her role in working with Slade, her role in dealing with the heroes, her conversations and perspectives towards the others as she faces them throughout, ending in her defeating them, at least in her and Slade's eyes. Or maybe she has a heart and secretly was not killing them off and saving them in a weird way, but pretending she was killing them. I don't know. But regardless, this leads to Slade and Tara having this control over the city. It's something that we've seen done in general more recently. We saw Marvel do this with Avengers Infinity War and Endgame. Infinity War is a movie that sets up Thanos as the main character. We follow this villain, what he's doing, why he is doing this, showing his deeper and more emotional side without sacrificing the viewing of him being the bad guy that he is. And without spoiling the end of Infinity War, if you somehow haven't seen it, things aren't looking too great for the heroes. And we end on Thanos completing his mission. The following movie is the rallying of heroes, coming back from all that has happened to fight despite the odds stacked against them. It's done greatly here within 22 minutes to really give Tara such a leading presence, putting the focus on her so that you can feel how much she's gone through, where she is coming from, and what power she is capable of while we build up to the importance of all of that for part 2. It's gripping and shocking enough to keep you engaged, watching the heroes lose as you feel that Tara is becoming more lost than ever. But we can dive deeper into that here after we get through the final episode of Season 2 next. For Aftershock Part 2, it catches you up to speed through Tara's narration regarding who she is and the actions that she has done. Through this opening scene, I love how it portrays her role in everything through her eyes, showcasing how she feels and is seen as this now powerful character who still is an underling at the end of the day. How she broke Beast Boy's heart and how hers is broken as well, conveying this through the heart-shaped mirror box that Beast Boy gave to her shattering into pieces. We get these constant flashes between each of the Titans falling into a dark void, with the city being taken over by her and Slade's minions, as Tara claims that this is the real her actual wants and goals, having done these awful things, having defeated the Teen Titans, and now saying that she has no regrets in general. But she just might. The final shot we see of her face doesn't paint the same tone, nor do the flashes of the Titans falling into a pit and the flashes of other symbolisms of her relationship to the Titans. On the outside, Tara has to be this incredibly hardened character, mostly coming off emotionless in her patrolling of the city and quite robotic when reporting into Slade, but on the inside, we see that there is something tugging at her heart, at her true feelings that she's not allowing to pour out, having these flashbacks to happy moments that she has had with the Teen Titans at certain locations in the city, where she felt truly at peace with a sense of belonging, a family, a place to actually call home, and much more. The city isn't as bright anymore, the streets are empty, well, aside from the marching army of Slade's minions, and the bleak and foggy setting now represents a lost-in-life Tara, not being able to see which direction out she should take, not having a clear vision, and only faint memories to occasionally brighten up the way. As these visions continue, she eventually gets caught off guard as the Titans reappear from their presumed deaths, using the fog and shadows as cover as they are able to get in some clean attacks on Tara. Slade is clearly worried and is already wanting to take control over her through the suit to help out, but before anything can happen, Tara not only is getting beat down, but is coming off scared in the situation, only being able to see the shadow representations of each member representing their cold and toned nature towards her now. The color that once brightened her world is now gone. The symbolic representation of friendship is now tainted in these vague silhouettes of strangers. As she is fallen back, seeing the shadow of a wolf walking towards her and growling, she pulls from her feelings of Beast Boy, pleading with him saying, "Stop, you're not going to talk to me?" To which he doesn't utter a word. You could just feel the hurt and anger within Beast Boy's growls, as the other members of the team lay down just how it is for her now. There is no more chances. The time for talking is over, and the damage she has caused is beyond forgivable. Feeling frightened at this moment, Tara is too conflicted with her inner thoughts, flying off as the Titans watch from the ground. Starfire does take note that Tara did seem scared, but the others don't care, disregarding whatever she once meant to them. Just because she was scared there doesn't mean she's sorry. She still needs to be stopped and brought to justice, and Beast Boy, more so than anyone, is taking it the most personal, ready to make sure that Tara's evil ways are vanquished. With Tara on the run now and trying to look for some cover to figure out what to do, Slade denies her ways of running away, demanding that this is not the way of his apprentice, and she must fight back against them and truly take them out for good. The Titans do quickly catch up with her, and it becomes a brawl between them very quickly, having Tara be mostly on the defensive here. When seeing an opening, she makes a break for it again, yelling at Slade that she needs help and can't do this alone, which I think is pertinent to her role as a member of the Teen Titans. Having a team that would have her back, a team she could work with and rely on, rather than to feel alone, regardless of Slade saying she never is. Sending out Plasmus, Cinderblock, and Overload once more, but this time playing the card Polymerization and fusing them all together into this giant and powerful amalgamation known as Turnian, a term used to refer to a group of 3. So even before them all combining into one, the term still works here. So the Titans have to deal with this creature who now has the combined powers of hulking lackeys as Terra goes off to take shelter with Slade in his hideout, entering in worried that she was almost taken out by the Titans, expecting some sort of sympathy or comfort from Slade about this, only to be met with a swift knockback into the wall, as he menacingly towers over her, claiming that what they did to her out there is nothing compared to what he's about to do to her now. This might start truly shattering the world around her that she has built since running off to Slade, believing him to be the person she needed to follow, trust, and train from in order to find a sense of belonging and self-realized strength. In the meantime, the Titans are still dealing with their situation out in the city, with it only getting harder and harder thanks to all of Slade's minions and robots coming into the battle surrounding them. During this battle though, Beast Boy has seemingly snapped, transforming into multiple powerful beasts to fight back, as all he has on his mind is getting to Terra. This isn't the Beast Boy who would be cracking jokes, being silly, or having any amount of sympathy. He doesn't even care about this battle, essentially saying that this conflict in the streets here and the protection of the city aren't his priority right now, only having a burning objective of getting to Terra. Speaking of getting to Terra, Slade's ruthlessness is really getting to her, as we see that he is beating her down senselessly for disobeying him and not taking care of the Titans as she tries fighting back, saying she's sick of him and his ways, wanting to quit being his apprentice and leave altogether, but to her surprise, when she tries taking off the suit he gave her, it won't come off. When he told her it links to her nervous system, he really meant that, saying it's forever a part of her just like he is now, thanks to having the control over her suit. He tells her that this is the life that she chose, her decisions to make, and now she has no say in the matter of what happens, because the control of her own body is taken over by Slade, who uses his connection to the suit to stop her from walking out and leaving, forcing her to walk back in, reminding her that she promised to fight by his side forever, and he vows to make sure that she truly keeps her word. It's some extremely evil stuff and really helps build back some audience sympathy for Terra. While you could still feel for her and what she had gone through to make her live the life she does now, you could see to what extent she is truly being used for, how she is a tortured lost soul. Terra's ongoing story only continues to become more heartbreaking the further it goes on. Her character is such an important look at the fine line of where you can go in life when holding some power like this, how the things around you and the experiences you have can shape and mold you into who you become. Do you have a great responsibility with that great power? Do you live long enough to see yourself become the villain? Or should you have your own freedoms to not fall into any category of either good or bad? There's so much to be said with a character like Terra and how she is portrayed in the show, and thanks to a masterclass in character writing and planning out a well-designed story, Terra shines as a bright example of a character with so many dimensions, a character that isn't easily defined by a singular word or even a short sentence, a character that in the grand scheme of things only has a limited screen time in comparison to the others, but manages to completely feel like they are the most fleshed out through their narrative connection to everything while also staying important themselves, rather than just a pawn for the others to have their story and growth be shown through. For the Titans, they eventually manage to take down every enemy, while Beast Boy is nowhere to be seen anymore, with Robin tracking him to see that he is head underground on his own after where Terra currently is. Eventually, he ends up finding the entrance to Slade's hideout, sneaking in and finding a crying Terra, confusing him for a moment, where his more compassionate side towards her comes out, as Terra cries at him to just finish her off, take her out, and not in the whole let's go on a date sort of way. With tears flowing from her eyes, she assumes that's what he is here to do anyway, and accepts that she should just rather be defeated than go on living under the control of Slade. But in an instant, Slade assumes control again, forcing her to attack Beast Boy, as he comes out to explain that he is responsible for her actions going forward since she no longer can control her powers. That's a pretty underhanded and forceful way to slight how she felt from when we first met her, trying her best to learn this control the proper way and being hurt when others see her as not being able to do so. And now when she does have a mastery in controlling her powers, the one person who helped her in training with her powers and who claimed to really believe in her now has taken control of them and forcefully made it so she doesn't have that control anymore. It's a big game of mind tricks that Slade loves playing, and we can see the pain and hurt it causes through Terra's unwillingness to be Slade's Slade's puppet. Beast Boy tries to fight back, but mainly taking aim at Slade while evading Tara's attacks, with Slade further detailing that her powers suit him better for his control of them through her. She wanted to learn control, and Slade did give her that, but just in the form of his control at the end of the day. Once again, only using another character, another apprentice, as just a pawn in his own selfish and vile games of evil. As Tara is sent in to attack further, Beast Boy is able to hold her down for a moment while Tara tells him to just finish her off, begging for him to please do that as she doesn't want this fight. She doesn't want to do his evil bidding anymore, and she doesn't want to hurt the Titans or Beast Boy again. Beast Boy is still in serious mode, turning back into his usual self while holding her down, yelling at her to not let Slade control her anymore, and that won't happen. But she says she doesn't have a choice. To Beast Boy, this isn't good enough, telling her that not having a choice is a lie. She's always had a choice. But before any more could be said, Slade uses this moment to control Tara once again, since Beast Boy isn't in the form of a giant gorilla to attack, and sends him flying. He just gets up though and brushes the dirt off his shoulders, while only focusing and trying to talk to Tara, seemingly ignoring the threat in presence of Slade for this moment. As he approaches her again, he berates her on all of the choices that she has made. She chose all of the options that led her down this path, and right into the control of Slade. He then reaches out to touch her upper arms, exclaiming that Slade isn't the one doing any of this, but it's her doing, causing her to snap, using her powers on her own to attack, resulting in Beast Boy getting stuck under a rock and hurt, snapping her back out of the moment, all while Slade is once again impressed by her power and ability to go after a Teen Titan like that again. But he's still not fully trusting her, forcing her control once more, saying that she should finish him off now, having her walk over to a trapped Beast Boy with her hand out, ready to use her powers to crush him further as Beast Boy tries to tell Tara not to do this, as she says she can't stop him from doing it. But Beast Boy still believes in her, telling her that she can do it. This is her power to control, not his. She has that strength within her on her own to be this strong, not needing his control to make her more powerful. He tells her that she could still do the right thing, but she just accepts that this is what it is. There's nothing that can be done here, as a large sharpened piece of rock is formed above Beast Boy. But in this final second, Robin swoops in, yelling stop and getting everyone's attention real quick as Slade commands her to finish off Beast Boy right now before the moment's gone. But all of the other Titans come in, surrounding her as she holds the rock above Beast Boy's head, while looking around at all the others. But Slade could have just finished off Beast Boy with her powers. Why would he tell Tara to do that if she already didn't want to? Did Tara somehow hold off the command because of her own free will and strength? Is Slade's grasp slipping? But regardless, now that the moment is left on her, still in this same stuck position with Slade telling her to end it, while the Titans threaten to use their powers all at once on her if she does, essentially giving her one more chance to do the right thing here. Beast Boy adds in a final comment, saying that in this moment, it's her choice. But then her response to that is saying she is sorry, but not for what she could do in an evil way, but for all that she has done as a person to the Titans and to him since she has known them. It's then in that moment she takes the rock and throws it at Slade, turning on him fully and being able to control herself, as the two of them get into a heated fight, master and apprentice, not holding back on one another. As the fight comes to a close, Slade is able to best Tara, it seems, picking her up and dangling her above the ground as she frees herself from his control, from being in her own head, and from the running she's done her whole life, seemingly exploding the ground underneath them as they both are engulfed in a ball of fire and smoke, as under the rock, a bed of lava that Slade presumably falls into has taken over, as the lava now becomes reactive to all of the ground movement caused by the use of Tara's powers, and probably all of Slade's underground antics he keeps doing in the underground, making the area extremely dangerous and a large threat to the city now. As the Titans start to plan their escape, Tara isn't worried about her surroundings, telling Beast Boy that she has to stay when he tries to get her help out of there. This apparent volcanic eruption is a force of nature, something that isn't easily or mostly impossible to combat. And let's not worry about the random logic of Robin claiming that this volcano is forming out of nowhere because of Tara's powers. I've seen the movie Volcano with Tommy Lee Jones, where a volcano can come from anywhere, or something. I don't know. I'm not a volcanologist. Do I look like I watch Star Trek? That's a bad joke. Anyway, Tara tells Beast Boy that she's the only one that can stop this, and reassures a confused and worried Beast Boy that it's never too late, moving aside her hair that covers her right eye, symbolizing her breaking apart from Slade, coming back to who she truly is and wants to be for herself, finally being at peace with her decisions now, having an actual choice she has the full power in choosing. The two of them embrace in one final hug as the ground shakes and the lava splashes everywhere as Tara, now crying, calls Beast Boy the best friend she's ever had, then using her powers to get him to safety as she stays behind in the madness of the eruption. Now, all alone, she starts powering up all of her strength strength, as we then see Slade's mask slowly dropping into the lava below, not giving us a concrete answer as to what happened to Slade. You can read this as the end of Slade, his reign of terror being over. You can read this as the control he had over Tara being gone and his influence on her being no more. You can read this as an ambiguous tease that Slade might still be out there, just maybe minus his old mask. Tara then uses all of her might to combat the lava that was nearly about to consume her, then beyond that, the city, turning everything into stone around her. No more lava, no more madness, just a peaceful quietness as we see that not only is this area turned into stone, so has she, standing there in the position she was in as she used her powers to save the day. This representation of peace is much like Tara's mind, fully being free from all the constant struggles she faced. Now proving to herself while her abilities can additionally cause destruction, she is equally capable of still saving the day with those same powers regardless of what others may view her as that caused her to run away from the other places in the past. As the episode comes to an end, we start hearing a narration of Beast Boy saying her name was Tara. She was gifted with tremendous power and cursed with it as well. She was a dangerous enemy and a good friend, and she was one of the bravest people I've ever known, showing the Titans now visiting Tara's resting place as a stone monument, paying their respects and giving thanks to what she did, not just as a hero, but in the end, as their friend, with Raven bringing up that they will find a way to reverse this, as Robin mentions that they will bring her back, not giving up on her as they owe her a great bit of gratitude as both a hero and friend. We end on Beast Boy placing down a plaque in front of her as he says goodbye, with the plaque reading, "Tara, a Teen Titan, a true friend." Closing out the episode and also the second season of the show, there really felt like a shift here in the tone of these two episodes. There was a real sense of urgency, a real sense of importance to what the characters are going through, more specifically what Tara is going through, making these episodes so special to how they handle making characters feel so fleshed out. There is no one-dimensional way to view almost any aspect of the show when it comes to the reasons why characters do what they do. The relationships between individual characters feels real, and through this season of following Tara and how the others have their own connection with her, any bit of dialogue exchanged between the characters like Raven, Robin, or Beast Boy towards Tara feels so personal. They feel so true to how they were developed from before. It's what hooked me into the show as a kid. Growing up with such rich characters that are on both sides, good and bad, invested me so much into why we, as an audience, can build attachments to characters that aren't real. Season 1 and Season 2 of the show really are great at giving you so much of who these characters are, opening their individual traits as separate characters, taking time for you to see the world through their eyes, their highs, their lows, their personal struggles, and how they evolve and grow over time. It never really feels like, for example, Robin at the end of Season 2 is the same as he was at the start of Season 1. Through getting to experience the growth alongside the characters themselves, none of it feels like it's written for the sake of just getting a character from A to Z in a storyline. It all feels very natural and is a great way to feel that you're included in on the stories as the viewer. Now, that was only the first 2 seasons of the show. We still have plenty more to cover when it comes to what happens next and how it all comes to a close for these characters. With Tara's storyline currently at a close, Slade's apparently no more, and nothing else new set up for the characters to deal with, it feels like we are going to enter into what can be considered a new era for the Teen Titans. Returning villains, new villains, larger and more ambiguous arcs and ongoing plots, as well as some good old mysteries to look into. It's truly an interesting ride to see what's left to come here for the series after all that we've already experienced in just 2 seasons of the show. But we shall fully continue looking in on what the rest of the Teen Titans seasons 3 through 5 have to offer in the next video. It'll be coming out sometime soon here on the channel, so make sure to hit subscribe for that. I have been working on this project for quite some time, so I do hope that you have enjoyed it, and I would love to know your thoughts on the Teen Titans in general in the comments down below. There is still so much left to cover though, but after the end of Season 2, I really think that's a genuinely good place to split it, to consider what is the first half of the series with a nice cutoff from the back 3 seasons. Now that we've seen the rise of the show, been given a chance to really meet these characters, both heroes and villains alike, let's all come back together in part 2 to see how this all comes to an interesting and pretty weird overall ending for the series, with a lot more not truly talked about in this video, especially when it comes to the larger world of the Teen Titans in general. Either way, I hope to see you soon. I ripped it, I flicked it, and all the pages, they all came off.